Packed agenda and a packed boardroom. If y'all could. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Welcome to the business meeting of the Virginia Board of Education. We're delighted to see so much interest in the public education in the Commonwealth with us. As I said, we have a packed agenda, so we're going to hope to move through this relatively expeditiously. Ms. Holton will be with us shortly. Dr. Mann and Dr. Davis are participating remotely. Dr. Mann from Alexandria, Virginia, Dr. Davis Vaught from Bristol, Virginia, both due to medical reasons. Pursuant to our bylaws, I have approved their electronic participation in this meeting. We will begin by a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. I hope that board members have had an opportunity to review the minutes from the September 14 and 15 meetings of the board. Can I have a motion to approve those minutes or to amend them? Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Dutta. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. None opposed? Aye. Okay. Public comment. Now, obviously, we have a lot of people here for public comment. The board welcomes members of the public to address us during the public comment portion of the business meeting. Speakers will be recognized in the order in which their request was received. Speakers are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes. When your time is up, please close your remarks promptly. We ask that you provide your name and affiliation at the beginning of your remarks. Speakers may provide copies of their comments. You may email a copy of your remarks after you finish speaking. I should note that the board does not respond to comments or ask questions from the dais. All comments are shared with the appropriate staff person for appropriate follow-up after the meeting. We have an extensive list, as you can see, and so I will call, first speaker and who's next in order to hopefully move the process through. I will also note, given what many of you have signed up for, that the responsibility for the development of the model policies fell to the Department of Education, not the board, which does not mean I want to limit comment on it, but it does mean that comments are appropriately directed to VDOE. Persons who wish to comment on the model policies to VDOE should visit the webpage for Virginia Regulatory Town Hall, which is the authorized vehicle for comments on the model policies. No comments made to the board on the model policies will become part of VDOE's official record, and so cannot inform the department's actions. Again, given the number of speakers and the time involved here, to the extent we can limit duplicative, comments, I would be appreciative and the board would be appreciative. We have a full work agenda following the public comment session. None of that should be construed as to dissuade anybody who wants to speak before the board in speaking what they want to say. I mean, I don't want to suggest that at all. I just ask for some courtesy both ways. So with all that being done, and welcome Ms. Holton. No, don't apologize. We just wanted to get going. I would also like to note that we have Doug Cox with us again. Mr. Cox, could you stand up and introduce your program? This is an annual thing for us and something we're very pleased to host.
Good morning.
Okay.
I'm very pleased to introduce you to the Virginia Aspiring Special Education Leaders Academy. I think this is our 15th visit with the Board of Education through the year. This is cohort 15. I have a great job. I get to work every year with 20 amazing special educators and administrators who are determined to take on the role of the next generation of special ed leadership. The 20 people here with us today were selected out of an application pool of over 50. And they were nominated by their school division, endorsed by the special ed director and the division superintendent. And I'm just so very happy if they would stand.
Yeah, I was going to ask, will you
And,
please stand, be recognized? Thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate the work you do, you have done, and the work you're going to do. It's a very important thing for the Commonwealth, so thanks again.
And thank you for your recognition and support.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I actually calculate my age by which visit this is, so that's 15. All right, first speaker for public comment is Candace Lucas, who will be followed by Kathy Halverson. Ms. Lucas? Okay. Good morning.
It's not really a good morning, Chairman. Our children with disabilities are still suffering under the leadership of Samantha Hollins. When are you going to get rid of her? The blood of our children is on your hands. I've come here repeatedly to share with you, and I've told you one-on-one, Dr. Balo, how detrimental she is to our children. She's not even properly licensed to hold this position. She has a restricted license. I told you that. I worked to get my license as an administrator. I took the 6-hour test. She didn't. She can't even be a building administrator. And you have her over every precious, vulnerable child in this Commonwealth. You know she can't do the job. She violated the rights of the Halverson family by sending confidential emails to John Eisenberg, who is no longer employed by the state. I sent you the documentation. That's a violation of FERPA. She did it over 600 times. Why is she still here? Why? White privilege, perhaps? Come on now. Ms. Holton, you know we go way back. You know the blood of our children is on your hands. The blood of these precious children is on your hands. I'm going to keep saying it until you get it. The blood of our children with disabilities is on your hands. Stop focusing on harassing trans children and look at our children with disabilities. I have had it. I'm tired of seeing child after child fail because you do not protect them. Ultimately, it is your job. I will continue to hold you accountable. It is not a good morning, Chairman Gecker. It is not a good morning. Our children are dying. Our Black children are dying. Our children with disabilities are dying. Their blood is on your hands.
Okay, Kathy Halverson, followed by Kathleen Pomeroy.
Morning, Chair, Jillian Balo, members of the board. As you know, I was here last month speaking about my autistic son, 10-year-old autistic son. I specifically asked for a funding agreement to be sent to B&U Academy. Never heard anything until I emailed Ann Holton and gave me Amy Gadara on 9/19. On 9/21, I received an email from Samantha Hollins that stated that she was requested by the board to email me. At that point, she said she was instructed to respond and that the VBOE nor the VDOE has authorization to approve a contract or issue that was, we know that you can issue a funding agreement to B&U for my child. If we had problems, we could address it through the due process. We went through the due process. Yes, we know the process of appeal, and that's going to appeal. So if you cannot do that, if you cannot approve a contract that was actually approved by the IEP team on 11/18 for him to get an education by FAPE, but you can pay the hearing officers which there is a class action lawsuit right now of the hearing officer. The hearing officer that we had in 17 years has ruled in favor of families 4 times. 4 times. So my next issue, Mr. Gecker, Jillian Balo, what I want the regulation that gives Samantha Hollins permission to divulge my son's PII to outsource people that have nothing and no legal ability to my son's records. I want that regulation. She is putting all of you and the state at risk. That's what she is doing. I want the regulation that gives permission for her to divulge over 600 emails about my son, about my case, to John Eisenberg and to others. But she cannot respond to me personally since November of last year. How is that right? My son has been out of school since November of 2021. And I spoke last time that we were issued a summons for a child in need of supervision. We went to court. It was dismissed because of malicious prosecution. That's right, retaliation triangle. So when is the VDOE going to send a funding agreement for my son? It was approved by the IEP team. And stop letting central office send all these letters harassing me when she is not part of the IEP team. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Pomeroy, followed by Scott Brabrand.
Good morning. My name is Katie Pomeroy. I serve as chair of the Fredericksburg City Public School Board. I moved to Fredericksburg to attend Mary Washington College as an undergraduate student 30 years ago. I fell in love with the city and never left. All 3 of my children currently attend Fredericksburg City Schools. President Gecker, Superintendent Balo, and members of the Virginia Board of Education, thank you for your service to the Commonwealth. Your work is critical to the success of Virginia and the prosperity of all Virginians. Thank you also for the opportunity to speak to you this morning about Fredericksburg City Public Schools and our intention to build a new middle school. I come before you today to ask for your support of this project, specifically for you to strongly consider using a 5-year rolling average of a locality's fiscal strength in determining its funding eligibility for new projects. This will serve to prevent a scenario wherein a local government will lose grant funding because of a single anomalous year. Using a multi-year average will help smooth out one-time abnormalities like the impact of the global pandemic. The City of Fredericksburg and FCPS have undertaken the process to build a much-needed new middle school. This school will support the growing student population in the city and ensure that our students have access to teachers, staff, facilities, and equipment to support their education. The planning for this near shovel-ready project is well underway. We expect to have a signed comprehensive agreement by the end of October and plan to break ground in early 2023. As part of the process, the City Council, the School Board, the School Division, and especially Tim Baruti, City Manager, and Superintendent Marcy Catlett, both of whom are here with me today, have worked closely together to develop plans for this new school. Once this project is deemed eligible by the VBOE, then the amount of the grant will vary based on either the most recent Commission on Local Government report on fiscal stress or the school division's local composite index. When the new programs and supporting funds were approved, the fiscal stress report listed FCPS as eligible for up to 20% of the project cost. However, the most recent report, based on FY 2020 released this summer, has moved FCPS to the fiscal stress category, eligible for only up to 10% of the project cost. This change could profoundly impact the ability to build the school needed to address our city's educational challenges. As a result, I am here today to ask you to consider supporting this important project, and I hope that you will recommend to the General Assembly a 5-year running average for the fiscal stress score. Thank you for your time this morning and your service to the Commonwealth. Additional context is in the packet that I provided.
Thank you very much. Thank
Thank
you all
you.
for being here. Scott Brabrand, followed by Emily Mathen.
Good morning, Board of Education members and Superintendent Balo. My name is Scott Brabrand, and I am wanting to introduce myself as the new Executive Director for VASS, the Virginia Association of School Superintendents. And I want to share with you how VASS is partnering with the State Superintendent and with other key educational stakeholders across Virginia to continue to strengthen public education here. First, I took the job of Executive Director of VASS in July after serving as Superintendent in Fairfax County for 5 years and Lynchburg City for 5 years, 10 years as Superintendent in Virginia. And I returned to Fairfax to finish my career as having started first as a career switcher intern, a teacher, a high school principal, and a regional assistant superintendent. I'm joined today by our new Deputy Executive Director, Amy Griffin, who also served 10 years as superintendent in Virginia here in nearby Cumberland County. Together, we represent superintendent experience in urban, suburban, and rural Virginia school divisions. Our goal as leaders in VASS is to support the 132 superintendents in Virginia as they lead the school divisions with their respective school boards, and to partner with state, federal, and local officials to help advance educational policies and practices that elevate student success and achievement in Virginia. We're already actively in partnership with many stakeholders. We recently sponsored an informational webinar on lab schools, partnering with Secretary of Ed Guidera, and had over 100 educational leaders across Virginia learning more about this initiative. We're partnering with the state superintendent. Through her leadership, we've redesigned our SSLC cabinet meetings to address challenges from across the 8 superintendent regions of Virginia and share successes and best practices. VASS holds a fall, winter, and spring conference, and we're excited for our fall conference in 2 weeks that the Governor Youngkin, State Superintendent Balo, Secretary of Ed Guidera, members of this very board, Delegate Glenn Davis and Senator Louise Lucas, Chair of the Education Committees in the General Assembly, and Bobby Scott, Chair of the Education Committee in the United States House of Representatives, are all coming to our conference here in Richmond to share their insights and vision on how we can continue to partner together to move Virginia forward as an educational leader and innovator. At this fall conference, we'll be providing members updates on the Virginia Literacy Act, sharing strategies around recruitment and retention of teachers, and learning from a national expert on how to better engage and involve parents in their child's education. We're also glad to have 15 of our school districts and divisions participating in the administration's Bridging the Gap pilot this year, and we'll be working to support that and other initiatives. Please know that we're here to partner with you. That's the Virginia way. I believe there's much we can agree on, and through mutual collaboration and cooperation, we can accelerate learning for all of Virginia's students. Amy and I will attend as often as we can. We're here to help and support you, and we look forward to working with you as you face the challenges of leading this Commonwealth and leading education in this Commonwealth of Virginia. Please reach out anytime.
Thank you very much. Good to have you with us. Emily Mathen, Susan, followed by Susan Musket.
I believe Miss Mathen is in the overflow room. They're sending her up now, but we may want to. Oh, okay.
Great.
Where do I go?
Hi, my name is Emily Mathon, and I'm a parent of 2 students, one in elementary and the other in high school in Albemarle County. I'm here today to discuss the revisions to the history and social studies standards that have been in process for over 2 years. I moved to Charlottesville in the summer of 2017, a time frame that is etched in the memories of most folks in Charlottesville and beyond. And as a fairly clueless white lady with 2 young kids, I was shocked and disturbed by the violence and racism. Those horrible events urged me to begin my process of self-education on local Virginia and U.S. history. The more I learned, the more I felt cheated by my own public education. Why was so much history and context missing, I wondered. On my journey, I learned that the systems we all engage in today, our public education system being the one first and foremost on our minds here, are working exactly as they were designed. These education systems are where so-called achievement gap persists year after year. School divisions are divided by race and socioeconomic status based on redlining housing practices from not that long ago. These systems were created and continue to be perpetuated by fear. I'm here to advocate for a complete, culturally relevant, and responsive curriculum for all students. We cannot deny Virginia students in 2022 what I and many of us adults were missing in our own public education. Our kids deserve it and can handle it. Our kids are brilliant. Yesterday, I drove 30 miles to a building in a small business complex in Waynesboro to volunteer at a special place called Rise. In this building, young children ranging from 4 to 14 entered after a full day of attending public school so they could participate in enriching programming such as literacy, math, public speaking, and hearing from local leaders. The majority of the children in the program are striving Black scholars. I and other white or non-Black families bring their children too. Rise is a space of high expectations, love, support, and excellence. Families choose to bring their children to Rise because their children will be nourished and called forth as leaders in this community. Rise scholars are encouraged to see themselves as cherished individuals with a promise for stepping into their greatness. I share about Rise because it's unique and intentional. I imagine a school where students feel like they belong and learning is inspiring. I urge you to consider the importance of moving forward with the standards with greatest emphasis on history being taught in a complete, culturally relevant, and responsive way. I know 2 years have already been invested in reviewing, editing, and refining the curriculum with many experts and the public in a range of fields. I urge you not to give in to fear that often perpetuates these systems that maintain a 47% passing rate for Black students in history and social studies in Virginia. In closing, I want to redirect your attention to the public statement unanimously adopted by the Virginia Board of Education in June 2020. The board remains committed to making good on the promise of a high-quality education for every child by eliminating racial and socioeconomic inequities in Virginia's public education system. It goes on to say the Virginia Board of Education is committed to ensuring that Virginia students learn and understand the complex and often untold history of Black Americans in Virginia and our nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Muscat, followed by Nicole Kent.
Thank you. I'm Susan Muscat, president of Pro Family Women. Pro Family Women strongly supports Governor Youngkin's revised model policies of dealing with transgender issues in Virginia schools. The previous 2021 model policies sanctioned the dividing of children against their parents and infringed on parental rights. It even went so far as to openly instruct schools on how to keep a child's parents in the dark. When one considers the influence of the internet and peer contagion, it is alarming that the previous 2021 model policies issued under the Northam administration allowed students themselves to be the arbiters of their identity at school, regardless of maturity and most likely lacking full knowledge of what they were doing. Students could call the shots. They could announce their new identity without any substantiating evidence. They could choose which pronouns they wanted to be addressed by. They could enter the corresponding locker room, and all without the student's parents' knowledge if the student so requested. The previous 2021 model policies went so far as to instruct school divisions that they may develop a plan whereby personnel use the student's legal name and sex-related pronouns when communicating with the student's parents, but address the student with a different name and pronouns at school. Policies which drive a wedge between a child's relationship with his or her parents, causing alienation, are not in the best interests of any children, much less children who are expressing a new and rapid onset of gender dysphoria. In contrast, the newly proposed 2022 model policies protect parental rights by requiring the common sense approach of a written instruction from a parent if a child wants to be addressed by a new name and pronouns. Counseling regarding gender dysphoria cannot take place without notifying the child's parents and giving the parents an opportunity to be involved. Pro Family Women further appreciates that the 2022 model policies do not compel school personnel and students to address students using language that violates their constitutional rights, and that the use of locker rooms and overnight travel accommodations shall be based on biological sex, except as required by federal law. Governor Youngkin's 2022 model policies are a common sense approach. They call for compassion, reasonable accommodations, protect all students, and ensure that parents are informed.
Thank you. Nicole Kent. Nicole Kent, followed by Dr. Todd Gathje. I apologize for some of these pronunciations.
Very hard to hear you.
I'll try to do better. Thanks.
Good morning, VDOE board members. My name is Nicole Kent from Spotsylvania County, and I am a former educator in Spotsylvania County, and currently I'm a substitute teacher in Spotsylvania and an active supporter of public education in Spotsylvania. My most important job is being a mother to my children who attend middle and high school in Spotsylvania, and I'm here today for many reasons, but mostly to share my concerns with you for my son and daughter's education. At the meeting in August, you guys gave our county hope that someone would swoop down and save the day for all that's going wrong within our school board and how that is affecting our students, teachers, and staff. We wrote letters, we emailed letters, we sent you a lot of supporting data to let you know that Mark Taylor was the wrong choice for our superintendent. You all know full well about the issues that we've been dealing with in Spotsylvania this year. Our teachers are so fearful of losing their jobs when they exercise their First Amendment rights. I've built relationships with them to be their voice at our board meetings. I'm here today to let you know that in September you failed us. And I'm fully aware of how elections truly matter. And while my eyes were open, your decision brought more awareness to our parents throughout Spotsylvania. But what are we supposed to do until next November? Our children's education is at stake, and you just have to say it's a local issue and we can't get involved. But wait, this past weekend, thanks to the FOIA request, we found out that some people in the Department of Education did help. This information shows conversations starting in May that indicate a desire by the chairman to hire a person with no educational background, John Russell, a senior advisor to Mrs. Ballo, and Mrs. Schultz was instrumental in assisting in moving Mr. Taylor through the licensing process, including setting up meetings with Mrs. Ballo, telling Mr. Twigg how he should word things to not sound like they are trying to bypass any hiring requirements, that they all needed was a signed letter to get Mr. Taylor's name on the list for licensure. Just so wrong. And personally sending a letter to Mrs. Ballo and the director of licensure. These are also confirmed that this letter was personally placed in the pile of applicants for the license by the chief of staff, Dickie Shaner, on Mr. Russell's request. If you haven't seen Mr. Russell around much since this summer, that would be because he was hired by our school board in August in a 4-3 vote as our new manager of public relations. A job was created the same night he was hired that pays over $100,000 a year. Obviously, this is just a summary of what we have discovered here. All of this was happening right under your noses, and I'm hard-pressed to believe when you heard many voices in opposition to this hiring and the way you handled it, you weren't aware of some of what was happening here. You based your decisions on your belief that it isn't the State Board of Education's job to get involved at the local level, yet many people in the office assisted in making this happen, and one of them got a pretty big pay increase. You have put our children's education in jeopardy by not taking the upper hand in this serious situation. Our school board lawyer quit because the shenanigans have gone too far. Our deputies will no longer provide security. We desperately need your support in our county because I'm very concerned we'll have no one left to teach our children in Spotsylvania. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Todd Gathje, followed by Greg Dowell.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Superintendent Balo. I am Dr. Todd Gathje, Director of Government Relations for the Family Foundation. And this morning, I would like to convey our support for the department's revised model policies on the privacy, dignity, and respect for students and parents. And I am quite aware that these policies do not fall within the purview of the board. The law is perfectly clear. The department is responsible for these policies. But there is a dangerous theme developing that parents' rights don't matter, that needs to be rejected. And here's an example. Among the public comments that have been posted, one middle school teacher said this: the point of middle school is exploration, whether it's exploring content or their own identities. They should be able to have a safe environment to be able to explore. And if they don't have that environment at home, then it's my job to provide that safety in the classroom. And that's a public school teacher admitting to undermining parental rights and their values. So here are some statement of facts that are desperately needed in this conversation. Science is clear. There are two biological sexes, male and female. Gender identities so popular today are not biological sexes. Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972, which forbids discrimination on the basis of sex by educational institutions, still permits the separation of students by sex in sleeping quarters, bathrooms, locker rooms, and shower facilities. Article 1, Section 11 of the Virginia State Constitution, in part states that the mere separation of sexes shall not be considered discrimination. Virginia law provides that a parent has a fundamental right to make decisions concerning the upbringing, education, and care of their parent's child. And the U.S. courts have on numerous occasions reaffirmed the rights of parents. Troxel versus Granville in 2020. The liberty interest of parents in the care, custody, and control of their children is perhaps the oldest of the fundamental liberty interests recognized by the court. Prince versus Massachusetts in 1944. The custody, care, and nurture of the child reside first in the parents. Parham v. JR in 1979. Simply because the decision of a parent is not agreeable to a child or because it involves risks does not automatically transfer the power to make that decision from the parents to some agency or officer of the state. The department's revised model policies adhere to these fundamental principles, comply with current state and federal law, and follow court rulings reaffirming the fundamental rights of parents to direct the education and upbringing of their child, all of which I've highlighted in these statement of facts. We cannot afford to allow schools, school personnel to use gender ideology as a wedge between parents and their children. I respectfully urge the board, as you carry out your specific duties under the law, to respect the primacy of parents regarding their child's education and well-being. Thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you. Greg Dowell. Greg Dowell, followed by Olwen Heron.
Thank you. Good morning, President Gecker, members of the board, and Superintendent Ballo. My name is Greg Dowell, and I currently serve as school board chair of the Williamsburg-James City County School Board in James City County, Virginia. I'm here to speak on agenda item I. In the current Virginia accreditation system, a newer school with less than 3 years of historical data is unable to benefit from opportunities provided to all other schools in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Clearly defining the current accreditation system, established schools have the opportunity to meet accreditation using a cumulative 3-year average. James Blair Middle School is not afforded this same opportunity because it has only 2 years of data. Under the current system, if a school has been designated accredited for 3 years consecutive, the school is automatically accredited for another 3 years, regardless of the current year's outcomes. This year, 136 schools benefited from this waiver and are deemed fully accredited. Of note, 85 of those schools performed below the level of James Blair Middle School, as Dr. Heron here, our school superintendent, will reference later this morning. The superintendent and I would not be here standing before you, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. We wouldn't be here today if James Blair Middle School teachers had not gone beyond and above last year. They met all school quality indicators except in 2 subgroups. Of note, in one of those subgroups, students with disabilities in mathematics, staff reduced the failure rate. They reduced the failure rate by 19.5% from the previous year. James Blair Middle, like other new schools, is not afforded the opportunity to use 3 years of data simply because it does not have 3 years of data. This morning, we would respectfully recommend your consideration of a change to the accountability process that is fairer to newer schools like James Blair Middle School. Thank you sincerely very much for the opportunity to be here and be heard this morning. Thank you.
Thanks for being with us. Dr. Heron, followed by Gwen Hartinger.
Good morning, President Gecker, members of the board, and Superintendent Ballo. My name is Olwen Heron, and I serve as superintendent of Williamsburg-James City County Public Schools. I'm also here to speak on agenda item I. As stated by Mr. Dowell, in the current Virginia accreditation system, a newer school with less than 3 years of historical data is unable to benefit from opportunities provided to all other schools in the Commonwealth. In the current system this year, 136 accredited schools were granted triennial waivers. 85 of those schools performed academically below James Blair Middle School in the All Students Performance Indicator for both reading and mathematics. 28 schools had a level 3 in the English Achievement Gap, 35 schools had a level 3 in the Math Achievement Gap, 74 schools had a level 3 in Science Performance, 12 schools have 4 or more academic level 3 indicators. All of these fully accredited schools would have been identified as accredited with conditions if the 3-year waiver did not exist. Established schools also have the opportunity to meet accreditation using a cumulative 3-year average. James Blair Middle School is not afforded this same opportunity because it has only 2 years of data. Therefore, we respectfully ask the board to give due consideration to newer schools like James Blair. Without 3 years of historical data, they are ineligible for the triennial waiver and the cumulative 3-year average. From our understanding, there are only 4 other schools in the Commonwealth that are in the same position as James Blair, and we believe they need due consideration as well. James Blair Middle, like other newer schools, is unintentionally penalized. Today, we are not asking for James Blair to be designated fully accredited, but rather we most respectfully ask in response to this appeal that accreditation is waived for James Blair and all other schools with less than 3 years of data. Finally, I want to thank Superintendent Belo for working so well with us, and Dr. Loving Ryder and the Department of Accountability staff for assisting us as we move through the appeal process. We truly appreciate their expertise and professionalism. We recognize the staff at James Blair needs to continue their hard work, and we are committed to that in collaboration with the Office of School Quality. We respectfully this morning ask that you consider this inequity in the system for new schools and make what seems like a fair and positive change. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address the Board of Education today, and thank you for all that you do for our students.
Yeah, thank you. Gwen Hardinger, followed by Morgan Meadows.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Let's actually hear from a trans person about these proposed new guidelines. Might be nice. So I'm here as a citizen to speak my dissent to the newly proposed Department of Education guidelines that Governor Youngkin has put forward. These new guidelines are extremely dangerous for queer youth and will directly put them in harm's way. Let me start by saying we are all biased. We are limited by our personal experiences and the small scopes of our lives. Because of this, when making broad policy decisions, we must rely on empirical data to inform our decisions. There are several facts we can establish using this empirical data. Fact 1, LGBTQ+ youth and adults are a vulnerable population at risk for discrimination, hate crimes, violence, and suicide. A key statistic here is that 28% of LGBTQ+ youth have reported homelessness or housing instability at some point in their lives. I have friends who were denied a home by their families because they are queer. Fact 2, LGBTQ+ youth and adults have better mental health outcomes when they are supported and affirmed. The Trevor Project found that, quote, trans and non-binary youth have reported having their pronouns respected by all or most of the people in their lives, attempted suicide at half the rate of those who did not have their pronouns respected. Glenn Youngkin does not care about the outcomes for trans and non-binary youth. That is why he will go on Fox News and insist that parents have to be involved in this process, and will say nothing about the disproportionate rates queer kids experience homelessness. He says trust your parents, knowing full well that many of those parents will make their children homeless for being queer. If you, the Virginia Department of Education, enacts these new policies and refuses to respect queer youth, refuses to protect and affirm them, then the Virginia Department of Education is not worthy of respect. If you are not willing to defend vulnerable children, then you have no honor. If you enact these policies, children will die. Myself and other queer people like me will not stop doing all we can to defend queer youth. I will end with a quote from one of my favorite poems, The Battle of Malden. This is from the Tolkien translation. Will shall be the sterner, heart the bolder, spirit the greater, as our strength lessens. Thank you.
Thank you. Morgan Meadows, followed by Tony Torres.
Good morning. My name is Morgan Meadows. This is my 8th year as a school counselor in Henrico County Public Schools. I'm also a doctoral student at VCU getting my PhD in counselor education and supervision. My research focuses specifically on the experiences of LGBTQ students and how educators can effectively support them in schools. You're going to probably hear some today about the impacts of these new model policies on the mental health of transgender students, but I'm going to focus on a different concern that might align a little bit more with what you talked about earlier, and that's school accreditation. Specifically for high schools, school accreditation is based on several categories, including the Graduation and Completion Index, dropout rate, and chronic absenteeism. These new model policies will directly and negatively impact LGBTQ students' ability to meet these criteria and therefore their school's accreditation. Trans youth in particular are 6 times more likely to miss school, and a third of surveyed LGBTQ students missed at least an entire day of school in the last month, all because they felt unsafe. If you want to address chronic absenteeism in schools, addressing the reasons that LGBTQ youth feel unsafe in school is imperative. Creating more reasons for them to feel unsafe, for example, by allowing teachers to misgender and misname them, is only going to exacerbate school avoidance and increase absenteeism. Even when they are present, queer students are not effectively supported. 40% of surveyed LGBTQ students avoid PE because they feel unsafe and uncomfortable, despite the fact that 2 credits of health and PE are required for graduation. Of LGBTQ students who are considering dropping out of school, they cite 2 significant factors related to this decision. One is academic issues, and the other is hostile school climate, including issues with harassment, unsupported peers and educators, and gendered school policies and practices. When a queer student comes to my office and says they want to get their GED because they just cannot stand being here anymore, which has happened on multiple occasions, I do what is best for them. A GED doesn't count as a full graduation point, though, and a school environment that is so unsafe that they want to get their GED rather than stay long enough to graduate perpetuates lower scores on the Graduation and Completion Index. When a student comes to my office to talk about trying to make it to graduation, but they cannot share with me that part of their struggle is transphobic bullying because they're afraid I'm now going to be required to call and tell their parents why they're being bullied, I cannot effectively support their success. These policies harm students and they do not set them up to be successful. We made significant progress last year with the 2021 model policies, which were evidence-based, unlike the new ones. Every decision I make in my building, I do so by answering the question, what is in the best interest of my student? Adhering to these policies is not in the best interest of my students. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony Torres, followed by Carla Keys. Tony Torres. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good
I
morning.
reside in Fairfax County. I'm a mental health professional. I've worked in community health for 8 years, and this time has included crisis work with trans youth and adults. I'm here to advocate for trans students and in support of other professionals who practice from an evidence-based approach, and as such will be ethically obligated to violate this policy. You might be waiting for me to cite the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Psychological Association, the American Psychiatric Association, all the APAs, and professional literature all supporting transgender affirming environments for students, but I'm not going to do that. I have an investment in this issue as a professional, but also as a trans person. Trans is within the spectrum of human diversity. Trans is beautiful, it's normal, and I knew my trans beauty at the age of 5. Yet people don't talk about trans joy. We talk about high rates of suicide, poor health outcomes, poverty, violence, death. I'm here to remind you, dysphoria is not disorder. It is the result of living in a world that is trying to crush your spirit. I had no chance for health or happiness because my whole world told me that being trans is detestable and pathological. 5 years old and already marked as other. This is the kind of other that places children at risk for sexual violence, depression, homelessness, and suicide. This policy asks professionals and educators to deny an already vulnerable group their basic dignity. We are talking about basic dignity. A childhood without basic dignity is living in a perpetually altered and unsafe reality. To be told, we care about you, and we deny yourself. It's a dangerous message. It was a reality that as a child, I hope I could someday escape. I fantasized about death every day of my adolescence, because at that age, that was the only choice I could imagine for myself. At 22, I was hospitalized for attempting to end my life. This is why I work in mental health. It took 10 years of building my family outside of my family to heal and find joy and arrive at a place where most days I feel life is worth living. Had there been an affirming adult in my life, I could have had stability and safety. I would have had a different story. We don't need to go backwards. We don't need to do this to children. I oppose this policy because following this proposed policy will lead to suffering, attempts at suicide, death, homelessness, violence. I'm not speaking in hypotheticals. I'm standing in front of you. This is real. You will be hurting real people.
Thank you. Carla Keys, followed by Jennifer Evans. Good morning.
My name is Carla Pratt Keys. I'm the pastor of Ginter Park Presbyterian Church here in Richmond. I'm speaking against the proposed 2022 model policies, shouting into the wind, perhaps. But I speak against these policies because I believe they would inadvertently undermine and endanger children who consider themselves to be non-binary or transgender. One of the things I've had to come to terms with in my ministry is how much harm the Christian church has done to the queer community. It was in church I learned that homosexuality was a sin. It was in church I learned that God created humans, male and female, different as night and day, right? Without all the complexity of dawn and twilight and dusk. So clear was my belief in the perversion of homosexuality and the distinctness of gender. If I had felt attracted to other women as a teenager, or if I had wanted to wear men's clothing or whatever, I would not have told a soul. I knew such yearnings were wrong. I believed such behavior was shameful. That is the problem with the beliefs so many churches have taught through the years. Those beliefs can lead to judgment and shame and hiding. I am standing here because I have learned to see differently, learned in the church, actually. I have come to believe, as many Christians believe, in God's unswerving, unconditional love for all kinds of people. I have come to believe, as many Christians believe, that the beauty and complexity of God is reflected in the full spectrum of humanity, including the spectrum of queerness. I have learned to celebrate a world in which children can explore their identities, express themselves, ask for what they need, and be appreciated for who they are, even when what they're feeling and wanting does not conform to our expectations around gender or sexuality. As a parent and a pastor, I want our schools to be those kinds of safe, celebratory places. Of course, I also want every home and every family to be that safe and celebratory. I feel certain that's what we all want for ourselves and for our children. The tragic reality with this, as with so many things, is that we are not there yet. Too many people have been shaped as I was shaped. There is still too much judgment and shame, especially around all it means to be transgender and non-binary. If children have not spoken with their parents about their non-conforming gender, they probably have good reasons for having avoided that conversation. And for the government and school system to force that conversation may endanger the child. One day, I have faith, things will be different. Until then, we must do what we can to keep our children safe. So I urge you to vote against these proposed model policies.
Thank you. Jennifer Evans, followed by Amy Morris.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Evans, and I live in Fredericksburg, Virginia. I am a parent and a teacher. My younger child is non-binary. I am here to oppose the 2022 model policies based on my experience in raising a non-binary child and being a teacher for over 20 years. When my child told me that they identify as non-binary, I did not understand what this meant. I had never met a person who openly identified as non-binary. However, as a Christian and as a parent, I wanted to love my child completely and unconditionally. I had to learn how to do that. I had to learn quickly because my child had suffered from depression and anxiety since puberty began. In middle school, they saw a counselor, but continued to have problems in attending school. When they told us that they sometimes thought about hurting themselves, we got more help. The love of a mother and a supportive family is not enough. A child spends more time at school than with their family from the ages of 6 to 18. When we told their school that Zen was non-binary, the administrators changed course rosters to correct their name and preferred pronouns, and immediately adjusted the school bathroom policies so that Zen could feel safe. While their mental health issues are not fully resolved, they are much happier and better able to focus on their academic goals, which include going to college next year. Unfortunately, as a high school teacher, I also know that not all children are raised in families that support their identities. I'm currently teaching a child whose parents do not support their identity or pronouns. I have seen the unnecessary stress and burden that puts on the child. If they didn't have a safe place to fully be themselves at school with supportive teachers, then their mental health issues, which kept them from even coming to school before they came out to us, would return. Some kids are safer being their fully authentic selves at school. So I again ask that you reject the 2022 model policies, which would limit the privacy, dignity, and respect of all trans students in Virginia schools. My Christian faith teaches me that Jesus would want us to care for the least fortunate of our children. Transgender and non-binary students are the most vulnerable to discrimination and mental health trauma in our schools. I have seen this vulnerability in my own child and in my students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Amy Morris, followed by Greg Anderson. Good morning.
Good morning. I want to thank the Virginia Department of Education for the opportunity to be here with you today. My name is Amy Morris, and I am a parent to 2 young children in Virginia public schools. Additionally, I'm speaking on behalf of Hill City Pride in Lynchburg, Virginia. Having worked to bring a Pride Fest to our area for the last 3 years, I have a great appreciation for what it means to have safe public spaces in which to be your authentic self. In this spirit, I strongly oppose the 2022 model policies on the privacy, dignity, and respect for all students and parents in Virginia's public schools. Privacy, dignity, and respect means using a student's correct pronouns, addressing them by their chosen names. It means letting children be themselves. This does not mean undermining students by requiring parents and caregivers to fill out unnecessary documentation. This does not mean requiring teachers to out students to their parents or caregivers where their home situation could become very unsafe as a result. This does not mean restricting trans and non-binary students' ability to do something as simple as use the bathroom. As a parent, any child not feeling safe at school matters to me, and I believe it matters to all of you. This newly proposed policy is unacceptable, and I'm here to stand with trans and non-binary students who do not need anyone's permission to be themselves. Those students are not the problem. These 2022 policies, which would inflict harm and potential harassment on children, are the problem. The 2021 model policies, which were developed with input from community partners who serve the trans and non-binary community and follow best practices, should be adopted by all school boards. I firmly reject this 2022 policy and ask that you truly reflect on the harm that this policy would indeed cause one of our most vulnerable populations. Please put the safety of our students before all else and let them learn and thrive in a safe public school environment. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Greg Anderson, followed by Christy Black. Good morning.
Good morning. President Gecker, Vice President Mann, members of the board, Superintendent Belo, good morning. I'm a Virginian, a former school board member. Most importantly, I'm a parent, and I'm here to urge you not to adopt these draft 22 model policies. We've all had the experience of not fitting in some way or another. Maybe we weren't the popular kids or the sporty kids or the fashionable kids or whatever. But what if it went a lot deeper than that? What if what you didn't fit with was you? With the sex you were born with the name that your family gave you. For thousands of Virginia students and about 1.6 million Americans over the age of 13, that's a fact of their lives. One of those is my child. They're non-binary, and they came out to us early in high school. I knew they had something on their mind. You can tell when your kid has something on their mind. So I said, let's take a walk. They wanted to talk, and they were struggling to get the words out, but they eventually told me. And I reassured them we love them, period, and we support them, period. They were relieved, but they weren't surprised because they knew they were safe with us. Far too many children are not safe at home. Over 1.3 million children were victims of abuse or neglect nationwide in 2019, and in 78% of cases, the parents were the abusers. As horrible as that is, and it is horrible, transgender youth are nearly twice as likely to suffer psychological abuse as their cisgender peers. And there's more. In 2019, 6% of heterosexual high school students surveyed reported attempting suicide in the previous year. That's terrifying. For lesbian, gay, or bisexual high school students, that 6% turns to 24%. And while all that is horrible, for transgender youth, 56% surveyed have attempted suicide at least once. Far too many children are abused by those who should care for them. Suicide and self-harm already take far too many of our youth. And both of these are horrible. Both of them are worse for transgender youth. The draft policies will harm children you have a duty to protect. More students will feel they have no place they belong. More students will be abused or neglected by those who should care for them. And more students will harm themselves or worse. These are actual real harms to actual real people. People like my child and 300,000 other American teenagers and thousands of Virginia students. I urge you to reject these draft model policies and protect the thousands of transgender students in Virginia public schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Christy Black, followed by Caitlin O'Brien. Good morning.
Good morning, school board. My name is Caitlin O'Brien. I am a transgender woman from Newport News, Virginia, and I'm here to speak in adamant opposition to the proposed draft model policies released this year for the harm it will cause to transgender and gender nonconforming children. The proponents of this policy would have us understand that it is about parental rights, because apparently parents must be informed of their children expressing any gender nonconformity, almost as if high rates of abuse by parents aren't heavily documented in response to this. In spite of being raised in a generally loving family who better understands me now, the life that I have been happily living now for several years, in my own childhood, I still remember the screaming of my older siblings as I was thrashed severely with a belt at the age of 6. It destroyed my trust in adults regarding this inherent part of myself. If you haven't realized yet, being transgender was not something that could be beaten out of me, but that experience at 6 was not the end of my trauma related to having a sense of no one whom I could even speak to about it. When I was 13, I bought clothing at a local mall. I was seen by an older person involved in my scout troop who used it to intimidate me on a camping trip, silence me, and molested me. I did not feel I could safely discuss feelings about my gender with any adults, and that was used to victimize me further. The further social isolation that this causes creates for gender nonconforming children from safe adults like guidance counselors, for fear of being outed makes them more vulnerable to predation and grooming, not less so. It is important to safety that children have someone whom they can actually confide in, but a lot of people frankly do not care about the safety of trans children, who they constantly imply as young children would take on social stigma and use feminine expression just to prey on girls. Such assertions that are not in keeping with statistics, and yet on the other hand, transgender children are regularly preyed upon all the time by an adult population which not only lacks understanding, but constantly spreads fear and hatred through regular vilification in the media. Not everyone who says, quote, "I've done my research," end quote, as a subject matter expert when contradicting wide consensuses based on peer-reviewed studies from psychologists, sociologists, neurobiologists, endocrinologists, and pediatricians regarding ethical and safe policy in relation to transgender people in this country. And no one outside of any association within our community has any clue the trauma that I went through, or that other transgender and gender nonconforming children will continue to be exposed to, for how this policy will socially isolate them. I oppose this policy in the strongest terms.
Okay, Christy Black. Patty Smith, followed by Teresa Elmore.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Patty Smith. I live in Chester, Virginia with my wife. I am an educator with 37 years of teaching experience from elementary school through college. For the past 17 years, I've been teaching at the Appomattox Regional Governor's School in Petersburg, where I'm also the chair of the English department and advisor to our school's GSA. I'm a member of the governor's LGBTQ advisory board, but I'm here today neither as a representative of my school or of the board. I'm here as a concerned educator to speak out against Governor Youngkin's new policies released on September 16th, and in support of the 2021 model policies for the treatment of transgender students in public schools, a policy that was created with significant stakeholder input, as well as best practices dealing with LGBTQ youth. As educators, we are called on to teach all students, not only the ones who look like us or who believe what we believe. According to GLSEN's 2021 National School Climate Report, LGBTQ students report feeling lower levels of belonging to their school community, performed poorer academically, and were nearly twice as likely to report that they did not plan to pursue post-secondary education. Is this the scenario that we as educators want to encourage? As a teacher who has worked with thousands of young people, helping them negotiate the challenges of being in schools that don't always affirm their identity, I have seen firsthand the struggles that LGBTQ kids face. Did you know that such kids are 4 times more likely to attempt suicide than their peers, and that factor increases for trans and non-binary youth, and even more so for trans and non-binary youth of color? However, these rates are significantly reduced if youth have LGBTQ affirming places such as school. Did you know that asking schools and teachers to report students who aren't yet ready to come out to their families creates tremendous anxiety for these students, many of whom feel safe only when they are at school, something that became particularly evident during COVID lockdown. Imagine trying to do your best academically while also trying to hide your identity. Caring for LGBTQ students doesn't have to be a partisan issue either. In 1992, under a Republican governor, Massachusetts established the Governor's Commission for LGBTQ Youth, which also runs the state's Safe Schools program. For the past 30 years, this commission has actively reduced inequities facing LGBTQ youth, especially in schools. We could do the same. Instead of putting trans and non-binary students at greater risk for depression and serious mental health, instead of giving the message to trans and non-binary students that we don't care enough about them to ensure their safety in school, we could create the kinds of schools we all could be proud of, where every student thrives and grows into the person they are meant to be. Please reject Governor Youngkin's policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Elmore, followed by Willow, I'm going to mispronounce this, Woike. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Teresa Elmore, and I'm a fourth-year medical student at VCU School of Medicine. I'm here to read a letter of opposition to the 2022 educational policies that have been proposed. This letter has been signed by 936 healthcare professionals in community practice and at every academic medical institution in Virginia. Dear members of the Virginia Board of Education, we, the undersigned 936 individuals, are healthcare professionals who take care of Virginia's children and families, dedicating our lives to serving you and your children in your greatest moments of need. Rooted in our tenets of healing, beneficence, and self-determination, we are called to advocate for the transgender and gender diverse youth for whom we care, who will be irreparably harmed if the proposed 2022 model policies come into fruition. Affirming a child's gender identity, whether at home, at the doctor's, or in school, is crucial to the child's health and well-being. We know the statistics, that in 2021, over half of all transgender and gender diverse youth considered killing themselves, and 1 in 5 attempted suicide. But for us, these statistics are more than numbers. They are the names and faces and memories of children we've met and cared for. In their moments of hopelessness, we find hope together, knowing that when a child's identity and pronouns are honored, their suicidality lessens. Unfortunately, the aforementioned proposed school policy enacts dangerous barriers to the safety of transgender and gender diverse children. First, in mandating schools to inform unsupportive parents of their child's identity, this policy obliterates the one affirming space a child may have and increases the risk of suicide and abuse by unnecessarily provoking parental hostility and rejection. Additionally, it bans any measure to affirm a child's identity without written parental instruction. This extraordinarily harmful mandate has no legal basis. The referenced U.S. Supreme Court cases refer to matters of familial visitation and the right to withdraw from public school, not a parent's right to deny their child's identity and access to critical health services, such as gender counseling. In fact, this proposed policy eliminates every effort in its predecessor to create a nurturing and supportive environment, apathetic to the psychological and physical consequences to our transgender and gender diverse youth. This policy claims that all students have the right to attend school in an environment free from discrimination, harassment, or bullying, yet persecutes children by denying them their identity. Any policy that directs teachers and staff to mistreat their students in this way is discriminatory at best and deadly at worst. As Virginia healthcare workers, we are the ones who see children in emergency departments when they decide their lives aren't worth living anymore, when their pain manifests as seizures, psychosis, or debilitating pain. When we say this proposed policy will devastate our children's safety, we know from witnessing ourselves. This policy will negatively impact the health and well-being of our children, leading to higher rates of suicide and self-harm, and we demand this proposal be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Willow Woike, and again, apologize for the pronunciation. Nancy Kunkel, followed by Ashley Borders. And before the speaker comes to the podium, let me just remind the audience that, we've had a number of speakers refer to approval by the board. This matter is not going to come before this board. This item the final policies were specifically delegated to the Department of Education, which is not this board, by the General Assembly, and so they developed the model guidelines. The board at this point has absolutely no say in those model guidelines to approve or not approve. I just don't want, that is not to discourage input. It is, however, to try to make it clear that if you want to be on the official record, the regulatory town hall is the place to do that. This will not end up there. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Nancy Kunkel.
I am mother to 4 graduates of Virginia Public Schools, 3 daughters and 1 son. One of my daughters is transgender. Like probably many of you, I never imagined I would have a transgender child, but I am grateful for her courage and that she is still alive. I live with the constant fear of losing my trans daughter to suicide or other violence. She lives in fear she will be shamed, denied health care, physically attacked, or murdered just for being herself. Trans kids have the same inalienable rights as everyone. My trans daughter and others like her pose no legitimate threat to other children. I want to see all children have the same chance to thrive, and that requires treating all children with dignity and respect. If we accept oppression of trans kids in the guise of so-called parental rights, leaving aside the fact that they violate the parental rights of trans kids' parents, we also open the door to oppression of many kinds of people who can be scapegoated in a similar fashion. As a Christian, I believe we are all members of the same human family. I pray that our shared humanity spurs the Virginia Department of Education to show empathy and compassion, as well as follow best practices in the treatment of transgender children by rejecting the harmful draft policy. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Ashley Borders, followed by Sabrina Sergel. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, members of the Virginia Board of Education. My name is Ashley Borders. I live in Hanover County, and I'm here this morning to ask that the newly proposed draft model policies be rescinded. I'm a mom of 2 students in Hanover County Public Schools. I'm also a licensed clinical social worker in Virginia. The issue of LGBTQ plus rights and equity is important to me and has been for quite some time. I have a transgender nephew, and my children have friends who are transgender. There seems to be a fear that if transgender students are allowed to use facilities that don't match their biological sex, that this will open the door to sexual predators being allowed into such facilities. Sadly, atrocious events like what occurred in Loudoun County are too often politicized, and the facts are grossly misconstrued in an effort to target trans inclusion policies. However, despite what many try to say, there is vast evidence showing that there is not a link between such policies and increased sexual violence. Transgender people have been using facilities such as restrooms and locker rooms consistent with their gender identity for decades without any issue. The Williams Institute, a think tank at UCLA School of Law, did a study which concluded that there's no relationship in the number of crimes occurring in areas that have transgender laws allowing facilities usage. In fact, the average number of restroom incidents was increased in localities without transgender laws. I think we're too often focused on what will happen to those students who are not part of the LGBTQ plus community if these policies are passed, and we aren't focused enough or at all on what happens to the trans and non-binary students when inclusive policies don't exist. Many studies show the direct link between limiting restroom access and harm that occurs to trans students. For example, a 2019 study headed by Harvard School of Public Health found that these youth are more likely to have experienced sexual assault or harassment if they attend a school that does not permit them to use facilities that correspond to their gender identity. I ask you to protect every kid by protecting this marginalized group. Policies that don't support trans youth send a message that those students are not worthy of equitable treatment. As the Virginia Board of Education, please show them that they are valued and that you do not want to put them at risk. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. Sabrina Sergel, followed by Alan Dow. Again, I apologize for mispronunciations. They don't give me a guide.
It's Sergel, but thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sabrina Sergel, and I'm a resident of Charlottesville, a proud public school graduate and first-generation college graduate, and now a second-year law student at University of Virginia School of Law. I am disturbed by the legal as well as moral implications of the Virginia Department of Education's 2022 model policies. Myself, as well as many concerned students and faculty at UVA Law, call on the state government to repeal the 2022 model policies and reinstate the 2021 model policies. This is relevant to the board's discussion on the conditions of public schools, and the board should do whatever it can to eliminate discrimination and protect some of the most vulnerable students in Virginia, trans kids. From the start, the 2022 model policies improperly overstep and go beyond the scope of the Virginia Department of Education's established powers. For instance, limiting participation in athletics based on biological sex is not within the domain of the VDOE. Virginia state law empowers the VDOE to work within 8 realms, but athletics is explicitly excluded from these powers. So this makes one of either two things true. 1, the department knew about the extent of their mandate and deliberately ignored it to encroach on athletics and trans rights, or 2, they didn't know, and so they did not do their due diligence in crafting the new model policies. Either way, these policies are not a great look for the state government, and this deliberate or negligent overreach of power raises questions about why the VDOE wants to discriminate against transgender students, because ultimately these model policies are textbook discrimination. A quick glance at federal and state law will show you that the 2022 model policies are unsound. Take federal law, for instance. The 2022 model policies violate Title IX by requiring dead naming and misgendering, and also by requiring facilities to be restricted by biological sex. This is contrary to the holding of Grimm versus Gloucester County School Board, which analyzed a trans boy's exclusion from the bathroom under Title IX. The Fourth Circuit Court, located right here in Richmond, held that Grimm was discriminated against, treated worse than similarly situated students because he alone could not use the bathroom corresponding with his gender identity. The 2022 model policies simultaneously tell schools to violate the law and also follow it somehow, creating confusion and enabling discrimination. In terms of state law, the 2022 model policies, by relying on this term, biological sex, contradict Virginia's established recognition of gender identity as a protected class through the Virginia Human Rights Act, which prohibits discrimination based on gender identity in places of public accommodation and recognizes gender identity as the gender-related identity with or without regard to the individual's designated sex at birth. Because of these conflicts with state and federal law, know that members of our law school community will be monitoring to make sure that the 2022 model policy's effective date is delayed by 30 days per section 2.24002.1C of the Virginia Code. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Dow, followed by Stephanie Arnold.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to acknowledge the courage of the young people in the room. That's impressive. I am a physician who primarily cares for adults. I'm also the father of a 13 and 15-year-old, neither of whom identifies as transgender. And if you told me 20 years ago that I would be here expressing my opposition to the newly opposed draft model policies, I would be surprised, but here I am. My opposition stems from what I have learned over the past 2 decades as a father and as a physician, and how I've changed about how I think about transgender issues as my life and my career have unfolded. When I was growing up and training as a young doctor at the end of the last century, believe it or not, transgender issues were not something I thought much about. It was not an area we learned about in medical school. I don't recall seeing my first transgender patient until I was a resident at VCU in the emergency department. But medicine and science change, fortunately. And fast forward today, and I have not only patients who are transgender, but also colleagues and friends. More importantly, my children have friends who are transgender, and they are much more fluent in these issues than I am. Frankly, I learn from them. While I still struggle to master the use of correct pronouns, they fluidly integrate aspects of these evolving entities of their peers. There's a lot of talk about kids being threatened by transgender kids. I'll tell you what my daughter is threatened by: AP US History. This is not an issue that she takes as one that is a personal affront to her safety. So I continue to learn from them and continue to be impressed by them and their peers as maybe a better person and a better doctor. I'm not going to reiterate the shocking statistics of how transgender individuals are harmed by lack of acceptance. But this data is mostly new and it's evolving over the past 20 years. What I can tell you is that we definitely see how transgender people are impacted by mental illness, by substance disorders, and by homelessness because of their struggles to be accepted. I see this regularly in the patients I take care of in the hospital. So over the past 20 years, I've evolved as a doctor and as a person, and while professionally I seek to follow the paraphrased Hippocratic oath of first do no harm, I also try to live by the simpler philosophy of first be kind. The newly proposed model policies will harm kids. They will harm them. And the proposed model policies are not kind. As I learned and grown, I hope that all of us can become and learn to grow to become kinder. And I implore you to use what influence you have, and I understand that sounds limited, to help rescind the model policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Arnold. Stephanie Arnold, followed by Andy Waller. No. Andy Waller. Alex Judson, followed by Shannon McKay. Let me just make sure. Can you all hear me okay?
It's hard to hear you.
Here comes somebody.
I don't think the others are here.
Okay.
But my name is Shannon McKay, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak this morning. I realize that my comments are directed to you, Ms. Ballo, because you're going to make the decision on these model policies. I am the executive director and co-founder of He, She, Ze, and We, a statewide nonprofit organization that empowers families on the journey of gender identity through support, education, and advocacy. I'm here to speak with you about these model policies. I want to let you know that just since the beginning of this year, 187 families have reached out to our organization for help. They want to learn how to support their child, and they also have a tremendous need for a community. It is not easy for parents to accept that their child is transgender. It is a very complex journey that no one is excited about in the beginning and no one enters into lightly. Usually acceptance is a slow process because of their fear of how their child will be treated in their community, and they spend most of their time at school. A majority of our families have school-age kids and reach out to learn how to advocate in their schools. And they're not talking about standing up at meetings like this, bearing their personal stories, fighting for the rights of their children to be simply seen and respected. He, She, Ze, and We families in places where the current model policies were adopted are experiencing a whiplash effect, with 1 year having model policies that protect their child, respect their names and pronouns, believe that these children know themselves well, and also have the right to exist. And then suddenly a sneaky announcement on a Friday afternoon implying that those rights will become null and void. The protections for trans students need to be statewide and federally mandated, in my opinion, so that it doesn't matter which zip code you live in, all students, which includes trans and non-binary students, will be protected. In this version of model policies, it states that teachers, students, and administrators have the options to choose whether or not they're going to address children by their preferred name and pronouns based on their own biases and belief systems. This is going to create an unwelcoming environment, practically a license to bully and harass. If this policy puts parents first, it should include parents like me and the parents of He, She, Ze, and We that are trying to speak up about their kids. When trans students are supported, they can thrive and experience a sense of belonging and joy, which is what every parent wants for their child. What brought me into this work is my own child, a trans girl. She has lived 3/4 of her life as the girl she is. She has always felt a need for privacy, though after the governor's announcement of these policies, she felt compelled to speak at her school's walkout. She bared her soul through a bullhorn, standing on the bleachers, bravely sharing her story, and received a huge amount of support from her peers and her school. She also plays volleyball on the high school team, competing with nearby counties, using their bathrooms and locker rooms with her teammates and the opponents without any issues. She has felt so much joy being a part of this team.
a rite of passage, a sense of belonging to something bigger than herself. Trans students should not have to be activists, nor should their parents, to tell their private stories through a bullhorn at school. They should be accepted and respected because trans students are just people deserving love, respect, friendship, dignity, and an education without harassment, and everything that other students get from their learning environment. My child has the support of her whole family, and I cannot imagine that someone at school, just because of their belief system, could be justified to refer to my daughter as he, him. That's just not good enough. And Ms. Ballo, we can do better. Reject these policies.
Okay, thank you. Oliver Lesher. Oliver Lesher, Brianna Diaz.
Good morning. My name is Oliver Lesher, and I am a human. And that's a very important thing to establish here today. Beyond human, I am a transgender student myself who's asking all of you to do everything in your board's power to choose student safety over party politics. Use your policy powers to preserve the principles of the 2021 model policy. Refute the 2022 model policy. I was born and raised right here in Richmond in Chesterfield County, Virginia, 20 minutes south of here, to a working class family. I was a part of the public education system of this state, and I plan on spending the rest of my life dedicated to public education in this state. I created an educational nonprofit last month, the Virginia Collegiate Queer Collective, out of love for Virginia. I ask my state to share that love. I didn't have a choice in my trans identity. I had crippling insecurities and anxieties that were forever changed for the better by my transition. I kept my transition small and secret to myself for a year, and my family found out when I turned 19, and it was just as bad as I thought it would be. My grandmother said that I was condemned to hell, and my dad, my only parent and my best friend, who supported me in all things, physically fought with me and told me to get out of his home. Overnight, I lost everything, my family that I held very, very dear to me, because I was living my life of freedom and love for myself. Because I was revealed as transgender, I lost so much to myself, and at the end of the day, I was a lucky one. When I was thrown out, that was 4 days before I got to move into my dorm room at the University of Virginia. I was lucky. 4 days later, I had somewhere to go. A lot of these other kids don't. At 18 years old, some of them are thrown out onto the streets. How are they supposed to finish high school when they're on the streets? That's what I ask you all today. When you say parent first policies when it comes to transgender students, you're saying child last when it comes to their safety. Transgender children are constantly given up by their families and given to our already overburdened foster care system. They are the victims of a disproportionate amount of bullying and harassment in schools, and they are the victims of politicians they weren't even able to vote for. I'm not asking you to adopt a radical agenda. I'm asking you to do your jobs. Protect these kids from the real dangers they face within their own homes. To educators, let them be safe at school. And to parents, you need to choose what's more important, your child politically agreeing with you or your child dying. If your child is trans, that may be the question you need to ask yourself. To the board, thank you for anything you can do for these issues, for students like me who were both lucky and unlucky in this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Brianna Diaz.
Hello. Okay. Good morning, Virginia Board of Education members and Superintendent Jillian Balo. My name is Brianna Diaz. My pronouns are she and they, and I'm the Policy and Legislative Counsel for the ACLU of Virginia. The ACLU of Virginia respectfully submits this comment in opposition to the proposed 2022 model policies. These model policies are contrary to state law, and their adoption will result in rampant violations of the rights of students, parents, and school personnel, and it will inflict serious harm on transgender and non-binary students, as you have heard from transgender and non-binary students today. ACLU of Virginia demands that this administration retract the 2022 model policies. The Virginia Code authorizes the VDOE to promulgate model policies concerning the treatment of transgender students in public elementary and secondary schools that address common issues regarding transgender students in accordance with evidence-based best practices. Delegate Marcus Simon, one of the law's sponsors, stated that the purposes of the legislation is to ensure the safety and dignity of all students in Virginia, regardless of how they identify or where they live. Schools are critical safe havens for students to express themselves and to grow as human beings. The 2022 model policies will not create a learning environment that is safe for all students. Instead, they will result in school district policies that threaten transgender students' identities and basic humanity, ostracize them, and deprive them of the same opportunities afforded to cisgender students. Courts have long recognized that separating students because of innate characteristics is harmful. The 2022 model policies, again, will inflict such harm on transgender and non-binary students. The 2022 model policies are not evidence-based, and they do not reflect the multidisciplinary consensus around what best practices are necessary to ensure that transgender students have equal access to education in a manner free from discrimination, fear, intimidation, and bullying. The 2022 model policies are premised on the assumption that biological sex is a binary and that one's biological sex can be easily ascertained, but those assumptions are not rooted in science. The 2022 model policies cite no evidence supporting the effectiveness or benefits of any of the proposed policies, nor do they reference any established best practices or recommendations. Virginia Code Section 22.1-23.3 does not authorize the VDOE to promulgate model policies based on this administration's preferred policy outcomes. Rather, the statute requires any model policies to be grounded in the science and data surrounding what practices result in the best outcomes for transgender students. Because the 2022 model policies are not based in evidence, they are contrary to the requirement of the Virginia Code Section 22.1-23.3. In conclusion, the 2022 model policies are contrary to state law. They at best invite and at worst require discrimination that violates state and federal law. Most troublingly, they will lead to school environments that harm transgender and non-binary students. All schools should be safe, welcomed, and included in Virginia's public school. The ACLU of Virginia opposes these model policies in their entirety and demands that the VDOE rescind them immediately and leave the existing 2021 model policies in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Narissa Rahman and Kristen Lennox.
Good morning, Virginia Board of Education. My name is Narissa Rahman. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the Executive Director of Equality Virginia, our Commonwealth's leading statewide LGBTQ+ advocacy organization. I'm here in opposition to the proposed 2022 model policies. More importantly, I'm here in strong support and solidarity with transgender and non-binary students in public schools across the Commonwealth. Many trans and non-binary youth in Virginia, as you've heard here today, have shared their stories publicly, many of which include experiences of harassment, discrimination, and overall mistreatment within their school systems. We know from listening to and living these stories that trans students and their rights are in constant danger across Virginia. I know you have no authority over these policies, but I'm here to ask you to not stay silent as attacks on trans youth continue. The proposed 2022 policies, which received no public input while being drafted and were not developed in accordance with evidence-based best practices, would put trans and non-binary students at risk from harm and discrimination. I get it. The cruelty is the point. The proposed policies would restrict restroom access for transgender and non-binary students. The cruelty is the point. The proposed policies require supportive parents of trans and non-binary students to document writing that their child's gender differs from their sex assigned at birth, a requirement that threatens the health and safety of some students and can create harmful circumstances for trans and non-binary students whose parents are not supportive. Again, the cruelty is the point. Schools are sometimes the only safe place for trans and non-binary youth, but this proposed model policy could force teachers and counselors to disclose confidential records with no regard for whether it put students in harm's way. According to Trevor Project, 60% of queer youth live in homes that are not affirming, but don't listen to that statistics you just heard from all over. Again, the cruelty of this policy is the point. According to GLSEN's 2021 School Climate Survey, which was released 2 days ago, LGBTQ plus students who experience LGBTQ-related discrimination at school were nearly 3 times as likely to have missed school in the past month compared to those who had not, had lower GPAs than their peers who had experienced no discrimination, were more likely to have been disciplined at school, had lower self-esteem and school belonging, and higher levels of depression, and considered dropping out of school. But for a moment, let's imagine a Virginia where we do have student policy protecting trans and non-binary students in place. According to the 2021 School Climate Survey, those in schools with a trans and non-binary student policy or guidelines were less likely to experience anti-LGBTQ discrimination, were less likely to miss school because of feeling unsafe, and were more likely to feel a part of their community. The lives of trans and non-binary youth quite literally depend on access to affirming spaces, since that's where they spend most of their time. Transgender and non-binary students are not going anywhere. The struggles are not hypothetical. They are real, current, and damaging. Trans students are kids just like all other students are, and they deserve to feel as though their needs are equally as important. We need swift action on this issue to protect the well-being of trans and non-binary students. Let's work together to create a better educational experience for all. Again, cruelty doesn't have to be the point.
Thank you. Kristen Lennox, followed by Emily Klein.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Kristen Lennox, and I'm representing Voices for Virginia's Children. Voices for Virginia's Children opposes the proposed changes to the model policies for transgender and non-binary students. We recommend that the Department of Education rescind these proposed changes, and we encourage you, the Board of Education, to recommend rescinding the changes. Our concerns with the proposed policies rest with the mental health of children and young people, the linkage between embracing personal identity and student success, and the impact the proposals would have on our education, health, and child welfare systems in Virginia. Through our work over at Voices, we are extremely fortunate to have the trust of young advocates. We have heard students ask for more mental health support in schools, more trauma-informed trainings available to school staff, and more wraparound supports for students like peer groups, after-school activities, and health and mental health services. We have also heard these student advocates speak candidly about the negative impacts of not feeling a sense of belonging in their schools. Students have reported feelings of low self-esteem, fear, depression and anxiety, even self-harm, suicidal ideation, due to not feeling a sense of safety or belonging in their schools. All students, no matter their identities, should have the capacity to feel safe and brave in their school environments, with a sense of belonging amongst their peers, teachers, and administrators. Voices for Virginia's Children has always strongly encouraged civic engagement and advocacy by students, so we are concerned that efforts to limit expression by trans, non-binary, and gender-expansive students may have a spillover effect into limiting student organizations, such as Gay Straight Alliances or GLSEN chapters, where students can connect with peers and openly explore themes of gender identity and sexual orientation. As advocates with young people across multiple systems, we believe that VDOE's model policies could also impact other child-serving systems that are already stretched too thin and under-resourced. We are concerned that additional stresses in school environments could lead to additional needs in services for mental health and foster care systems. The proposed model policy changes send a message that student identity is not valued and that differences are not welcomed. All children in Virginia deserve a world-class education. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Klein, followed by Melissa Brace.
Good morning. Before my time starts, I just want to say I appreciate y'all's full attention. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I also can appreciate the fact that April Lennox from Chesterfield County is here, as this fully applies to her as well. To quote General Colin Powell, "You can't just have slogans. You can't just have catchy phrases. You have to have an agenda." Governor Youngkin ran on the slogan that parents matter. And yes, parents do matter, but it is unclear if that agenda included parents of students with disabilities. I can say confidently, without a parent fiercely advocating for their children to receive appropriate supports, many would have fallen through the cracks. During the state SEAC meeting, Samantha Hollins gave a new slogan, making government work for Virginia. This makes another great brand and talking point, but it's not the reality of what continues to take place for our families and students with disabilities. Currently, the government is not working for Virginians, it's actively working against them, and you know it. Your own staff has confided that you are aware of the special education system and due process system being broken. But unless we go to the media, these issues will not be addressed by you or the governor. That is not leadership. The same employee expressed fear of termination for continuing to raise my concerns to you. So I ask you and Governor Youngkin, did you have any intention of remedying the system for our children? To again cite General Powell, leadership is solving problems. The day soldiers stop bringing you their problems is the day you have stopped leading them. They have either lost confidence that you can help or concluded that you do not care. Either case is a failure of leadership. Our cries for help have been ignored and avoided. This speaks to the lack of leadership, transparency, and truth. Speaking truth rolls off the tongue with ease. But lies and schemes put forth by the special education department come in pre-drafted emails by Big Law. This is not leadership. We give opportunities for students to attend gifted programs, specialty centers, center-based programs to maximize their opportunity in education. But this is not afforded to students with special needs. Why does Virginia refuse to optimize the education of all students? Our children are pushed out, tossed aside, sent to the back of the bus, and left to be forgotten. School districts use Big Law to hold our children hostage in their school system. This is not leadership, this is cowardice. Samantha Hollins arrogantly explained that COVID funding for improving Tier 1 instruction took priority. To Governor Youngkin, to speak in your terms, our children are not a net loss. They are not a line item on your income statement. I urge you to focus on this need that has been around forever. I urge you to look past your political talking points and take a stand for the students with disabilities. I have lost confidence and believe you do not care. Real leadership would not run from and cover up these problems. I urge you to pay the slightest bit of respect and actually respond to me or have a meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Brace, followed by Megan Jackson.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm Melissa Brace and I live in Spotsylvania County. I'm going to read from my notes. I'm just too nervous. My apologies. But I am here to speak about the corruption and backward dealing that has occurred to hire Mark Taylor as our superintendent. I am an educator, but first and above all, I am a parent. I have 2 children in Spotsylvania County schools. Both of my children are supported by 504s, and my son is on the autism spectrum, which has its own challenges. When I began working in Spotsylvania, when I wanted to begin working in Spotsylvania County, I was a student at Mary Washington's master's program for education. At that time, Spotsylvania did not accept provisional licenses. The goal was to have highly qualified, already established teachers. I went to King George and worked on a provisional because I could not afford, as a new mom of 2 young children, to take a year off to do my student internship. And once I worked a year in King George, I moved to Spotsylvania County Schools, and I've worked there for the last 15 years at the same school. In August and September, you heard from parents, educators, and community members begging you to make the correct choice for our children. You had the opportunity to stand up for the students. You had the opportunity to stand up for your fellow Virginians. Governor Youngkin ran on a platform including supporting parents' rights to be involved in children's education. Why did you not listen to the overwhelming response from parents asking for you to deny his license? Please listen and pay attention to the blatant unethical behavior that members of our board and the staff. January 10th, Dr. Baker was fired without cause as Superintendent of the Year, causing a tsunami of outcries from the public. Everything that followed from this point forward, every action that the new majority of our board took was done to supplant the will of Spotsylvania County's parents. This intention is through a small vocal group who do not support our children's constitutional right to a quality public education. January 24th, Spotsylvania school board member, not our chair or vice chair, Lisa Phelps emailed the state assistant superintendent asking for a meeting. Early in spring, Mr. Twigg argued that we didn't need a search form. All we needed to do was post the application in the newspaper. I wonder why. In April, the board finally hired a recruiting firm, GR Recruiting. On May 5th, Ms. Phelps again emailed the assistant superintendent wanting a meeting. About 3 minutes?
Yep.
3 minutes goes fast. Read the Freelance Star. John Russell and Mr. Twigg had this planned from the beginning. They used your office to get someone in our county that does not have any education experience. You as a board had the opportunity to deny that license, and it's my students, my kids, that are going to suffer because of your decision. Thank you.
Megan Jackson, followed by Yale Levin.
Megan Jackson's not here.
Thank you.
Sorry, 1 second. Good morning. My name is Yelevin, and I'm in Hanover County. People come to our great country precisely because it is the most successful melting pot experiment in human history, because it is truly the land of equal opportunity. Because in this country, we do not hang to death LGBTQ persons or throw them off of rooftops to their death. So if you're going to adopt cultural competency training for educators, then adopt a program that has proven results in the most difficult places in the world, such as Iraq, Sudan, Syria, and other countries steeped in conflict with actual human rights violations, such as Hardwired Global's teacher training program, and the information has been sent to Mrs. Schultz. Mind you, the people in this room that insist that trans rights are human rights are the same people who want to force an experimental vaccine on myself and my children and my friends and their children. They're the same people who still want to see us forced to be in masks. And that leads to my next topic. Some members of this board and those who came before it, if you guys had not allowed harmful anti-Semitic and regressive ideologies such as diversity, equity, and inclusion to permeate our schools for the last 10 plus years, we wouldn't be seeing the sudden increase in youth seeking to become marginalized by joining the LGBTQ ranks. You see, when you spend taxpayer money to train teachers and children to think that fair skin equals oppressor and dark skin equals marginalized, that fair skin equals inherently and irredeemably racist, and dark skin equals insurmountable victimhood, then what choice do our children have? No child, nor any adult for that matter, wants to be called inherently racist, an oppressor, an irredeemably bad human. Children seek approval from their teachers, other adults in their lives, and their peers. Teenagers seek to shock those around them, but also desperately need and want boundaries. You would be blind not to see that the social contagion of transgenderism, as opposed to the true gender dysphoria, which is very real and also very rare, is more prevalent among white, middle, and upper middle class youth. And their parents are also eager to affirm, because if they have a trans child, then they automatically become parents of the marginalized. They and their children now cannot be called oppressors. Never mind the irreversible effects of puberty blockers, cross-gender hormones, and that is without even touching on the body-mutilating surgeries being performed on minors who do not have the cognitive ability to consent. And that brings me to my almost last point. As long as minors cannot get Tylenol or Advil at school without parental consent, they cannot be allowed to transition their gender without informed parental consent. And even when they do get that consent, They do not get to infringe of the rights to privacy of other students. And my last is a message from my transgender friend in Atlanta, who asked Sarah Higdon, who is an outspoken transgender activist, who asked to tell you, hands off of all of our children. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Sheila Fury, followed by Sarah Alley.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sheila Fury. I'm a physician, a psychiatrist with over 25 years of experience treating adults and children. I am the president of the Virginia Medical Freedom Alliance, a group of physicians, healthcare professionals, and concerned citizens working to restore the doctor-patient relationship based on scientific fact and medical ethics. Do no harm. I want to give you some solid medical facts. COVID-19 is a preventable and treatable illness with safe, effective, and low-cost medications. We have been subject to an endless barrage of misinformation by the healthcare cartel and the Virginia Department of Health. Pfizer just acknowledged that the vaccine designed to prevent transmission and contraction of COVID-19 virus does neither. The vaccine that you are promoting for every student and staff member is harming and in some cases killing people all over the state of Virginia. We have athletes dropping dead on soccer, football, and track fields. Children are going to bed and not waking up. The VAERS system, Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, revealed 160 children have been killed by this vaccine. This is a higher death rate than all vaccines in history combined. VAERS also has an underreporting factor of approximately 40. This translates to 6,400 deaths of healthy children. We have a new diagnosis of sudden adult death syndrome. Canadian doctors under 30 are at an 8-fold increase of death. 8 doctors in Toronto have died since August of 2022. The face group Died Suddenly reached 300,000 members before it was taken down. Yet the VDOE and VDH continue to push this experimental jab without informed consent. Informed consent must include death as an outcome. Given the real medical facts and that you have coerced many into getting an experimental jab that is by all standards neither safe nor effective, and is not going to prevent infection or transmission, what actions are you going to take to protect our children? I want you to recall CDC history. From 1932 to 1972, we had the Tuskegee trials in which we injected African-American men with the syphilis virus. And when we had treatment, we did nothing. I recognize also that we continue to experiment on our children. God created man and woman. There are 2 sexes, and each sex is determined at conception. It is not a choice. I recognize that there are people who suffer from gender dysphoria, but it is criminal to teach gender ideology in our schools. The material presented is grooming our children for sexual exploitation. Puberty-blocking hormones are not reversible, and the concept of affirming gender transition is at best affirming a child's desire for self-mutilation or addiction. Children do not have the cognitive capacity to provide informed consent for hormone blocking or enhancing medications or surgical mayhem. I thank you.
Okay, Sarah Alley. Thank you. Melissa Siddiqui. Bless you.
I'd say it's a good morning, but it's not. Here is a pile of evidence stacked against Samantha Hollins just for my 2 children in the past 2 years. This does not cover the other 3 years before we had representation. Couldn't even fit all that stuff in my car. Now, every bit of this is an email form sent to the board, okay? So we're not going to pretend like we don't know who I am the way Samantha Hollins does when I address her in public. This is a manual that is set forth to teach law firms how to work around the federal guidelines that we have in place to protect our children with special needs. Disgusting. This is how we protect our children. We're protecting school districts. Ridiculous. Meaningful versus meaningless IEPs. I've only ever seen a meaningless IEP. Samantha Hollins has several areas that she is supposed to be providing oversight for. Let's go with reading. Number 5, essential components of reading instruction. The term essential components of reading instruction means explicit and systematic instruction in phonemic awareness, phonics, vocabulary development, reading fluency, including oral reading skills, and reading comprehension strategies. My child is still reading and comprehending on a 4th grade level. This is the 5th time I have told you guys that. None of you have reached out to do anything about it, nor has Samantha Hollins. So where's the meaningful? I don't see it. Screening reading assessments. We can't even get our children assessed because in Chesterfield County, we don't recognize dyslexia. That's disgusting. Jump off a bridge if you have that mentality. Our children are dying. We don't have time for this. We don't have time for people to sit with their heads in the sand because people without the money don't have the money to educate our kids. This is called a socialist system, okay? So if I don't have the money to educate my child outside of the FAPE, which is provided for all children, right? It's not, but we say it is, right? So my child is less than on paper. I'm less than on paper. Where does this make sense? Free and appropriate public education for each child. It's supposed to be equal under the law. Diagnostic reading assessment. That's a joke. The term diagnostic reading assessment means an assessment that is valid, reliable, and based on scientifically based reading research. Well, we know Dr. Butnick's report proved that Chesterfield County has not been doing that, and they stand beside that decision. As my child would have had an IEP written for him in 2020 at the discretion of Magistrate Judge David Novak. I'm gonna keep going. They were forced to write an IEP for my child. Now, that IEP was pulled as soon as we were out of settlement agreements. Okay, so that's against the law. Why, when we take this IEP that was drafted to our school division and say, hey, at least on paper, my child has been diagnosed as having severe dyslexia. They go, put him in a general education classroom. We'll evaluate him. That'll take 6 to 9 months so he can kill himself while he's in that classroom. That makes no sense. I pulled him out of 4th grade because he was suicidal. Y'all put him right back there. If I bury a dead child, I swear to God, I will come for every single one of you bastards.
Zoe Aquino, followed by Doris Nick.
I also have copies of the comments for the board. All right. Hello. Good morning, everyone. I really just want to state that my comments are directed at the board and also primarily to the superintendent as the leader of the Department of Education. My name is Zoe Aquino, and I am with Humke Center, a community-based organization with a mission to organize Asian Americans in Virginia for racial, economic, and social justice. We were shocked to learn that the timeline for the SOLs have been delayed once again, and we're even more concerned about the reasons that the superintendent named in the update. First and foremost, teachers and other education advocates have given very vocal feedback throughout this process. The continued delay of the timeline prevents teachers and local school districts from receiving the proper professional development to transition the new standards into the classroom, and the students are the ones who are hurt when this happens. Second, providing a standards document that are demonstrating a foundational understanding of social studies and neutral in content and approach are inherently conflictual and nonsensical. How will key events of our history and society, like slavery and segregation, the Holocaust, forced removal of indigenous tribes, massive resistance, and other such history be presented with a neutral approach? Which content gaps are we focusing on, and how will more voices be included if our histories and concerns are considered too extraneous to be succinct and concise? Humke Center submitted a 13-page document scratching the surface on how to incorporate Asian American and Pacific Islander history throughout Virginia's history and social science standards, both via email and the public comments document forms provided by the Department of Education. If the superintendent truly plans to seek additional input and make edits to the standards, as the first bullet point of the timeline claims, then we expect a full consideration of our comment and demand that the DOE continuously work to include API content, not just every 7 years. If the Fordham Institute can be engaged, then engage with community organizations like us and many others who have been actively trying to engage with you in this process to help fill in content gaps and teach a fuller story of American and Virginian history, in addition to re-engaging with the 200 experts that the Northam administration already worked with nearly 2 years ago at the beginning of this process. Or just be outright and say that the story we're trying to share isn't the story that you think our students should know, because that's honestly the vibe that it's giving. And finally, we are also asking to oppose Governor Youngkin's proposed model policies regarding the treatment of trans and non-binary students. 41% of API LGBTQ youth are not out to at least one parent about their identity, and API trans and non-binary youth reported significantly higher rates of suicide risk compared to cisgender API LGBTQ youth, half of whom seriously considering suicide and more than 1 in 5 reporting a suicide attempt in the last year. My inbox is open and my email address is included on the top of this comment if you or anyone from the DOE would like to respond to me. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and happy Filipino American History Month. Maraming salamat po, or thank you so much. Hope you have a good day.
Thank you. Members of the board, we've been doing this 2 hours. Anybody want to take a break or? Yeah, we're going to go ahead and do 5 minutes. Doris Nick, followed by Monique O'Grady.
Okay. Good morning, board members. I'm here today because yesterday at the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, they unanimously agreed that vaccines for children 5 and up should be available in the United States. And today at 1:20 p.m., they're going to vote on a child immunization schedule. So some of you may not understand the threat that that causes. And I'm going to play a clip for you because I'm not a doctor, but I'm going to play a clip from Dr. Robert Malone. Not sure if you guys know who that is, but he is the inventor of mRNA, the original inventor.
Assert that there is no justification for these vaccines. They are neither safe nor effective. Furthermore, it's now clear that Pfizer did not do the studies. We had known this for a long time, but they have now admitted this in the European Parliament. There were never any studies to demonstrate that the products would actually protect against infection or replication or really spread. Our death or hospitalization and death are increasingly, and increasingly the data are suggesting that products, when administered repeatedly, are associated with increased risk of hospitalization and death.
I know that's probably hard for you to believe. I have family members myself that have been injured by this and refuse to believe that this vaccine caused their injury. However, they were perfectly fine prior to getting the vaccine. You can all make a different choice moving forward. Dr. Malone and Dr. Merrick also were fooled and took the jab, and they have come out and stated that they would not, they encourage people to not do it again, especially pregnant women and children. And VAMFA, the Virginia Medical Freedom Alliance, had invited the governor and state health commissioners and others to come and debate the treatment that Dr. Fury spoke about earlier and to have a debate on these vaccines. And of course, they all denied and were unavailable. They didn't come and they didn't even respond, in fact, because propaganda doesn't like debates. And the truth will come out, and it already has. So I'm going to play another article for you, and I know you're going to want to put your hands over your ears if you've taken this jab, but I'm sorry, I'd like to try and save your life.
On the steps of the Lincoln Memorial back in January in the Stop the Mandates protest, the data at that point was clear that with Omicron, it was the jabs were not protecting against infection, replication, or spread. Of course, as you mentioned, now we know that they were never talking transmission, and yet that was the justification for the lockdowns and a huge economic and psychological damage. We have 5 to 7-year-olds in the United States, not in much of Europe. There's multiple European countries that have blocked the use of this shot for children of any age up to age of adulthood, and there are nations in Europe that have blocked the vaccine completely.
Completely blocked it. I'm not here to ask you to not blindly adopt anything that the CDC recommends today. Healthy children are at 0 risk. This jab is neither safe nor effective. It goes everywhere in the body. It produces toxins, and no one knows how long they last. Please ask healthy questions. Listen to doctors that have no conflict of interest, like the Virginia Medical Freedom Alliance. On the sheet that I've given you, along with the documentations, the realanthonyfaucimovie.com is available for the next 8 days for free. Please do your due diligence and watch that. This book is phenomenal, filled with a ton of studies. So if you still don't believe it, check out the book. And also visit vampa.org to see Dr. Merrick and Dr. Malone speaking here in Virginia at the event we held on Saturday, October 1st. Thank you very much. Please ask healthy questions.
Thank you. Monique O'Grady, followed by Ann Tatus.
Good morning, Superintendent Balo, Mr. President, and members of the board. My name is Monique O'Grady. I'm the proud mom of 3 children from Arlington County who benefited from public Montessori, and I'm also a former member of the school board. I'm very excited to talk to you today about item O, and I want to support the alternative route to licensure application process as a way to ensure that Arlington Public Schools has a strong pipeline for Montessori certified and trained teachers for our almost 50-year public Montessori program. You might ask why? Well, it's because these programs and these classrooms are popular, they create a public-private partnership, and are academically proven. Montessori is popular. Currently, we have almost 800 diverse pre-K through 8th grade students in public Montessori classrooms, with more than 700 students on waitlist for our 17 Montessori primary multi-age classrooms for 3, 4-year-olds, and 5-year-olds, which you guys will know as kindergartners. Arlington's public Montessori program builds a public-private partnership. Parents of 3 and 4-year-olds pay tuition on a sliding scale, with 2/3 of the students coming from families of lesser means. This creates diverse classrooms that give students life skills that will serve them a lifetime. This year's tuition is expected to bring in $1.2 million into the system. Public Montessori in Arlington is academically proven. Arlington's 2016 early childhood evaluation found that pre-K Montessori students actually had better outcomes than our VPI students. And recent data show that APS public Montessori students perform well. They perform well on the Virginia Kindergarten Readiness Profile, and Montessori elementary and middle year students continue to perform well on SOL tests. But here's the problem. We need a better pipeline of Montessori teachers for these classrooms. Most Montessori teachers get Montessori training that is equivalent of a master's degree, but these classes often aren't recognized for a Virginia public school license. In our almost 100-page application, local leaders, a UVA Montessori PhD researcher, and national Montessori experts worked with the ABTEL panel to show you where those courses align with state standards and should be recognized. 9 other states have already taken this step, including Connecticut, Georgia, Hawaii, Indiana, Minnesota, Montana, Ohio, South Carolina, and Wisconsin. Sadly, we had to close classrooms because we couldn't find public teachers with Montessori credentials or Montessori teachers who were willing to pay for 2 more years of redundant classes to get a public school license. That's where you come in. I ask you to take the steps necessary to approve our application. We've been waiting a year, and we invite you to visit in person our Montessori classrooms and to take a look at the QR code on my testimony so you can watch a video about how this has been working for 50 years. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Ann Tatus, followed by Julie Perry.
I know the law and I understand it, so I didn't come here to try to talk you in or out of anything because I understand how legislation works. But I'm here to tell you it's called the Bill of Rights, not the Bill of Feelings. The fundamental right of parents, a fundamental right are rights. This is Palco v. Connecticut. Are rights that are so implicit in the concept of ordered liberty that neither liberty nor justice would exist if they were sacrificed. My parental rights don't stop where your feelings begin in a pseudoscience that's destroying children, first of all. Second of all, how many K through 5 transgender books does Chesterfield County need? 5-year-olds. There's 21 picture books written by activists in Chesterfield County. Have you read the obscenity codes of this state? I have. 21 picture books for 5-year-olds going home to parents. But that's not why I came here. But let me tell you, I pulled my children because as a survivor of grooming and child sex abuse, when I had not 1, but 2 daughters, protecting their innocence was my role in life. And if I will never let my child be exposed to standing up and not being able to sit down until she says her pronoun ever again. Asking my child at 11 if she's male, female, or non-binary. Coming home, Mommy, I have a friend who's pan, poly, gender fluid. If you don't understand what grooming is, it hasn't changed in 30 years. Because it doesn't fit the narrative and you get canceled for saying it, doesn't make it not so. And by CRT, Bailey Bridge, civics. In general, how much do white people benefit from advantages in society that Black people do not have? That is critical race theory. I don't like saying that, but that is not even implying it. It is straight up asking, in general, how much do? And then this is a civics, the next question. Do you think greater societal acceptance of people who are transgender, people who identify, 8th graders, who identify as a gender that is different from the sex they were assigned with is very good for society, somewhat good for society, neither good nor bad. 8th grade. But what I really wanted to break down was real quickly, your NAEP yesterday. We haven't taken 8th grade mathematics in a decade. So where did he get that information from? You can look at your slides. He took the 4th grade and added 8th grade on top of it. He also forgot to mention that we are last. We are the only state in 2019 non-proficient in 4th and 8th grade reading. The only state. 16 states in 2009. 16, and we were the only one in 2019. Do you know what else? And I will send you guys gladly a copy of this little history that you guys so proudly put out. The historical overview of the standards of learning. Everybody yesterday kept asking, what's the correlation? What's the correlation? Common Core and the standards of learning is the correlation. Real quick, and then I'll finish. So proudly in 2009, they stated, real quick, by shifting the focus from grade level competency to college and career readiness was reinforced by the relatively flat Virginia performance on the 2009 NAEP. And in 10 years, we became the only, after implementing college and career readiness. But Patricia Wright during Kane said, we must not be alarmed or discouraged in 2011, and we must not give in to temptation to preserve the status quo when we know in our hearts that we must raise standards for our young people to remain competitive in the 21st century. That was 12 years ago, and they're still failing. When are we going to acknowledge that making them workforce ready is not getting them educated?
Julie Perry, followed by Tom Intercio.
Hello, I'm Julie Perry. I'm actually also a Fairfax teacher, but I don't think like the Fairfax ideology does. I'm actually a conservative teacher who is very tired of what's going on in the schools. I'm actually very concerned about the well-being of my students. And more so than anything, I'm concerned about the fact that I have a lot of colleagues that think like me, but are terrified to say anything. Because if they do, they get retaliated against, such as being isolated by their colleagues, such as being observed more by administration, being called into the principal's office, eventually being put on a PIP and probably let go. But this isn't about me, because this is about going after any teacher that does not agree with the far left's ideology. If this continues, we are going to lose this great country, because that's what they did. That's what they do in countries like the Soviet Union, Cuba, Venezuela. What happened to saying teachers just want to teach? And what happened to saying them just want to educate their kids? There's a lot of teachers that think like me and are tired of this left's ideology and don't want to teach it, but are afraid to speak out. They're terrified to speak out. This is where we are. And, this has got to stop. or we're going to lose this country. And I tell you, if we lose the freedoms in this country, we have nowhere else in this world to go, because no other country is going to allow the freedoms that we have. And I also I ran for House of Delegates last year because I got fed up with no teacher on my side having a voice, or common sense for that matter. I had colleagues across Fairfax County, yes, blue Fairfax County, call me and say, Julie, we agree with you, but we're afraid to support you, because if we support you, we're going to get in trouble. And I have had a lot of students agree with me. I had a student email me 2 nights ago, and she's a Christian. She's from India, and she's a Christian. And she said, my beliefs are made fun of in the hallway and in the classroom. And if I dare say I'm a Christian or that hurts my feelings, I'm going to get ostracized. But if any other religion gets made fun of, oh, you better watch out. Why are Christians different? What, are they less? What about also the fact that maybe she doesn't feel safe going into the bathroom? Maybe and you know what she told me? There's a lot of us girls that feel like we don't want to go to the bathroom. We don't want to get raped like that girl at Stonebridge High School. And no, that was not a political hype. That was real, because I talked to that girl. Girls are scared. A lot of girls are scared to go to the bathroom, and I've had to let them into the one-stall bathroom. You know, if girls hold their bladders, they can get UTIs, and it can cause a lot of other serious problems. Thank you for letting me speak.
Tom Intercio, hello, and Jason Spoon next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Superintendent and members of the board. My name is Tom Intercio, and I am an Associate Director with the Virginia Catholic Conference. In the interest of time, we have already submitted our comments electronically. We thank you for convening this public hearing on this issue and making it available for the issue regarding the new model policies. We commend Governor Youngkin and the Department of Education for issuing the new model policies, because they uphold parents' inalienable right to guide their children's development. The new policies honor the sacred role of parents in the care of their children, to include school, athletics, and other activities. They also align with the Virginia's presumption of parental autonomy, and that protects every parent's right to make decisions concerning the upbringing, education, and care of his or her child. Parents know their children's needs better than anyone. If children find themselves struggling with gender dysphoria, they need guidance and emotional support from parents. The new model policies make clear that school officials must keep parents fully informed and require schools to enforce existing laws, regulations, and student policies to prohibit and deter bullying or harassment. So we do find many positive reforms in the policies. I won't recount all of those, but I think the main ones that I'd like to just highlight today are just: no student can be required to participate in any counseling program to which the student's parents object. Parents must be informed and given an opportunity to object before counseling services pertaining to gender are given. And then no policy, guidance, training, or other written material issued by the school division may encourage or instruct teachers to conceal material information about a student from the student's parent, including information related to gender. And in sum, we believe that the new policies restore the role of parents in education while reaffirming the bodily privacy, dignity, and respect for all students necessary to achieve a safe learning environment. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Jason Spoon, followed by Philip Hamilton.
Hey, good morning, folks. Hey, someday, huh? A lot of emotion, a lot of lot of great things being discussed here. And before I, kind of get to my prepared comments, I do want to, say, hey, I understand the emotional aspect of some of the folks that are coming up here and kind of giving their testimony. I do know what it is to be marginalized, beat up, bullied in school, and also, I had a pretty terrible relationship with my father as well. I just want to encourage the folks that were giving their testimony. Don't close the door on those relationships, and don't let anger and hatred kind of get into your heart. And just remember that this is going to be all of this is going to kind of be resolved through love, not through being an adversary to one another. So anyway. What I did want to say is my family and I are recently back to Virginia the last few years. And I've recently started coming to school board meetings. I'm in a lot of support of parental rights. And I'm here today as one of the many parents who have had to remove their children from public school. I'm really concerned about what my child was being taught in the school. There seemed to be this type of compartmentalization where I wasn't really involved in the education, where every time I met with my child's teachers, they seemed to just be trying to hide something from me. There was a perception that a lot of what was happening behind closed doors or in the dark, and that there was that they were purposefully kind of excluding parents from the discussion. We ended up, whether that's the reality or not, that is the perception. Okay. And it causes a lot of trust issues between parents and the educational boards. Okay. We have lost, a lot of parents have lost trust that the education is the main goal of the schools. And that's evidenced by some of the testimony we've heard today about reading scores, mathematics scores, et cetera. So what I wanted to do, I am in favor of the model policies. I believe that policy can bridge that trust gap. Okay, it can go a long way to try to help parents get involved again with their child's education. And have that dialogue between educators and parents. So I just wanted to say that. And regardless of what you can do, please do everything that you can to try to bridge that trust gap. Okay. If you can't support the model policies, do something else. But try to bring parents back into this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Philip Hamilton, followed by Becky Crow. Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Philip is not here.
Thank you. Becky Crow, followed by Stephen Liu.
Good morning, board. My name is Rebecca Crow, and I have a daughter that has dyslexia. She was in the Henrico County public school system. While she attended, she did not receive a free, appropriate public education. She was so stressed that she started picking her nails off. And once she got her fingernails off, she started picking her toenails off. After she started picking her toenails off, she started doing other self-injurious behaviors. It was extremely frustrating working with the school system, just feeling like you were never listened to. We decided to file a due process after she was not receiving any educational benefit, and we won. We were one of the few in Virginia that have won a due process hearing. The hearing officer stated, the student and parents are the prevailing party. Henrico County offered us an implementation plan, as they're supposed to do, after the due process hearing, 73 days instead of the 45 required days. So my daughter would have been without education for 6 months had we not placed her in a school that can meet her needs. We reached out to the Virginia Department of Education because we felt like the corrective action plan that Henrico put together was faulty. It actually said that it was a split decision. What part of the students and her parents are the prevailing party sound like a split decision? Ms. Hollins wrote us, the VDOE acknowledges that the hearing officer found that Henrico County Public Schools denied the student a free, appropriate public education. The hearing officer also denied the parents' request for private school reimbursement. This left the parties to come together to determine an appropriate program for the student. Please be advised that the VDOE will continue to monitor the case. And for the record, the new community school is not licensed by the VDOE. Under the regulations governing the operation of private day schools for students with disabilities at 8 VAC 30-671. First, when we met with Henrico, we did not come to an agreement. Henrico told us that we would move our daughter from her current placement where we placed her. She had been there for 5 months and was excelling, to another school. Second, they did not monitor our case. We have never heard from VDOE after multiple requests for help. And third, the VDOE is not following their own guidance, the Superintendent Letter 10721, which says, licensing by VDOE is mandatory for private schools serving students with disabilities unless otherwise approved or accredited. My daughter's school is accredited by 3 different agencies. I'm going to leave all of the information that I sent to the VDOE with you, but I hope you will read our case and investigate this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Liu, followed by Faith Jarvis.
Good morning. I thank the board members for letting I and many others to express their thoughts today. My name is Stephen Liu, and I'm a student at VCU. Although I would normally never willingly publicly speak publicly speak in front of people like this, much less give my opinion on a controversial topic, I felt like I have to make my voice heard. And just fair warning, I do tend to stutter and speak quickly when I get nervous, so I apologize for that in advance. So although I'm not trans, because I'm not trans, I do not feel like I'm in the place to talk about all the stories that they have told so far. I think they've already done a great job doing that. So instead, I will talk about the studies and the evidence that has been done on the harm that they experience. So study after study has shown that supportive schools and supportive policies drastically reduces rates of depression and suicide among trans youth. For example, in the 2020 study in the Journal of Interpersonal Violence, researchers looked at a sample of 372 trans youth. They found that among trans youth who did not have a sense of belonging at school, the odds of them having suicidal thoughts in the past 6 months was almost twice the odds of youth who did have a sense of belonging. More damningly, in the report, the influence of state policies on the relationship between minority stressors and suicide attempts among transgender and gender diverse adults, researchers found that in states with less trans-friendly policies, higher levels of victimization and discrimination were associated with more suicide attempts. However, this was not the case in states with more trans-friendly policies. So I asked Governor Youngkin and those who support this policy, how can you consciously support this while knowing that it will certainly result in more depression and more suicides among trans youth? What would you say to the parents of now dead children? You talk about restoring sanity and common sense, yet evidence clearly shows that policies like this will lead to more deaths and more despair. Enacting this policy would be the exact opposite of common sense. It would be going against all evidence, causing unnecessary suffering and tragedy purely for political reasons. Being trans is not a political issue. It is not an ideology. It is just like being white or black or old or young. It is a public health issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Faith Jarvis and then Don Blake.
Hi, my name is Faith Jarvis, and I have two beautiful children and a bonus child that graduated from Spotsylvania County Public Schools prior to the new board, and a niece currently in Spotsylvania County Public Schools. I have provided each of you with copies of my questions and information on how to contact me. My first two are not on the list, so I'd like you all to actually pay attention this time. 8 VAC 20-390-10 Part 3, Experience. The applicant shall have had at least 5 years of satisfactory and full-time experience in administration or supervision or both in public schools. Did Mr. Taylor meet this qualification? Part 4, Recency of professional education or experience or both in status report. Mark Taylor has neither. So did Mark Taylor meet this qualification? Are you all unwilling to reevaluate the decision all but two of you made last month and fix this issue by rescinding your decision to grant Mark Taylor a superintendent's license? Does the VBOE and State Superintendent of Instruction insert themselves into division school board decisions regarding selecting superintendents very often? Is that a routine or unusual practice? Is it proper for a VBOE, VDOE Superintendent of Instruction employee to insert themselves into a superintendent licensing process to advocate on behalf of a specific superintendent licensing candidate? I thought the VBOE, VDOE Superintendent of Instruction are apolitical public servants looking out for the best interest of public schools in the Commonwealth. Am I wrong? How do you determine what is in the best interest of public schools? Do you have guidelines and regulations? Because it looks to me like only two of you appeared to have followed them last month. Do political considerations play any role in the superintendent licensing process? Did I misunderstand the VBOE when it said in September that the VBOE does not insert itself into a local school division superintendent selection process? Did I not hear the VBOE say vetting social media posts is not a VBOE function, that it's left to local school boards? Why would the VBOE issue superintendent licenses without conducting its own social media vetting process? If protecting students and public education personnel from harm is one of the VBOE's top priorities, how can it do that in the 21st century without vetting social media posts? What does the VBOE do to ensure that superintendent candidates with serious moral and character defects are not issued superintendent licenses? What does the VBOE do to screen superintendent licensing candidates from unacceptable attitudes toward bigotry, race, ethnic origins, religion, homophobes, as well as towards teachers, staff, students, and gender confirmation confusion? How does the VBOE determine whether a superintendent licensing candidate has unacceptable views toward violence in schools or elsewhere and would properly spend tax dollars? The VBOE seemed confused about the application of superintendent licensing option 4 of 8 VAC 20-23-630. The same holds true for 8 VAC 20-23750, reason 10 to deny superintendent licenses. Number 10 states, other good and just cause in the best interest of the public schools of the Commonwealth of Virginia. I did not find implementing regulations for either section. Please provide a few examples of what other good and just cause means then. I would like to talk with a knowledgeable member of this VBOE or the State Superintendent of Public Instruction to receive answers to my questions before the next VBOE meeting. I provided each of you with copies of my questions and information on how to contact me. Please get in touch with me. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Don Blake, followed by Donna Machin. Donna Machin? Okay, thank you.
Dear members of the board, I am here today as an educator who has lived in Virginia all of my entire life. I attended public school as well as taught in a public school for 7 years. I have homeschooled my 6 children, 2 of which are here today to be educated. I believe one of my children suffered from a vaccine injury and then slowly recovered over the years. God impressed upon me to stop vaccinating my children, and I have been studying vaccines ever since. The COVID-19 vaccine is not a traditional vaccine, but an experimental genetic product. The word gene is from the Greek word genos, meaning a specific sequence of nucleotides in DNA or RNA that is located usually on a chromosome and that is a functional unit of inheritance controlling the transmission and expression of one or more traits by specifying the structure of a particular polypeptide and especially protein or controlling the function of other genetic material. Webster's 1828 dictionary. Man did not create genes. God designed them. Mark 10:6. I am not here for myself today or my children, although we could be greatly affected by decisions being made today. I am here for the children of Virginia, whose genetic material could be irreparably altered by a medical decision that belongs in the hands of the parents, not the government. I am opposed to adding a COVID-19 requirement to a childhood schedule of immunizations because I would expect to see an increase in injuries and deaths based on the U.S. VAERS database. As of September 30th, 2022, it contained almost 28 adverse events reports in American children 6 months to 17 years, with 60 deaths and 433 near deaths, 301 permanently disabled, and 985 reports of myocarditis. I urge you to study this reporting system and to review the case of Maddie DeGarry, whose story may be found at lifefunder.com. At 12 years of age, she participated in the Pfizer clinical trial that irreparably altered her entire life. She is one of many left in the wake of pain after receiving the shot. The cost to Virginians could be enormous, while the profit of the product manufacturers would be enormous. If the COVID-19 shot were placed on the schedule, the manufacturers would not be liable for any damage done. As an individual, an educator, a parent, a United States citizen under the Constitution, and a lifelong citizen of Virginia, I don't want this shot for the school children of Virginia. And neither should you, if you believe, as I do, that children are at nearly a zero risk of contracting COVID. I believe, as a creation of God, children are entitled to the best genes He has to offer, if the parents so choose. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jeff Marshall, followed by Joe Kunkel. Jeff Marshall. Anybody? No. Joe Kunkel. Oh, excuse me. Hello.
I'm Joe Kunkel.
All right, so you are not Jeff Marshall.
That's right.
Fair enough. Joe Kunkel. Hello.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Joe Kunkel. I am the father of a trans daughter that went to Henrico Public Schools. She's a wonderful woman. She is a little different than many other people. And different people can make us uncomfortable. But then so many of us are a little different. Some of us are left-handed. Some of us have ADD. Some of us are disabled. Some of us didn't have English as our first language. Some of us have red hair. Some of us are Jewish. Some of us are Irish. Some of us are gay. Some of us are Minnesota Vikings fans. In the end, we are all a little different. If we start singling out kids because they are different, where will it stop? Being different is not a threat. It is a strength. It's a strength for our schools and for our country. As a society and a school system, our job is to help support the kids that are a little different. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ken LaFleur, followed by Rich Lieberman.
Ken Lefevre.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
Ken Lefevre, as opposed to Joe.
Yep.
No.
Thank you for the correction.
Ken Lefevre from Glen Allen. I think I look like the grandfather in the room. I have 2 adult daughters. After listening to the stories today on both sides, it's been incredibly instructive. First time I've ever come to a meeting like this in my life. So I really come as a concerned citizen. And I'm glad my kids aren't in school now. There's so many other things that are being dealt with right now. And I'm not saying they're wrong, but it's much more complicated. And I respect that. I respect the stories and accept the stories of the transgender and bi folks. But I'm here to support fundamentally Governor Youngkin's new policy. Parents should have a seat at the table. The idea of the school getting in between the parent and the student, while well-intended, is not a solution. It's the easy way out, in my view. Parents and teachers need to find a way to help the student, whether they're trans, bi, or just a regular old kid who has an issue. When my kids came through, it was a collaborative effort between the teacher and the parent if there was an issue, academic or otherwise. There was transparency. It was not even a question to be mandated from on high. Can't we get back to that time in some way? So I support fundamentally the parental issues. I want to address real briefly the Fairfax teacher who came up and talked about just basic education, getting back to it. I've spent the last 40 plus years as a business owner, traveling the world in my business. China, Taiwan, Europe. I ran a company in Germany for 3 years. I was a resident. Education has always been an interest to me, to the point where Yael Levin mentioned an organization called Hardwired Global, which has a curriculum that brings people of different beliefs and faiths together and ideas. You would be wise to consider that as an aside. I actually went to Iraq with Hardwired Global in July and saw it at work. But my point is, the rest of the world is teaching their kids the basics, and they're eating our lunch, and we are almost a joke. My friends overseas say, what's going on in America with all this distraction? I really, really caution everybody on that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Rich Lieberman, followed by Peter Weiss.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Rich Lieberman. I'm a resident of Spotsylvania County. This is my 3rd month in a row addressing this board. I respectfully request you actually pay attention to what I'm saying. It's unfortunate I have to state this request, but last month I spoke about Mark Taylor. In particular, I quoted 8 VAC 20-390-10. This code requires 5 years full-time experience in the administration or supervision of public schools to be granted a superintendent's license in Virginia. I then provided you a copy of this law. Since Mark Taylor has 0 years in experience in education, he did not meet the qualifications for being granted a superintendent's license. Imagine my frustration sitting in the audience as you debated his license, and everything was focused on his racist, homophobic, anti-public education post. Yes, those are disqualifying factors based on the law I quoted, but those are subjective. His lack of experience in education is a simple fact. I'm handing this law out to you again as the top page of my packet. Please read this law and see how the board got the decision wrong. Also read the last pages in that packet with a Freelance Star article summarizing the issues I'm about to describe. While this board violated Virginia code by granting Mark Taylor a license, please read the following emails with then VDOE employee John Russell and Spotsylvania School Board Chair Kirk Twigg. A small selection is in the packets I'm handing out. What's interesting to note, the law I quoted was sent to Kirk Twigg from Brad King, that's on your top page, who was then the attorney for Spotsylvania County Schools. Mr. King then resigned from his position during the hiring process of Mr. Taylor. This leads to speculation as to why the attorney, Mr. King, would resign. Another interesting fact to note is the email from Mr. King was sent to Mr. Twigg May 20th. Why is this interesting? Because Mark Taylor did not even apply for the job till June 17th. The same email was forwarded to John Russell on June 7th, still 10 days before Mr. Taylor even applied with Spotsylvania County, with a request from Mr. Twigg about how to, quote, tweak the law. You will also find an email from John Russell to Chief of Staff Shanner introducing Kirk Twigg and Mark Taylor saying, I have been working hard to get Mark through the end zone approved as a superintendent at their next meeting. This email was dated July 26, 2022. Please remember this date. Obviously, Mr. Russell had been made aware of 8 VAC 20-390-10, but there's no paper trail of him forwarding this message to Maggie Clemens, who handles licensing from this board. Was this board made aware of that code? Here's another interesting fact. On August 8th, 2022, Spotsylvania County advertised a newly created position as communications director for the Spotsylvania superintendent. We'd never had this position prior. The position was advertised with a starting salary of $67,000 a year. Within 24 hours, John Russell applied for that position. Within the next 24 hours, he was hired for that position with a salary of 6 figures. To me, all this makes it look like the residents of Spotsylvania County are victims of a corrupt conspiracy. Based on the evidence I am presenting, it appears that at least one of the employees of the VDOE contributed to this conspiracy. I respectfully request this board immediately suspend the licensure of Mark Taylor as superintendent. I then request you submit the evidence, including all emails and other records, to the Attorney General's office for a full investigation of this matter. I was raised as something that looks like a fish, smells like a fish, it's probably a fish. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Weiss, followed by Chris Holmes.
Hello. I'd say good morning, but it is officially the afternoon, so good afternoon. My name is Peter Weiss, he, him. I'm a senior at high school. I wanted to talk about the model policies for transgender youth. My mother, Belen Rodas, works with the schools. She couldn't be here today, but she's also worried about these model policies. If passed, the draft model will force teachers to dead name students. It'll force teachers to use the wrong pronouns for students. Additionally, the part of the guidelines that say school personnel shall keep parents fully informed about all matters that may be reasonably expected to be important to a parent, including and without limitation matters related to the child's health and social and psychological development, could realistically be interpreted as forcing teachers to out students to their parents, as coming out as gay could be considered a social development. And I have to ask, why would you write these policies? If a parent wants to know their child is trans, then parents should make sure their children know that they will be loved no matter who they are. There's a horrible stigma around transgender children using bathrooms that conform with who they are, which claims that other kids will be assaulted by trans kids, which I find ironic because transgender people are 4 times more likely to be raped than cisgender people. If a kid wants to assault another kid, they're not going to go through the process of transitioning. They're just going to assault another kid. So why did you write a draft policy to ban children from going to the bathroom that they want to go to? Virginia ranks 42nd out of 50 when it comes to spending per student. According to recently released reports, our standardized test scores are falling. Our teachers are paid below the national average, so why are we more worried about kids using they, them pronouns? Logistically speaking, this entire name thing will be a mess. My name is Peter. Going by the policies laid out in this draft, I would have to get my parents to sign a form for teachers to call me Pete. From a mental health standpoint, this will be a disaster for trans youth. As you've heard before, and I'll say again, according to the Trevor Project, if trans youth knows at least one supportive adult, it lowers the chances of suicide for that transgender child by 40%. According to the same study, only 1/3 of transgender youth reported their home to be affirming. Forcing teachers to dead name trans children will be taking away the only safe space they have. So why would you write policies that take that safe space away? When this draft policy is voted on, the 4,000 trans students in Virginia public schools will be watching. The 50,000 LGBT youth will be watching. The message that will be sent to them with this vote will be important. They can be told that school is a safe space, safe from homophobia and transphobia, a place where they can be themselves. Or they can be told that from now on, school isn't a safe space, that teachers will dead name you and out you to your parents. It's your decision. I hope you make the right one. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Holmes.
First of all, I'd like to say, I'd like to give honor to God. And, I pray that He controls what comes out of my mouth so that I don't offend anyone. School is not a safe space. I've got 2 daughters. I've got a special ed. My wife teaches special ed. I've got 2 daughters. One's still in the Henrico school system. One is in college. The stories that I've heard from my children growing up and me having to go up to the school over 12 times 1 year tells me that we don't have a safe space in school. They've been persecuted for being, I guess you would say, what was the word you used? I'm going to say cisgender because they're just 2 girls, biological girls, they're girls, and they've been persecuted for being girls. If you say anything other than what is popular in school nowadays, you're persecuted, I'm sorry. So when you say that you're the ones being picked on, you're the ones being discriminated against, when I dropped my daughter off at college yesterday, her entire classroom made fun of her because they're doing an opera. And in the opera, they're talking about how great America is. And her whole class thinks that America is the worst country in the world. So I don't see the persecution of everyone else. I see the persecution of people who are just trying to be themselves. And that bothers me. But what bothers me more than that is when people get up here at this podium and they take the Lord's word, his scripture, out of context. We are to love each other. And I love each and every one of you. And I don't care about your transgender. I don't care about your homosexuality. I love you as a person. Now, I can love you as a person and not love the act of sin that you do. And that's what it means to be a Christian. You love the people, not the action. Or Jewish, sorry, y'all. So when the Lord's word is taken out of context and used to intimidate and to try to force us to enact policies that go against God's will, that really gets under my skin. So again, I'm going to keep it low key because, I got upset listening to a couple of things. But we are Christians. We are to love each other. We are to call each other out when we're acting outside of what the Lord has put into our heart. I support Governor Youngkin's new bills. I do not support what's being put out where parents are made out to be the victims. I'm wondering to myself as I'm sitting here, whatever happened to the PTA? For those of you who don't know what that is, that's the Parents Teacher Association. It's when parents and teachers get together and students end up with a better life. If you have something that's making you unhappy, changing the identity or description of yourself is not going to make you happy. I heard all of those statistics. I don't know if they're true or not. I don't know if it's commonality or whatever. But that change is not going to make you happy. You should get into the Bible, study the word, love yourself, see that you are special, and see that God made you as you are. He made you who you are. He loves you. We love you. We're not your enemies. And that's all I have to say, but I thank you all for your time, and I thank you for the job that you're doing, and I pray that we can turn this around. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that actually covers the list of people who have signed up, as is our practice. Is there anybody else who would like to address the board? If not, we think, oh, yes, sir.
Yeah. My name is Scott Wassenberg. I am a father of 10 children. I'm an entrepreneur, I have my own business, and I live in King William County. I didn't come with any notes per se, but I took some as I was listening to people. And I'm just going to read through what I was writing down. as I got insights from what people were saying. Of course, I'm a believer, and you'll find out in a second. God's love is in total congruence with his written word. Somebody celebrating what God condemns is not helping them, but is actually hurting them. God's truth is often against what you or I think is best, but we are not to be wise in the God who made us. We are to obey and trust in his wisdom, not on our own, based on our experience or a sense of right and wrong. All of society's issues are due to not aligning or living by the written word of God. Once we lost reverence for God and his word, truth was next. When was the last time truth was spoken of in the public square? All things are now relative. And people come up with whoever shouts the loudest or shows up with the most people at a rally or quotes the latest statistics can and does influence society in its standards and determines subjective truth. There is tremendous emotional trauma experienced by a majority of those in the LGBTQI community. The answer is not to enable further trauma by agreeing with their confusion. Parents are not perfect. Children do not come with instructions. Parents have made and will continue to make mistakes in the rearing of their kids. But indeed, those kids are theirs. With issues at home, confusion can enter. Without proper and appropriate love from both a father and a mother, issues arise. I respectfully submit that the suicide rate is high in the LGBTQI community because of the physical, emotional, and spiritual abuse experienced in the home first. Then confusion is encouraged by society instead of getting to the root of the problem, encourages it. A troubled home life or none at all, where God's love was never experienced in a healthy and safe way, is a problem. And it's a solution to get back to the Word of God and align ourselves with its truth. Everybody makes an appeal to an authority not the Bible. Statistics, state law, new laws, recent doctor statements, rising star in politics, even science, or personal testimonies. All these authorities are false in an attempt to subvert God's word as the only appropriate authority. The LGBTQI community and its adherents need our unconditional love and acceptance while directing them to God's best for their lives. Living opposite of your biological sex brings confusion and alienation. They need our help, not our judgment. The most loving thing for you or I can do for anybody is to defeat lies with truth. To allow someone you love to walk in lies is not loving at all. It is enabling and perpetuates the confusion. There are two sexes, boys and girls, and one day hopefully they'll grow up to be men and women for the glory of God. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, board. So there I was in San Antonio, and I was watching two board meetings ago when I saw who I call at my house, Bill Hansen. I thought, Bill Hansen's on the board here? Holy moly. The last time I saw him was at my wedding, and I thought it must have been the chicken. That's the reason why I never saw him again. No, I'm just sorry. This is the best joke I had while I was walking. Sorry, Bill. So my name's Damien Weiss. I live in Spotsylvania County. I've heard a lot of conversation today. I wasn't planning on speaking. That's the reason why my name's on the list. But when I heard about Dr. Malone and his COVID vaccination dislike, I decided to do a small amount of research since folks keep telling me to do the research. And I realized that Dr. Malone has actually received the shot himself. And he said that it was fine. And he's not dead. And so that's a good thing, I suppose. The other thing that I just wanted to bring up is I'm actually a Sunday school teacher. So it struck me really hard when folks started talking about the Bible and the gospel, because that's something that's near and dear to my heart. I teach some high school youth at a local Methodist church. And one of the things that, we talk about all the time is looking at the Bible within context and going ahead and trying to analyze what is in there versus what we as humans put in there. And one of the things that we come up with all the time, I ask the youth, I say, hey, can you find where Jesus said gay people aren't good? Or can you find where Jesus said transgendered youth shouldn't exist, or whatever? And consistently, we can't find those words within the Bible. It's just not there. And I've looked in several different versions. I've looked in the King James. I've looked in the NSRV. I've looked in NIV. You name it, I can't find it. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much for your hard work and your patience for listening to a lot of people get angry. I heard some people get angry with y'all. I'm not angry with y'all. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. All right. I think that covers public comment. We appreciate again your attendance and your interest in better outcomes for the children of Virginia. Thank you so much. All right. We're going to move on, believe it or not, a little bit here. We have the consent agenda next, items A through F. Is there a desire to pull any of the items A through F from the consent agenda, or alternatively, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as written?
I would, I'll just, item D, I have several questions and I would like to.
That's fine, we can pull that off.
Pull it out, please.
Sure, of course.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Could we pull item F and just put it to the bottom? We're trying to figure out a date on a meeting next year that a number of board members are interested in attending, and just make sure it doesn't conflict. And I think we'll have an answer to that before the end of the meeting today. If not,
that is fine.
If not, we can go ahead and move forward, but we're hoping to get that date.
Not urgent. We can do that one in November if we need to also, honestly. So let me just throw that at the bottom. Okay, so is there a motion to approve items A, B, C, E, and E? Thank you, Mr. Rotherham. Well, okay. Thank you, Ms. Creasy. Second by Mr. Rotherham. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Okay, let's move to item D. Is Ms. Hollins here?
I have texted Dr. Hollins.
Okay, Dr. Hollins, I'm sorry.
I wasn't.
Yeah, that's okay. Can we move?
She's in the building, but wasn't in the room.
That's fine. Mr. Dickey, I see you're here. Can we move on to item G then, and we'll come back to D? Good afternoon, I guess.
Yes, I suppose it is at this point. Well, good afternoon, President Gecker, members of the board, Superintendent Balo. These are the, and I think Emily will be queuing up a brief PowerPoint slide that will help us. Thank you. These are the first review guidelines for implementing the school construction assistance program in the 22-24 biennium. As you know, this competitive grant program is one of the major school facilities funding initiatives passed by the General Assembly in the current Chapter 2 budget for the 22-24 biennium. And the Appropriation Act language also requires the board to adopt operational guidelines for the program, and we're presenting those on first review today. Just very quickly, some of the key provisions from the Appropriation Act. The program is funded at $450 million, $400 from the general fund, $50 million from the literary fund. Though that funding actually would be transferred to a non-reverting school construction fund that was created by separate legislation during the 2022 session. So those funds, if unspent or unobligated, would roll over for future appropriation and across fiscal years and would not revert back to the Treasury. And within the current 2-year budget, any unobligated funding that is not awarded this year would roll over to the second year of the biennium and under the proposed guidelines. The key provisions that underlying the guidelines that are required per the Appropriation Act to be operationalized in your guidelines are approving projects that only conform, those only that are conforming to DOE school facilities guidelines, prescriptive or more, fairly prescriptive project cost related to construction in terms of planning, design, and site acquisition, core building construction, and site work. Those are the allowable type costs that could be funded with competitive grants. And then 10, 20, or 30% of approved project cost with a maximum project cost against which those percentages would be applied of 100 million, depending on division's composite index and fiscal stress category. So the maximum grants that could be awarded based on the 10, 20, or 30% against a maximum project cost of 100 million would be 10, 20, or 30 million, again, depending on the composite index and fiscal stress criteria. And then the competitive award of funds based on competitive criteria in the areas of commitment need and poor school building conditions. And we'll overview briefly the 11 criteria in those areas. One grant awarded per project is prescribed by the Appropriation Act. And then lastly, awards prioritized based on ranked project scores if the program is oversubscribed, if qualifying requests exceed available funds. And then briefly, application procedures and requirements set out in the guidelines. Divisions may apply during an open enrollment period for new construction additions and major renovation projects. Secondly, the qualifying projects must be in the local planning phase, already planned or documented in the current capital improvement plan. So in other words, they're not projects that are already completed and funding being requested retroactively, but they're new projects in the planning phase and not yet completed. Projects that lack sufficient funding to cover full cost of the project and not yet started construction. And these criteria are based on communicated intent of the General Assembly. Divisions must indicate also in the application process the estimated cost of the allowable portions of the project, and we will provide instruction guidance on the parameters of the permitted and allowable costs that could be funded. Their intent to quickly obligate the grant funds for construction within 6 months of the grant award. And school divisions would also provide information on planned preventive maintenance for the completed project to help safeguard and enhance the useful life of a project that's built with the awarded state funds, and also submit their current CIP. Projects, as is often the case with competitive grant projects run by DOE, project can be disqualified or have funds withheld if the school division is not in compliance with other state laws, regulations, policies, or guidelines. That's often a common provision in competitive grant processes run by DOE. Then, of course, following staff review of the applications that are submitted during the open enrollment process, projects will be recommended for funding and brought to the board for consideration and action. And then moving really into the two main substantive processes of the guidelines, again, aligned to language in the Appropriation Act, are the parameters for the 10, 20, or 30% grant award of allowable project cost. And you see those listed here in the table. 10% of allowable project costs being the lowest amount of grant award, and then 10 and up to 30. Each calibrated either based on the school division's composite index indicating need or lack of ability to pay or local resources, or higher fiscal stress based on the fiscal stress data from the Commission on Local Government. And so either criteria can trigger the 30 or 20% grant award, again, based on those parameters for the composite index or fiscal stress. Fredericksburg City has submitted information suggesting or recommending that a smooth 5-year average of the fiscal stress data be utilized in this component of the program and calibrating the 30 or 20% award amount to smooth out any unusual data or circumstances with just 1 year of data. In fact, their recommendation would allow either a 5-year average of the fiscal stress data or the most recent data, whatever is most advantageous to a school division. Of course, that would be applied uniformly to all school divisions. So that is something for you to consider in the second review version of this coming in November. Staff will continue to review that proposal or that recommendation from Fredericksburg, and it's something we would probably need to confer with General Assembly staff on, as well as Commission on Local Government staff, as to whether something deviating from the latest fiscal stress data could be used, because the composite index or the Appropriation Act language appears to be pretty prescriptive related to this particular component of the program, where the language specifically states using the latest fiscal stress data from the latest report from the Commission on Local Government. Wouldn't appear there would be flexibility here, but that is something we will analyze before the November meeting for any flexibility.
Quick question. Is the $100 million number set in statute, or is that a recommendation from?
That is prescribed in the Appropriation Act. So again, that is not the maximum grant award. That is the maximum allowable project expenses that the 10, 20, or 30% grant award allowance would be applied against. So the maximum grant award would be 10 million, 20 million, or 30 million based on those tiered criteria.
Maybe just one question of clarity. How does this fit into a local school district bonding authority and their own construction? Is this to be built into that, or is this on top of it, or with their own school construction?
Yes, it very well may be complementary. I mean, if it's a major construction project, particularly for a middle or high school that may be 50, 75, even 100 million, obviously, a maximum grant award of 30 million would have to be combined with other local financing, presumably, local bonding. Okay, and then moving on, and then moving towards the really the meat of the guidelines in terms of how grant funding would be awarded, or the competitive grant criteria. 11 criteria are proposed. The other key requirement in the Appropriation Act is in that last sub-bullet there, a minimum qualifying score required for consideration for a grant award. And what is proposed in the first review guidelines is a minimum qualifying score of 65 points on the application criteria, calibrated on a 100-point scale, as we'll see. And then moving over to each of the 11 criteria, and those are set out in a little more detail in your materials, both in the guidelines document itself as well as the boilerplate, but I'll touch on these briefly. Again, the maximum total points across these 11 criteria for the highest point value of each of the 11 is 100 points. Again, we've proposed a minimum criteria point value level for consideration of grant funding, conditioned on other requirements being met, of 65 minimum points for consideration. And then criteria 1, with the General Assembly's interest on new building construction for high-need projects or building-wide renovation projects, that would receive 10 points, 5 points for a building addition project with a little less priority for just building additions versus full new building construction or building-wide renovation. ADA access, if a school has not had any ADA, Americans Disabilities Act access modernization in the past and needs that kind of modernization, the school would receive 5 points. In the area of building renovations, 15 points for major, 10 points for medium renovations, 0 points for light renovations, giving priority to higher needs in a building renovation situation. And we would provide context and instructions on what would constitute medium, light, or major renovations to a building. Then criteria 4, and I will mention each of the 11 criteria proposed here do align to some suggestive language in the Appropriation Act. So we have tried to operationalize what the General Assembly signaled as some of the needs-based criteria in the guidelines here. And then student need and student economically disadvantaged, and criteria 4, eligible for free reduced price meals. And you see the gradation there in terms of the percentages, and with a point spread between 10, 7, 3, and 0 points, depending on the percentage eligible for free and reduced lunch in the that's actually division. It would use a division-wide measure. Criteria 5, again, locality, ability to pay, and fiscal need. The composite index, 10, 7, and 3 points, depending on the range of composite index values is set out there. Criteria 6, 5 points if the project is definitively included in the school divisions or localities currently approved CIP plan, so that there's definitely local commitment to move forward with the capital project. Criteria 7, again, suggested in the Appropriation Act language in terms of local commitment, 5 points if there's agreement basically to maintain local revenue capacity and commitment for K-12 during the financing proposed for the project, so that there's no offsetting reduction in the K-12 operating budget. And then also an indication that project design and site acquisition for the project's been fully or substantially completed prior to application for grant funds. Again, those being indications of local commitment for the project. Criteria 8, again, based on the most current one-year snapshot of fiscal stress data from the Commission on Local Government, and dovetailing off the Appropriation Act language that again indicates use of the most recent data from the most recent Commission on Local Government report on fiscal stress. And again, we will explore any flexibility for some of the proposed options as indicated by Fredericksburg or others that may be suggested. Again, 10 down to 0 points depending on the level of fiscal stress. And finishing up the last 3 here, criteria 9, local poverty of local residents based on the U.S. Census measure, essentially 3 categories of severity of local poverty, receiving 10, 5, and 0 points, essentially in 3 equidistant pots based on the ranges of local poverty percentages. And criteria 10, and we have data on district-wide building conditions from the Commission on School Construction and Modernization that met during 2001, and a criterion here, again, indicative of local need across the district, with a point spread of 10, 5, and 0 points related to the overall building condition of other buildings in the district. And then lastly, debt capacity.
I'm sorry, I have a quick question about criterion 10.
Yep.
What kind of inspection agency, or what sort of inspection determines if it's poor, fair, or good?
Yeah, we collected pretty extensive building condition data back in 2001 for the General Assembly Commission that would really relate to major mechanical systems, conditions of roofs, air quality conditions, and we would apply some industry standard condition criteria to that data, and make some assessments and judgments on categorization of the overall building conditions of the buildings.
So does the state go and inspect, or who, the local, how do they?
Yeah, it is in response to the commission request in 2001, it is self-reported data certified by the district superintendent. So it was survey data.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then lastly, debt capacity, the ability of the locality to self-finance large capital projects where debt capacity is getting more tapped out is another indication of local need for state assistance. And criteria 11 also suggested in the General Assembly language. And so that completes the 11 proposed criteria and point scores. Again, on a 100-point scale, 65 points for minimal consideration of funding. And then again, Mr. President, we will review your comments, public comments, suggestions from school divisions in the next month, and come back with a second review or final review version at the November 17th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Ms. Holton.
Thank you, Mr. Dickey, for you all's diligent work on this. If you determine after your consultations that we have any flexibility on the Fredericksburg raised issue, then I would hope that you could also consult with the representatives of the Superintendent Association and the VSBA. Obviously, one school division may have one thought and others may have others, but if the stakeholder groups have a collective sense of how we should go within our discretion, that would be relevant to me. Thank you.
Okay.
And frankly, as to if they have other suggestions, if you haven't conferred with them already, then to the extent we have discretion, if they have any input on it, we'd be grateful for it if you have that opportunity.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Always kind of very thoughtful and well designed. I too would hope that as you work with the other agencies, we obviously are going to comply with the law, but if there's any flexibility there, just to, again, I think the intention comes starting with the why this legislation, why this opportunity exists. We want to help see that happen. And so I think that that's important. Related to that, you shared that not yet started construction is one of the requirements. And in the world of design, bid, build, and public-private partnerships, et cetera, I hope that there will be some reasonableness in that time frame, because there are localities under fiscal stress with low LCI who, as this was coming out of the budget process, got really excited because one of the other things you talked about is the importance that there's local support. And so there are places with local support, saw this opportunity coming, who also then were dealing with the timeline of climbing interest rates. And so to try to get things moving rapidly. So again, within reason, what we can do to provide a window of time that honors the local support that was there, the desire to get things done, the need to try to beat interest rate hikes, but still be eligible for this program would be appreciated.
Anybody else? Would like to point out to the board and thank Mr. Dickey. We added, I guess, what paragraph 12, Kent, in terms of the narrative coming in and the requirements for the submission. It was not part of the legislation that school divisions provide a maintenance program for anything they build. You know, one of the things I have seen from the local level is often we build but we don't maintain, and we don't set aside funds to maintain. And so rather than find ourselves in the same position of needing to catch up, 20 years later again, with Mr. Dickey's guidance, we were able to include, and I hope the board, I pointed out so that this did not come from staff directly, that the school divisions must provide as part of the grant application a description of their preventive maintenance as well as their CIP, the capital improvement plan, so that we can have some assurance that what we build will in fact be maintained going forward.
Is there also any type of a mechanism to ensure that all 8 regions are participating in the program, or?
There's nothing prescriptive in the General Assembly's language on the program for, regional representation. Hopefully, just the other needs criteria and application criteria will help, drive that kind of geographic representation statewide, but nothing.
I would just recommend that we might give consideration to that to make sure that there is opportunity for all parts of the state to participate in this.
Okay. Andy?
Thank you, Mr. This is a great presentation. I just have a question, so building on Ms. Holton's question. If engaging the stakeholders, I think makes sense. If indeed, I was looking at the information on sort of small cities, but I have no way to contextualize that. It shows the jump for those selected cities, but I don't know what the baseline is like statewide or for, so if we're going to make any changes there, could we get just a little bit of data to help us like put that issue in a little bit of broader context?
Sure. Just, are you speaking of
the small jurisdiction issue?
Yeah, where they would generally fall on some of these key criteria.
Yeah, I just have no idea. I mean, the pandemic was strange. I just have no idea. I mean, I don't doubt the data that we were presented with. I just have no way of knowing what does it look like in other jurisdictions. Did everybody see changes like this or what? So if we're gonna go down that road, could we just get a little bit? I don't want to make a lot of work for anybody, but just a little bit of data. Like those numbers are out of context. They don't really tell us.
Yeah, sure. We can, in terms of some of the current data sources, we can supply that.
Are these trends we're seeing everywhere, or is there something going on with these small jurisdictions that we should be aware of? That's all.
Okay.
Is that it for questions? So I would remind the board that this topic, that is building construction, adequacy of school buildings, is something that ought to be addressed by the board at some point in the relatively near term. I mean, we have a lot on our plate, but frankly, there are very minimal requirements for a school building today. And I think it would actually be helpful for the board at some point to weigh in on, what we ought to have, at least as a minimum, in each of our public school buildings. All right. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Dickey, very much. Is Dr. Hollins here now? And then we'll break. That's fine. We'll do that we moved it to the end, but we can do that next if you want. Yeah, that's fine. I appreciate it. Dr. Hollins, we have item D, final review of proposed addition to board guidance on the applied studies diploma. And I know at least Ms. Dutta had a question. I don't know if you have a presentation at all. My guess is no, because
no, sir, I do not.
Consent item. That's fine. Ms. Dutta.
Thanks for being here at such short notice, Dr. Hollins. I just have finally got a chance to view some of the document, and I do have a lot of questions. And I'm just afraid that there's just not enough details in the document. So let me just get started with my questions. Just a basic question first. What's the purpose of an applied studies diploma? I mean, so part of the idea, the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act, local school divisions are required to do transition planning for students with IEPs. And what would school divisions do differently if applied studies diploma didn't exist?
So they would not do anything differently. The requirements for transition planning and secondary transition actions related to a student's IEP are required by both federal and state statute. The Applied Studies Diploma is a state-recognized diploma that's utilized here in Virginia. It does in no way, shape, or form usurp the requirements around transition planning.
Okay, so it wouldn't be anything different.
No, it's actually putting additional guidance and support for students who are pursuing that diploma. So it's taking into consideration that they would obviously be engaging in transition planning, but for these students, they are typically seen as students with more significant cognitive disabilities. And so throughout this document, you see a stress on areas of functioning, both academic and additional, such as employment, independent living, that are appropriate for the population.
So, and I was looking at 2015 data. I don't know if there's any more, but according to that, 47% of students with disabilities that earned a special diploma were unengaged in positive post-secondary outcomes. If it's such a high number, almost 50%, why would we continue to use a special model? Why not have a standard diploma and provide pathways within that option?
Yeah, so that's one, there is definitely more recent data, but you are correct that there is a significant amount of the population of students with disabilities who graduate, particularly with the Applied Studies Diploma, that struggle to be engaged, quote unquote. And what engaged means is that during the time of our post-school transition survey, which is federally required, they report not being currently engaged in vocational services, employment, or post-secondary education and training. And so I just want to bifurcate the conversation because I think it's important to note you're asking questions related to the diploma type, right? That the Applied Studies Diploma exists and its purpose. The Applied Studies Diploma is a current state recognized diploma, and that's kind of a standalone piece. The item on the agenda today is really around building a curriculum framework for that diploma option. So this may be a topic, President Gecker, that could also be useful for further follow-up with Ms. Dutta, as well as any other board members that are interested. But I just want to make sure to clarify that there's not actually a decision point on the Applied Studies Diploma. There is a decision point on the material we have to support folks currently out in the field and students currently pursuing this approved diploma type.
Has your team considered an eligibility criteria or checklist that in plain language for the IEP teams to consider when working together on consensus for the determination of the Applied Studies Diploma?
Absolutely. That guidance is provided both in our critical decision points package, which I alluded to in the boilerplate, as well as some of the foundational materials, the 1 to 2 pager that was part of this curriculum framework document, as well as the 1 pager for families and parents, to help walk them through considerations such as what assessment is your student participating in, what are some of the areas of focus and priority for their goals and services and objectives within their IEP, and how this may be an appropriate or not an appropriate diploma type for them. And that decision is made by the IEP team, and in no way, shape, or form is that set in stone. So, for example, we have students that are pursuing an Applied Studies Diploma, but could be identified due to credit accommodations. This is a fluid discussion that happens at the school team level as well. Just so there's not like a final stamp or a state oversight with that.
So I know that IEPs are supposed to align with the standards of learning, and the only requirements in the IEP is mastery of the goals that are required to be aligned with the state standards. what are the required mastery levels to the skills in the applied studies diploma? And what VDOE assessments or alternative assessments or local assessments will be required to determine mastery of the skills outlined in the curriculum map?
So obviously the state assessments that are required are still in play, right? So standards of learning, but typically for this population, it would be the the alternate assessment program. And so the VAP would be utilized on a state perspective. However, there also might be local assessments for content or grade level areas, as well as you see within this document, there's also the opportunity for smaller scale, more focused assessments for a student's skill building. So for example, a goal might be for a student to work on their acclimation to public transportation in order to reach a job site that they're providing during high school, during their last year of high school. And so an assessment might be a community accessibility survey that's filled out by the students and their family to make sure that they have an awareness and are able to independently master those skills. And so assessment really runs the continuum for everything that's state required. Those requirements are still in place, even for our students with most significant disabilities, as well as unique assessments that might be specifically tailored to the goals and objectives that they have and are working on for mastery.
Well, so how do you ensure that how would you ensure that the skills have been mastered and like fulfill your requirements to monitor? And how would you fulfill the requirements to monitor the LEA's responsibility of ensuring that the student has mastered the workplace readiness skills?
So for example, the IEP team monitors a student's implementation of that IEP, right? And they have progress monitoring as well as assessments that are connected to the goals and objectives. However, students, including students with the most significant disabilities who may be on an applied studies track, is also part of our general supervision and monitoring that we're currently conducting in school divisions. So every year on a 5-year cycle, each of our school divisions receives in-depth federal monitoring related to special education. And that monitoring can go all the way kind of from tip to tail, right? We look at a student file, we review the assessment and evaluation and eligibility metrics to really get a flavor for what is this information telling us about a student. We can follow that up with a classroom observation as well as comparing their current IEP. And we also monitor on the back end to ensure there's not an overage of students that are overrepresented in this category, because it really is identified for a very small subset of our students, less than 2,500 every year. And so it's incredibly important that we make sure that's priority of our monitoring. And so we're able to really go on a case-by-case basis when we monitor local school divisions, specifically for this population.
So did you say it's 1 to 5 year cycle?
Yes, every 5 years, each of our local school divisions receives in-depth monitoring related to special education. For example, this is year 2. We have 25 divisions. Last year we had 26, so we're roughly engaged with a little over half of the school divisions in the Commonwealth at this point.
Okay. And how can your office ensure that the LEAs are trained to consider the standards of learning for each student with an IEP and develop a standards-based IEP for with goals, IEP with goals that are identified and aligned with the standards of learning?
Right. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
So obviously our monitoring is a big part of that, right? But we also have the front end, the outreach we do to local school divisions. And so the bulk of our work around instructional services and support really works to create technical assistance and professional development around those key points. And so everything from all of our resources that are on demand and available via technology for not just teachers and administrators, but for parents and families and advocates to understand relate to standards-based IEPs, as well as many of the professional development activities we undertake in a year. For example, this summer, in partnership with the Office of Instruction, we collaborate on content teaching academies for both general education and special education teachers that focused on specialized instruction and making sure they feel comfortable not only with instructional planning and delivery, but also on how to document that appropriately in student IEPs. And that's just one example of a myriad that we have of boots on the ground assistance we offer to local school divisions.
So do you know where the more current data is, the VDOE data representing the percentage of each diploma award and the disability category is, I think, 2014, 2015? Where do we have the more current?
Yeah, it's actually located on our build table, but I'm happy to create a specialized report that'll give you a breakdown for the last few years. As I stated, I referred to the most recent year, which is 2021 data, which shows approximately 4,880 students that we identified. Excuse me, that's a miss. I'm reaching back in my mind and it's not working so well today. We recently identified that there were a little under, it was 2,448 students that received the Applied Studies diploma with our end of year 2021 data submission. But I'm happy to pull a 5-year kind of trend analysis for you to give you an idea of how that number has steadily been decreasing down. And I think that's really reflective of the efforts we're undertaking, not only with monitoring, but with guidance like this. Keep in mind that once this guidance is formally adopted, we will already have school divisions out there that have been working with us over the last 2 school years to implement it and make sure that it's road tested, it's available and accessible and understandable by the folks doing this work in the classroom.
Is there any current VDOA requirement for the IEP team to gather baseline data for diagnostic reading assessments on all 5 components of reading? Grades 9 through 12.
So I'll maybe let me try and answer, and if I don't, you can clarify. So there are requirements for IEP teams related to disability classification and criteria that we handle through our evaluation and eligibility guidance, which is very detailed because that's really the gatekeeper, right, for impacting and identifying students with disabilities and their educational impact. We also work very closely with multiple offices here at the Virginia Department of Education to focus on literacy and reading instruction. Obviously, our focus is on specialized reading instruction for students with learning disabilities such as dyslexia. But to your point, with recent legislation such as the Virginia Literacy Act, we also have to make sure that folks are prepared and able to implement accommodations for students that may be formally identified with disabilities, but may also not and just be challenged readers.
Mr. President. For my colleague, I did just a couple of things I might want to lift up. The number of children qualifying for this diploma is very, very small. To your previous question, yes, every IEP meeting, every IEP review update has to look at what we call the PLOP, the present level of performance, and that has to use data specific for that child and updating that kind of information where they are. Your earlier question I thought was very good in terms of, oh my gosh, the employment outcomes at least look concerning. But again, when you're dealing with a very small number of students, you're also dealing with pretty significant disabilities and delays. And so the IEP team, and really the advanced studies diploma is not even considered. We do everything we can to keep children on a standard diploma, advanced diploma path until we reach a point in time where a really difficult decision need to be made that include the family, that this child probably needs some life skills support, this child needs help using bus schedules to be able to navigate their community, a whole host of other things that come into play. So I would actually suggest that the concerns you have are being supported by this additional guidance because it's providing, although it's a very small number, I think that's a small number for the state, that makes it even smaller out at the district level. So having this type of guidance, I think, is actually helpful with some of those concerns.
I noticed that 22% of the students with specific learning disabilities, I think that dyslexia, SLD, dyslexia fall on, they are awarded a special diploma. And I understand that, SLD students have an average to above average IQ and are also, many of them are twice exceptional. So why are so many SLDs being tracked into applied?
So great question. Let me first acknowledge the root of your question. And it's most important to note that Virginia is currently over its 1% exception for students identified with significant cognitive disabilities being assessed. So as I stated, everything we've talked about today, whether it's the Applied Studies Diploma or the Virginia Alternate Assessment Program, are designed for roughly 1% of our student population. Now, if you ask me, Sam, where does that 1% come from? I will tell you the federal government. There's not a lot of additional research and data to support that, but however, we are accountable to that metric. What you point out, Mrs. Dudd, is that we have students that are identified with disability categories that on first glance don't seem to meet the requirements of how we would identify a student with a significant cognitive disability. The first thing to take into consideration is that information and data is reported by primary disability category. from a lot of our students, particularly in this group, they may also have a secondary or tertiary disability category. And so, for example, you can have a student that is identified primarily with a specific learning disability, secondary with intellectual disabilities, secondary with autism, secondary with multiple disabilities. To try and make a lot of assumptions based off of one point in data for this population can be misleading due to its unique nature. And so while acknowledging that we're still grouping more students than we should be in this category, I do offer a little bit of insight that each of these students is unique and presents differently. And that's really what we've encountered with our monitoring of school divisions. As I mentioned, this is an area that we're currently employed in the field. And so we survey divisions, we gather their data, and then we actually go out to confirm that data and also validate it and offer technical assistance to some of our divisions who are struggling because they are identifying students that don't technically meet the requirements.
And how will the VDOE monitor the LEAs to ensure disproportionate representation of the applied studies diploma does not occur?
It's really the same thing that we've talked about given our time this morning, right? It's that federal program monitoring, and whether it's through cyclical monitoring within that 5-year process, we also what we call the VAP overuse or 1% exception monitoring. So not only are we digging into school divisions on a case-by-case basis, but every year we're pulling that data and looking at the students that we're identifying for alternate assessment and making sure that they meet the requirements. And if we find discrepancies or disproportionality in the field, we're meeting that with technical assistance and professional development for the school division.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I just want to note, Dr. Siebert pointed out beautifully, but I really appreciate the questions and the follow-up specifically around transition for students with disabilities. It's such a key issue. I know that Mrs. Balo and I talk about it frequently, but it's really an area of priority, I know, for her leadership. And I think we'll see that echoed with some of the things coming out of the Commission on Youth this year. So I really appreciate pointing that out and wanting to learn more about it, and happy to serve additional support if I can.
One last question, and I don't know if I asked this one. What resources have been allocated to ensure a variety of workplace settings have been made available to our students with disabilities that would seek an applied studies?
So for us in K-12 education, there's been no state funding assigned to that priority. However, here in Virginia, we do provide a moderate amount of funding from our special ed federal grant. So we call that our state set aside, right? Once the federal money is distributed to the local school divisions, the state holds back about 1% to perform its administrative duties as required by LEA, as required by IDEA. So we currently fund projects that many of you may be familiar with, like Project Search, our post-high demonstration programs, Start on Success, that work with local communities to not only identify and help support students, but find vocational settings and opportunities for them in the field. However, as I mentioned previously, this is a huge area of need. We continue to partner with our sister agency, the Department of Aging and Rehabilitative Services, whose main core priority it is to serve individuals with disabilities, not only while they're in school, but as they transition to adulthood, to ensure they have access to things like supported employment, vocational training, vocational rehabilitation. And so that is definitely an area that we see as a priority, and we are utilizing our federal support in order to take steps forward, but I do believe we still have work to do.
How do you maintain or keep communication? How do you work with, how do you work with the sister agencies, and how do they keep, the communication with these students who have moved on?
So we follow our students through our post-school survey, which you noted, that was that data that you mentioned. It's from our indicator 14. And so we're one of the only departments in the agency that surveys students after they leave K-12 education to see what's happening to them in the field. We follow it up with required partnerships. We have a statewide transition planning group that includes sister agency representation, not only from the Department of Aging and Rehab that I just mentioned, but also many of our other state agency partners that focus on specialized population, Department for the Blind and Vision Impaired, Department for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. And so we come together on an agency level throughout the year to coordinate our planning and activities, to do what we can to continue to grow successful programs, and also pilot demonstration programs that we believe can be successful and lend to our overall knowledge of making this more accessible for Virginians.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Hollins, very much. Okay. Are we, and this is not a push, but are we ready to have a motion on this item? Are you satisfied, Ms. Dutta?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, because if not, we can tinker and come back next month.
That would be great if you could.
All right, and can we give some guidance as to, I mean, Sam, Dr. Holland, excuse me, do you know what changes would be appropriate to address the concerns of Ms. Dutta?
I'll be frank, I don't believe that any of the questions or concerns I've heard from Ms. Dutta have changed anything. If anything, they echo the significance and the support of this document that we've developed in order to meet some of those concerns. And I'm happy to follow up with members. I think a lot of the questions are outside of this specific document, particularly around post-school outcomes and educational impact. And I think that's a discussion that may be lended by a little, some additional time with me, some data that I can provide, and some background that might be really useful to any board member.
Okay, in that case, is there a motion to do something with this? Preferably adopt? Yes. Thank you, Ms. Creasy and Dr. Siebert. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, thank you, Dr. Hollins.
Thank you.
We have been going a while. I propose we do the lunch break, unless there's a revolution caused by that.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, I'm not sure about protocols here.
What?
We do have a district here for an item.
Oh.
That's been very, very patient for their middle school.
Yeah.
If we don't have that, then we.
I think, in the event there might be some discussion, I certainly don't mean to inconvenience you guys at all, but I also think you'll get a better hearing after the board has a little break. I mean, I'm willing to do this for the board one of two ways. Either we take 10 minutes and come back and hear item I and then do lunch, or we just do the lunch for 30 and come back. But I personally, I'm ready for just a quick break, Again, I apologize to you guys. We mean no rudeness to you, but I think we're going to go ahead and consensus take a lunch break. We'll be back at 1:35. Thanks for pointing it out, but. Back, the board is certainly appreciative that you guys were so courteous and let us take the lunch break. We are going to do a quick change in the order of presentation. We'll take item I before item H. Ms. Sipka.
Good afternoon, President Gecker, board members, and Superintendent Balo. I am presenting for first review James Blair Middle School's appeal of one of its accreditation indicators. The standards of accreditation allow for a local school board to appeal a performance level designation for a specific state accreditation indicator for any school in the division. Per the standards of accreditation, the Virginia Board of Education should grant such appeals only in limited circumstances that warrant special consideration. Williamsburg James City County Public Schools has presented an appeal for James Blair Middle School. They are appealing the Level 3 performance rating given to the Students with Disabilities group within the Achievement Gap Mathematics Indicator. If approved, the performance level change for the Students with Disabilities group would result in the overall performance level for the Achievement Gap Mathematics Indicator to change from a Level 3 to a Level 2. However, the change to the overall performance level would not result in a different accreditation status for the school. James Blair Middle School also has a Level 3 rating in the Achievement Gap English Indicator, and its status would remain accredited with conditions. A high-level summary of James Blair's appeal is as follows. They cited language in the SOA, which states that the previous year's data should be used to determine sufficient improvement. Their justification, therefore, is that they should be able to use 2020-2021 data. It should be noted that DOE did not calculate accreditation using 2021 data, as that was during the period in which accreditation was waived. However, the board did adopt special provisions to use the 2018-19 school year data as the previous year from which to determine sufficient improvement for accreditation year 22-23, which is based on the 21-22 school year data. For all schools, DOE compared 21-22 school year data to the 2018-19 school year data when determining whether sufficient improvement was demonstrated. In addition, it was noted that James Blair did not test 35% of its students with disabilities in mathematics in 2020-2021 school year, and therefore they did not have a fully representative population represented in the data they would like to use. Secondly, James Blair stated that they were not given the opportunity of a 3-year rate as outlined in the SOA. However, there is no language in the SOA that indicates there must be a 3-year rate opportunity provided. There are currently 4 other schools in the state who are in a similar situation and will not be afforded this opportunity. The committee also noted that the school's performance in the mathematics students with disabilities group is consistent with what it was in school year 2018-19. 58.62% in school year 2018-19 versus 58.97% in school year 21-22. An appeals review committee that was convened to review James Blair's request felt that the students in the school would benefit from the requirements outlined in the SOA that the school would have to meet for having a Level 3 performance level. As stated, an internal VDOE committee did meet to discuss the appeal and unanimously recommended that the Virginia Board of Education not approve the appeal. The superintendent also supports this recommendation. This item will be presented to the board for final review in November.
Okay, first, are there any questions? But actually, really first, I should note, of course, representatives from the division are here. The last time I remember this coming up, which is before I was president of the board, an issue like this, we did allow some time for the superintendent to speak or at least answer questions. I'm prepared to, certainly allow that courtesy this time also. But let's go to the board members first. Are there any questions, perhaps, that either staff or Dr. Heron could answer.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm just a little confused here. So they're appealing for the performance level to change to be a 3?
No, they currently have a level 3 rating, and they are appealing that
to move to a 2.
to get a level 2. And as a result of that, the final performance level for the indicator would also change.
But the change to the overall indicator would not result in a different accreditation status for the school.
Correct.
So
So a school has to, if a school has one level 3 indicator, it's accredited with conditions. So they have currently 2 indicators that are level 3. So even if this indicator, this appeal was granted and that indicator was a level 2, the school would still be accredited with conditions because they have another level 3 indicator.
would you help me understand what would this do, changing it from a 3 to a 2? What supports, what is really the difference in terms of maybe support from the state or any material support?
Yes, so that was part of the presentation you heard yesterday from the Office of School Quality, but it is, the difference really is the difference between a division-led look at the indicator versus the DOE leading the
Okay, so I get
leading the
that.
look,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Just to check my understanding, Mr. President, if I may. So the appeal is for one of the 2 indicators. Even granting that, we're still accredited with conditions.
Yes.
And I just want to be clear that we're talking about an almost 20% reduction, but that in raw numbers is 43 kids failed in 2021 and 51 or passing, excuse me. Failure rate was, percent failing was 43%. God, let me start again. So I'm statistically illiterate today. So I want to make sure I'm clear on this. 43 kids failed the mathematics indicator, special ed kids failed the mathematics indicator in 2021. And then in 2021, 22 school year, it's 50, the number is 51, but more kids took it. But we're basically talking a reduction because you had 8 more kids failing, but you had more kids taking it overall. So it became a 20% reduction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's, okay. That's important. I mean, so the number of kids who not passing went up, even though the percent failing went down.
Correct.
Yeah, that seems like important context here. And I just want to say, I'm troubled by this is great, except for the special ed kids. This, like, we should, except for the special ed kids. I don't believe in this Commonwealth there's any exceptions for any groups of kids, racially, ethnically, socioeconomically, and students with disabilities. Like, that's why we have an accreditation accountability system.
And then I do want to just reiterate this point, just so that everyone is aware. The other schools in the state did use 2018-19 school year data to when we calculated sufficient improvement. And this would be, they're asking for an exception to that special provisions that the board did adopt to use 2018-19 data.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Not, the board will take this on first review and we'll hear it again.
Are we going to, do we hear from the district or?
The district has not yet evidenced the desire to come up and speak, so I'm just being polite and not forcing the issue.
Well, I mean, we certainly listened during public comment.
Yeah.
Well, I have a
No,
question.
I mean, if you'd like to come up and speak, as I said when we opened this, you're certainly welcome.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
All right, so afternoon, Dr. Herron, good to see you. I guess, so I understand the points that were made during public comment, and obviously being a new school, not having 3-year average and those things. But my question is, what is gained if by appealing one indicator when it doesn't change the accreditation status?
We actually started our appeal just on the 3-year average and the triennial waiver. That was firstly the basis of our appeal. And after speaking with the Department of Accountability, we actually looked at that indicator and put that in as well. But for us, the driving reason for consideration is the fact that we don't have 3 years of data. And so we're not eligible for some of the things that are provided to every other school in the Commonwealth. As I mentioned earlier, those with triennial waivers, where there are 85 schools performing below the level of James Blair this year because they're using a triennial waiver that currently exists in the system. There are other schools that have made accreditation based on a 3-year average, and James Blair only has 2 years of data. So generally, we're not asking to be accredited fully. We're asking for the board to consider all new schools who don't have 3 years of data and potentially waive accreditation until such schools are able to have those 3 years of data. So we agree with the analysis presented by the Department of Accountability. We have not reached that level with this school. We understand that. But we do think that there is an inequity in the system that deprives brand new schools and schools with less than 3 years the opportunity to be successful. And that's why we're standing here today.
And let me just ask, because the last time this type of issue was heard, the school division came in with a fairly substantial plan on how to correct, the issue, as how to remediate the problem, including, as my recollection is, close to $1 million worth of resources dedicated to bringing one particular school up. I have not heard that yet from, is this really just on the technical, or is there a belief the division is going to allocate resources sufficient to fix this, and therefore you don't want the state involved at this point?
We certainly, actually, we do want to work with the State Department, and we do want to be part of the improvement process, and we do want to work with the school Department of School Quality, because we believe our school will benefit from all of that. But we do want consideration to not be named as accredited with conditions, but rather to be waived accreditation for this school year. 2 years ago, we had the same situation. We were one of about 6 new schools, and accreditation was waived. And I think at that point, we would have really hoped that we'd have gone into a situation where consideration and a different formula might be used for brand new schools. Understand fully, we've all been through the pandemic. It hasn't been the focus of schools or the department, and we understand that nothing has happened to change that. But we really feel we're speaking not just for Blair, but for every school that goes into this system as a brand new school and doesn't have the data to have all of the supports that every other school has. So we want to go through the process. We want our school to get better. We want all the help we can get for them from the Department of School Quality. But we just feel there's an inequity in the system, and felt it was important to be here speaking for the individual school today. And we do that most respectfully, of course.
Of course, thank you. Anybody else have any questions? If not, now I will, for the board, take it under first review. Thank you. We'll hear it again in November. Let's see, item H.
Ready? Okay. This item is a first review of a proposal to adopt special provisions regarding the determination of the performance level for the chronic absenteeism indicator in accreditation years 23-24 and 24-25. During accreditation year 22-23, the Board of Education removed the chronic absenteeism indicator from the determination of a school's accreditation status. At the time, the board was clear that they wanted to revisit how the data from school year 21-22 was going to be used in subsequent accreditation years. I will be presenting one option on how to proceed with the 21-22 chronic absenteeism data. The proposal is to adopt special provisions to remove the 21-22 school year data from accountability years 23-24 and 24-25. There is, of course, the option to use the 21-22 school year data in the next two accountability years without adopting any special provisions. At the end of the presentation, your feedback will determine the direction for the final review of this item in November. As a reminder, the reason the board can remove the 21-22 school year data from accountability years 23 and 24 is because the standards of accreditation do allow the board to adopt special provisions to alter the inclusions and exclusions from the performance level calculations for accreditation indicators. As a bit of review on chronic absenteeism, chronically absent students miss 10% or more of a school year for any reason, and this does include excused or unexcused absences. So in a typical 180-day school year, a student must miss 18 or more school days to be considered chronically absent. Chronic absenteeism is directly correlated with lower student achievement as well as higher dropout rates. In the past, the board has made it clear that proactively addressing and preventing chronic absenteeism is an expectation of all schools in the Commonwealth. Addressing chronic absenteeism now carries greater significance due to learning loss and student mental health issues that have been exacerbated by the pandemic. Before discussing the special provisions, I'll briefly review the intent of the chronic absenteeism indicator, the previous board decision regarding the use of 21-22 school year chronic absenteeism data in accreditation year 22-23, and some of the results of the chronic absenteeism data from this past year. The intent of the chronic absenteeism indicator in our accreditation model is to be a measure of student engagement. It can be seen as a proxy for the programs, school-level policies, processes, and practices a school has put into place to engage students in school. Under normal circumstances, school divisions have control over these factors. However, in school year 21-22, student absences were negatively impacted by several factors related to the pandemic. Quarantine and isolation policies and practices were among the major contributing factors. Federal, state, and local recommendations on quarantine and isolation periods varied over time, but they were up to 10 days in length at the beginning of the 21-22 school year. This put the accuracy of the data into question, whether it did indeed measure what it was intended to measure, and whether it reflected the effectiveness of school policies regarding attendance. After discussion at the April work session, the board adopted special provisions at the April business meeting to remove chronic absenteeism from the determination of accreditation status in 22-23. In doing so, the earned performance level and chronic absenteeism rate was still assigned to and reported for schools, though chronic absenteeism data was not used when assigning an accreditation status. As stated in public comment at the April board meeting on behalf of the Region 6 Superintendent Study Group, COVID-related absences have been beyond the scope of school and division attendance interventions. It should be noted that chronic absenteeism was the only active indicator that was not used in accrediting schools in 22-23. When the board discussed the decision, the accuracy or validity of the other indicators did not come into question. Achievement rates, growth, dropout rates, graduation rates were impacted by the pandemic, but they did measure what they were intended to measure. In our accreditation model, chronic absenteeism, like all indicators, can be assigned one of three levels. There's three components within the performance level descriptions: the current year rate, cumulative 3-year rate, and sufficient improvement. For a school to earn a level 1 for chronic absenteeism, the best of the current or cumulative 3-year rate must be less than or equal to 15%, or the current year rate can be in the level 2 range and the school demonstrates at least a 10% improvement in the rate from the previous year. For a school to earn a level 2, the best of the current or cumulative 3-year rate must be greater than 15% and less than or equal to 25%, or the current year rate is in the level 3 range and the school demonstrated at least a 10% improvement from the previous year. For a school to earn a level 3, the best of the current or cumulative 3-year rate must be greater than 25%. So here's a look at the data for the chronic absenteeism indicator for the previous 2 years in which accreditation was calculated, as well as the results from the 21-22 school year. From the data, you can see that there was a marked decrease in the level 1 performance in 21-22 compared to both 2018-19 and 17-18. And as a result, there's a marked increase in the level 2 and level 3 number of schools. The data pattern for 21-22 is very different than the previous 2 years, which is what was expected. This table shows the distribution of schools according to the 21-22 school year chronic absenteeism rate only. This table represents how schools performed against the benchmarks of our accreditation model. This distribution is quite different than the previous slide. I've highlighted the schools with a rate over 25%, which is roughly 1 in 4 schools, to show the distribution of schools in that category. This slide is important because it does show how differently the actual current year distribution looks from the performance level designations that also use the cumulative 3-year rate and sufficient improvement to assign levels. It also shows the distribution of the scores that will serve as the reference point from which schools would have to show a 10% improvement should the board decide not to adopt the special provisions. So looking at this through a sufficient improvement lens, most of the schools that are below 25% could earn a level 2 performance level by minimally demonstrating a 10% improvement, while the rate is still well below the benchmark and not near standard as the description for level 2 indicates. With that background information, I'll pivot to the proposed special provisions. Since the board voted not to use the chronic absenteeism data from school year 21-22, because it was not necessarily an accurate representation of a school's efforts to address attendance issues, the proposed special provisions use the same reasoning to eliminate the 21-22 data from accreditation determinations moving forward. The first part of the proposal is to remove the 21-22 school year chronic absenteeism data from accreditation calculations in accountability year 23-24. This will result in the removal of the cumulative 3-year rate and the demonstration of adequate improvement from the determination of a school's performance level for chronic absenteeism in accountability year 23-24. The second part of the proposal is to remove the 21-22 school year chronic absenteeism data from the cumulative 3-year rate in accountability year 24-25. This will result in the cumulative year rate to include data from the 22-23 and 23-24 years only. This table summarizes the changes in the proposal. So for accountability year 23-24, the performance levels would be solely based on the chronic absenteeism data from the 22-23 school year. And in accountability year 24-25, the 3 components of the current model can be used, though the cumulative rate would only include data from 22-23 and 23-24. Removing the 21-22 school year data from the determination of the chronic absenteeism performance level eliminates data that may not represent student engagement. It also eliminates the potential for skewed performance levels based on the demonstration of adequate improvement. Since the quarantine and isolation practices that impacted 21-22 attendance are very different in school year 22-23, showing sufficient improvement from 21-22 to 22-23 may reflect a change in quarantine requirements rather than a change in school attendance strategies. In other words, improvement in chronic absenteeism rates may be based on the absence of quarantine policies and many fewer student isolation experiences rather than the result of proactive attendance policies and school mitigation strategies.
I just have a quick question. Would it make any sense to use the 2019-2020 data if we're going to go this route for the 2-year comparisons, to have a benchmark set so that this isn't just the 2 years in the post-pandemic world of kind of what the new normal is versus what the normal had been before the pandemic?
So, so that I understand what you're saying to use the school year 2018-19 data as the previous year?
As a third year for the comparison, but if we're dropping out the 2 pandemic years, it just seems to this last bullet of really trying to understand what, I just don't know from a data standpoint of the 2022, 23, 23, 24 school years, it's kind of a new reference point, and whether it makes sense, just kind of like when we got the SOL results out a few weeks ago, it was kind of, again, we took a look at the 2018-19 numbers pre-pandemic for data reference points.
So if we, there's 2 pieces. If we were to use the 2018-19 data for this upcoming accreditation year, we would be using that as the previous year. And we used that year's data as the previous year this year. So we would have to talk about and decide whether that's best practices to do that same comparison again in 2 different accountability years. But in the second piece with the 3 years, I guess it would really just depend on whether we decided to use that data or not. Does that make sense? Okay. All right, so this is a continuation of the impacts of removing the 21-22 school year data. It would provide a clear picture of the correct level of support each school needs, and it does underscore the need for schools to proactively address chronic absenteeism this year. But it does limit how a school can earn a performance level designation, because for this upcoming accreditation year, it would only be on 1 year's worth of scores. So what this could result in is more schools being accredited with conditions rather than accredited, since any school that earns a level 3 in chronic absenteeism based just on 1 year's rate, even if all the other indicators are level 1 or level 2, would be accredited with conditions. So that would be an impact. Conversely, if the decision was to keep the 21-22 school year data, this would continue to provide the options outlined in the SOA for school divisions to earn a performance level. It may provide additional time before the chronic absenteeism indicator influences accreditation status, as few schools are likely to have a level 3 in chronic absenteeism due to the demonstration of sufficient improvement. And it would encourage VDOE to provide widespread support to all divisions regarding chronic absenteeism, so that all schools who need support receive it, regardless of performance level ratings. So with that, I can answer any questions you have, but I know that Superintendent Balo did want to have the board to have discussion on this item.
Are there any comments from board members or questions?
Well, I mean, could I could send questions out if I have during the
Yes,
course?
absolutely.
Okay.
And just to be clear, this would be, that we're going to, assuming we make no changes to the accreditation system, we would just shift back after this, once there's adequate data to be good. So we're doing, so we're carving out an exception because of these weird data situations.
Yes. Yes.
And based on a previously offered exception, which was much appreciated. So that exception was very appreciated by divisions because it was an anomalous year. So I can see it's created this bubble effect in the 3-year approach. And certainly we don't want to make it overly easy to get improvement credit. So that piece makes sense to me as well.
Mr. President, could Andy repeat his comment?
Your mic was.
I missed. I
Yeah,
didn't hear that.
yeah, I apologize. My mic was on. I was just asking to clarify that we're looking at this would be an exception until we get back to the normal data, and then we go back to whatever existing or future accreditation requirements are. Yeah.
Has the department considered doing some type of an impact analysis of what happened in 2020, 21, and 21, 22 on, obviously, the first year was the intense COVID year, but the second year, I just, in terms of the learning loss and the impact, I just would like to really understand the data, especially from 21, 22, to better understand what maybe school policies and other things were that were, in place, maybe different parts of the state to just understand what happened and what the depth of the absenteeism. I mean, these numbers, are helpful, but I just, even from maybe an impact analysis or something, I just, as a department, conducting any overview of, kind of the whole learning loss cycle, and obviously this is a key part of it.
I am not aware that anybody is really doing any correlations between absenteeism and achievement, if that's what you're.
Yeah.
I would love to see that data.
I would say, Amy, that as you think about this for next month, I do wonder about Mr. Hansen's idea of go ahead and using 1819 again to give you a 3. I definitely don't want it to be too easy to show improvement because the year was so bad, any more than I wanted the really bad year to be a hammer. So I totally get that piece. So how you address it, I think, ideas there.
So the idea of using 2018-19 data.
Just at first blush, I think it's worth thinking about until you
Okay.
say, oh, here's why it's a terrible idea.
Okay.
And then you're back to us with what you brought this time.
Okay.
Might not hurt just to even understand if there's a little bit of a pre-analysis when you take a look at it of really, if it, is a helpful indicator, for us and to consider.
Okay.
Anybody else? If not, thank you so much for the
All right. Awesome.
time.
Thank you.
We'll see you in November. Item J, first review of advisory board on teacher Abtel's recommendation for passing score on praxis chemistry, 5246 test for science. Dr. Johnson? Hoping to come on before then. Good afternoon, Dr. Johnson.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, President Gecker, Vice President Mann, State Superintendent Balo, and board members. I'd like to thank, we've got several guests today, but I'd like to thank Malik McKinley, the Director of Client Relations and Practice Programs from ETS, for his patience today and for being with us to support the presentation. So again, thank you, Malik, for being here, and I've asked him to come closer. to help me feel those hard questions. But again, I'd like to ask also if I can group items J, K, and L. I thought you would appreciate that.
Yep,
And
happily.
trying to be cognizant of time. And that there is similarity in methodology for the test development or regeneration, as well as the process for approval and the recommendations for ABTEL, as well as State Superintendent Balo today. So again, historically, I have attempted to group the items, but then we have the vote separately, as you all have asked previously. So today, I'm bringing forward for first review of the Advisory Board of Teacher Education and Licensure recommendations for passing SOAR for Praxis Chemistry 5246, test for science, leading to a science endorsement. Item K, first review for the Advisory Board on Teacher Education and Licensure recommendation for a passing score for the Praxis Physics 5266, test for science, leading to a physics endorsement. And item L, first review of the Advisory Board of Teacher Education and Licensure recommendation for a passing score for the Praxis Biology 5236 for the science, or leading to a biology endorsement. Just a bit of background also included in your packet for today. Currently, the board requires the following assessments for initial licensure. There's the Virginia Communication and Literacy Assessment, or the VCLA, Praxis Subject Assessments, and for specified endorsements, reading for Virginia educators, currently the VRE or the ERA. The board prescribes the Praxis Subject Assessments as a professional teacher's assessment required for initial licensure. Also included in your packet, you saw a briefing that we shared previously in January of 22. Again, sharing that, acknowledging the board's interest in considering the effectiveness and the robustness of the assessments in the process. Again, just acknowledging ABTEL's concern in that area, as well as the board. Currently, the prescribed assessments for these three sciences that we're bringing forth today have been updated, and the regeneration praxis tests will be offered by ETS. The proposed recommendations from the ABTEL board, or ABTEL, is to establish a passing score for the revised praxis. All tests today will be required for individuals seeking initial licensure unless exempt by holding a full or clear out-of-state license with no deficiencies, as well as those that want to add on this particular endorsement using the test. Again, the sciences, whether that be chemistry, biology, or physics, by an individual holding a valid renewable teaching license. So on September the 19th of 22, information regarding the multi-state standard setting process for all the sciences before you today was presented to ABTEL by Malik McKinley. I'll try to highlight some of the key components of that from his presentation today. The presentation included a very in-depth presentation of the standard setting process, or the standard setting study that is facilitated by ATS for each of the separate subject tests designed and conducted by ETS to support the decision-making process for educational agencies to establish the passing score or cut score for praxis. Given that these are all new assessments, really just launched in September of 22, the assessments scores were not a the current assessment scores were not a consideration when establishing the test pass rates for the new, again, based on the limited data available for the new assessment. Again, to emphasize, the new assessments were designed and developed through work with practicing science teachers, teacher educators, and higher ed chemistry or physics or biology specialists to reflect the state standards as well as knowledge for teachers needing to teach those respective sciences. Again, emphasis on design to measure the readiness for individuals to teach those and enter the profession to teach those sciences. Included in your packet for each separate assessment or endorsement area is a detailed summary of the study, the multi-standard study technical report. You will see there the list of participants as well as other logistics about that standard setting study, including representation from Virginia on all standard setting committees and panels. The technical report included in your packet contains 3 sections. The first section describes the content and the format of the test. The second section describes the standard setting processes and methods. The third section presents the results of the standard setting study. Additionally, you have within your packet a study companion attached. This document describes the purpose of the structure of the test. In brief, as I have highlighted, the test measures knowledge and competencies that are important for safe and effective beginning practice as a science teacher, whether that be whether that be chemistry, physics, or biology. And now, as we consider the separate votes, I'll highlight the specifics. For item J, the Praxis Chemistry 5246 test will replace the Praxis Chemistry Content Knowledge Test 5245. For the Praxis Chemistry test, the recommended passing score is 56 out of a possible 100 raw score. The scale score associated with the raw score is 56, is 146 on a 100 to 200 scale. Again, the current Praxis for chemistry, content knowledge 5245 test that has been prescribed has a current passing score of 153. But again, highlighting the content of the old and the new test are different, nor whether that is part of the decision from ABTEL. Specifically, ABTEL members reviewed the standard setting report and recommended that the board approve the passing score recommended by ETS and the standard setting committee of a score of 146. The Praxis, again, based on the newness and the launch of all 3 assessments in just September, ABTEL also recommended that the data be reviewed and conducted in a year to determine if the passing score is providing for the greatest opportunity of teachers entering the profession while maintaining rigor. And you see included in your packet for each of the assessment, also in the actual board item, is a chart that highlights the estimated conditions or standard error of measurement, or the CSEM, around the recommended pass score. So once that recommended score is determined, and then looking at the error above and below it, you see the outlines there in the chart. Again, the scale score associated with 1 and 2 CSEM above and below the recommended passing scores are provided. And then specifically for K, the Praxis Physics test at 5266 test will replace the Praxis Physics Content Knowledge test of 5265. ETS provided a recommendation passing score based on those multi-standard setting studies to help, again, educational agencies determine an appropriate or passing score. And specifically as it relates to the self-study, the Praxis Physics test, the recommended passing score from ETS, from the standard setting committee, is 56 out of a possible 100 raw score. The scale score associated with a raw score, 56, is 145 on a 100 to 200 scale. Again, ABTEL recommends that in the coming year, based on the final decision, that the data be reviewed again to determine whether it is matching the rigor as well for our Commonwealth test takers. And again, you see within the board item, the outline of the CSEM ratings above and below the recommended cut score. Item L, the Praxis for Biology at 5236 test will replace the Praxis Biology Content test of 5235. ETS provides a recommended passing score from the multi-standard setting study to help, again, in terms of approximating a passing score. For the Praxis Biology test, the recommended passing score is 75 out of a possible 120 raw scores. The scale score associated with this raw score, 75, is 154 of the 100 and 200 rating opportunities. Again, excuse me, the Praxis Biology test, excuse me, prescribed a passing score of 155, the current test does. And then the new assessment, again, ABTEL wants to, again, look at this a year ahead with the recommendation of a score of 154. Also included there is the CSM around above and below the error for the recommended scores. For each item, the state superintendent has also made a separate recommendation. The superintendent of public instruction recommends that the board receive for first review the recommendations of the advisory board on teacher education and licensure to establish a passing score of 146 for the Praxis Chemistry 5246 test, item J. And then as we consider item K, the state superintendent recommends that the board receive for first review the recommendations of ABTEL to establish a passing score of 145 for the Praxis Physics test, 5266. And finally, for item L, the superintendent of public instruction recommends that the board receive for first review the recommendations of ABTEL to establish a passing score of 154 for the Praxis Biology test, 5236. And I have some slides to help support me potentially, or Malik, in answering any questions at this time. But that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Creasy.
Could you tell us perhaps the other states that are adopting the new test and also obviously a new score as well? Where kind of is our score within this?
Sure, anticipated that wonderful question from you. Now, unsure if you can see that. And Malik and Maggie, if you're here, help me too. Hopefully you can see it, but again, because these are so new, I will remind the board that this test was just launched in September of 22. So most of these states are like us and just barely establishing these scores. But again, for chemistry, just to reiterate, this is my first slide. The chemistry was item J. The recommendation is 146. So you can see that consistently Virginia would be among every state that has adopted this new praxis so far. Again, these are the only states that have adopted this new regeneration of the praxis assessment. So it's
the exception of Mississippi, you see there.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Holton will be pleased that there again, we're 6 points ahead of Mississippi.
All right, let me see if I can get to the next one. And so this is for physics. Again, the physics recommended score, item K, is 145. And it seems like that is a trend. Again, all states that have adopted this measure, with the exception of Mississippi, are at 145. And related to biology, item L, the recommendation is for 154. And same pattern again, we are consistent with every state listed with the exception of Mississippi.
Is there an understanding of why Mississippi came to those lower numbers at all? I mean,
That may be a question for Malik.
right. I mean, just for.
I don't know if you.
Well, each state has its own prerogative to adopt a test and a cut score wherever they see fit. So I don't know specifically why Mississippi adopted at a lower rate.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
And so I think this is a grouping of about 12 states, but there are over 30 plus states that use our science series exams, and they're going through the same process that Virginia's going through right now in terms of reviewing the assessments and then moving towards possible adoption. So this particular list will grow over this next probably 3 or 4 months, but as of right now, these are the 12 states that have already gone through that process.
Andy?
I just have a brief clarifying question. So the scores you're asking us to take on first review, we're not taking any, these are all recommended on with what the committee came back with. We're not
That's correct.
going above or below in
That's
any case.
correct.
It seems to be consistent with the superintendent.
There was just a way that was worded that was a little confusing. I just want to make sure.
no,
Sorry.
Is that it?
I have some questions.
Ms. Dutta?
What was did you say that this is new, September 2022 is when it was?
Launched.
What was the impetus to change the test?
You want to respond? I know it has a lot to do with the
Sure. So,
standards.
Yeah, it has to do with the standards that are released in the field of science. So the National Science Teacher Association standards were released in 2020, and then next generation science standards as a complement to that were released all together in the last couple of years here. So as standards nationally change, then our program, which is a national program, automatically updates our exams to make sure that they're in line with the standards that are being used in public school classrooms across the nation.
So it's going to phase out the other.
That's correct. So there will be an overlap. Our process at the agency is that there will be an overlap of time, several months. This will be effective as soon as the board makes a decision. And so individuals will have an option to whether they want to take the new one, or they could still be in the pipeline and take the old assessment. Typically, we wait for maybe 4 or 5 months afterwards, maybe July. I think we've used July as a transition date when we will stop using or allowing individuals to use the old assessment. So there will be an overlap and then a stop, and that will be highly publicized.
So was this in Virginia? Did the department engage chemistry teachers in Virginia just as part of the VDEOE?
Yes, if you take a look, the multi-state standard, which is their process, engages multi-states, and there's an actual list of at least 2 Virginia delegates that were part of the standard setting studies for the 3 endorsements here.
Oh, so as part of what?
That's correct.
They did, ETS
So they
did.
solicit recommendations from our office, and we work with our EBPs, school divisions, et cetera, for recommendations for volunteers, actually.
So the new physics, so is there a comparison between for the number of hours it used to take for old and new? Like the chemistry, new is 2.5 hours, 125 questions. What was the old one in
I don't
terms
know
of
if you can see that.
hours?
It should be on there.
Yeah, can you see it? I think you have it, I'm not sure, it's part of.
Which exam are you referring to?
Say, for example,
Physics?
chemistry.
Can you go
chemistry?
to, chemistry. Yeah, so I don't know if you have this PowerPoint in front of you, but the test format and test length are unchanged, 125 selected response questions, 2.5 hours. But obviously the changes that occurred are related to content with the update of the standards.
Okay.
And the inclusion of more items related to the teaching of the content. So that's new. And most of their assessments are incorporating the content as relates to the teaching of it, not the pedagogy, but just understanding the content so that individuals could teach it.
The new the new physics praxis, which has it has a technical memo which says that the state may accept the ETS recommended passing score, adjust the score upward to reflect more stringent expectations, or adjust the score downward to reflect more lenient expectations, right? And the ETS panel of physics teachers from 11 states, like you said, including 2 from Virginia, recommended a minimum score of 58 out of 100 on the physics praxis, which would translate to 150.
Yes.
150.
Yes.
ETS subtracted the conditional standard error of measurement to come up with the recommended score of 145. Why did ETS not do the opposite and add the conditional standard error of measurement, which would have resulted in
Is this for physics?
152 physics?
You're asking? which is the same question that would apply to all three.
To
I don't know
all
if you-
three.
all-
That's
I
right.
don't know if you want to take it.
So the reason I ask it is because I know that that's the intention of the department is to move towards more, increase the level of excellence. So the two delegates from Virginia, it's recommended 58 out of 100, which would have been 150 compared to what we have now, 145. Why would we not adopt that? Or why would we not do what I just mentioned, that instead of subtracting, add the standard error of measurement, and to have a more stringent, more rigorous?
I have had the same questions over the years to the extent that ETS has sat down with me a couple of times and gone through this line by line and idea by idea and question by question. And here's what it amounts to. We have to remember that the praxis does not cause, correlate, or equate to teacher excellence. We have lots of other ways to measure, to ensure, and to build teacher excellence. The praxis ensures that a teacher has the content knowledge necessary to teach a subject area.
And to be a beginning entering.
To
an
be
entering, not an expert.
Thank you
So
for that
it's just a
clarification.
very
So
basic test.
this is an entry level, almost a binary score. Do you have the content knowledge to be able to enter the classroom and teach the content? Have the knowledge to teach the content. You still need support on pedagogy, on classroom management, on building your content knowledge from year one on. This is your entry level. This is your entry point, if you will. So it's really a more of a binary question. Can you or can't you demonstrate that you have the basic content knowledge to enter the classroom? And so that is why we go with the ETS recommendations, because ETS has determined that this is that basic content knowledge. Again, lots of supports to ensure that beginning teachers have the ability to demonstrate and build on their pedagogical knowledge and expertise, their classroom management, their data skills, all of the other things that make a great teacher.
And this is only one component of them demonstrating.
Right, but let's say a student is taking honors physics or AP physics. I mean, you would want to ensure what would be so if a teacher scores exactly 145 and so passes this, what I'm getting at is that there's a difference between a teacher, say, who's done a degree in physics or graduate degree in physics, being able to teach AP physics class and compare it with who does not come from a physics background. And both score 145. And if you're trying to ensure that a child taking AP physics, gets education from or is taught by a teacher who is competently equipped, above and beyond, would you not want to have I'm just saying that I would move in favor of a more stringent and guideline than not.
May I make a suggestion? Grace, did you want to? My first suggestion would be let's hear from Grace, and then I have a suggestion to this.
So what I'll say is this. In years past, and when things have changed with our praxis cut scores from a state perspective, it has always been somewhat responsive to the amount of teachers coming into the profession, right? Because they have to take that test and prove the level of competency in that subject matter in order to receive their license. So, for example, my license is in government. When I tested I got my score, got my license. My first year teaching, I taught AP government in high school. I was literally 3 years older than the kids that I was teaching in some cases. Okay. That demand of that level, and again, it's also based on how is a local school division supporting that new teacher who's coming into that scenario. I was supported by my local school division sending me to college board, professional development, all of those things. Remember, this is like a teeny tiny fraction of all of the other pieces that have to come together to support someone who is going to be licensed in a particular subject matter.
And there's not a difference in licensure credentials?
No.
For someone that teaches regular chemistry versus someone that teaches AP history?
Correct.
AP history. License.
So what if a teacher doesn't have enough support systems like you received, the wonderful support that you received? Somebody who doesn't have a chemistry background or a physics background could end up teaching AP physics and not know much more than probably the students that they're teaching.
So this is exactly why my argument on the curriculum framework is what it was, because we need those supports in place in the SOLs to continue to help teachers in honing their craft of not only the pedagogical piece, the classroom management piece, but also, moreover, the important piece of how we actually deliver the content and understand the content to be able to deliver it best.
I'm just surprised that we would not go the reverse way.
The only other comment I'll add is that, as you heard, ABTEL is recommending, and this also is historical, that because it's a new test, that we use this recommendation for the first year, and then as they collect more data, then the board as well as ABTEL can determine whether maybe it's too low or maybe it's too high based on the individuals from Virginia taking the test. Because at this point, we don't have any data of Virginia residents actually taking this test. And so it has been historically a practice to typically go with this recommendation, and then over time, when there's enough data, right, to actually look at maybe it's too low, maybe it's too high, and the board would have that opportunity to make that determination.
And I can appreciate that. I'm just, so for this 1 year, let's just say the cohort of teachers who do come in, let's just say for the sake of reason that some of them are not up to the job of teaching higher level.
So that's part of our shortage challenge.
Can I make a suggestion, Mr. President?
Yes.
Ms. Dutta, so when I was first on this board, an issue like this came before us, and the committee had recommended the score, and the motion before the board was to actually go below that score. I wasn't comfortable with that. It was a literacy test, and I thought it was a mistake. And I took the test. The testing company brought somebody down, and so I was able to actually take the assessment. And I think that's helpful because these conversations happen in a black box. I was a little jittery when the basic praxis test is a basic test, depending on who you believe. It's 8th grade to
Praxis core.
Yeah.
Not part of our
and people have
discussion
actually tried to give it to samples of middle school students, and that's been resisted, I suspect, because what that would show. This is not that test. These tests are more demanding. These are not easy. These are not easy tests. And what I would suggest is, and we can't. These tests are not open source. So when you go to take it, they come and give it to you, and you can't take notes on it and so forth. This is valuable IP. But that if you have concerns, like actually look at the test instruments themselves. And I think it's fully legitimate for somebody to be like, no, I think this is not, in my judgment, I think this is too low. Or too high, but let's get a look at the instrument if you want. I'm sure ETS could accommodate that, with appropriate security, again, because it's valuable IP, and take a look. And then I think you should decide if you're comfortable or not. But it's hard to have this conversation with this sort of black box, this test that, as far as I know, none of these 3 practices I've ever taken. So.
I mean, I'd like to know what the comparison of rigor really is between the new and the old, and I'm
sure we can make
just
that
not
available.
comfortable
We
with
can make
moving
that happen.
it so moving the bar lower rather than higher.
And to be clear, my suggestion was if Ms. Dutta wants to, I have no interest in taking 3 tests that I would surely fail.
How did you do on
And
the last one?
I'm comfortable moving forward, but if Ms. Dutta, if we could, I think that could be a valuable opportunity.
Well, I'd like to know, if there is any way to really let me know what the comparison would be in rigor. I mean, I know the content has changed.
Can we
But
talk about it, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Saparna, but can we talk about it in a different context just for a minute, which is, what's the real predictive value of the passing score, the cut score on the effectiveness of the teacher in the classroom? I mean, I mean, that's exactly right. I wasn't going to say it because ETS is here, but there doesn't seem to be any correlation in the literature between
And we
teacher
don't,
effectiveness and.
we've never made that claim either.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I don't know. I just didn't want to offend anybody in the room.
That's not the
so-
purpose of the test.
Not
The purpose of the test is
purpose
to,
is, at some point, the local divisions will make decisions about who goes into what classroom based upon their understanding of the ability level of their teaching force. But the praxis, I mean, it's one thing to say we want the test more rigorous, but then you also have to say, why do we want it more rigorous?
Right.
That is, are we going to improve outcomes, which is the goal here? If by making it more rigorous, we have fewer teachers, but the same outcomes, we haven't accomplished the goal of the system, right? I mean, so the question is really, at what point does teaching effectiveness decline based upon practice passing scores? And, the data so far, if everything I've read says the current sort of cut scores that ETS recommends is a decent enough indicator that you can put somebody into the classroom. Now, I'm not telling you not to look at this at all, but to me, the question in a vacuum that is, should we be more rigorous on this, doesn't mean anything to me unless you go the next step, which is, and what is the result in the classroom?
I'm surprised that there isn't a correlation
There is not.
between the
Because that's
score.
not the
There
purpose
has
of the
been
test.
no
That's
demonstrable
not the purpose of the
correlation in
test.
anything I've ever read.
Somebody who scores a 200 is, I mean,
There may be some indicator if you don't have enough subject matter capability to pass the praxis that you'll be ineffective in the classroom because you clearly need some basic level of subject matter competence when you enter the profession and enter the classroom. However, there's no indicator that if you have more subject matter past that minimum coming in, meaning you get higher and higher on the praxis, that makes you a more effective teacher, that the outcomes for the students are better.
what does effective teacher mean? I mean, is that not subject matter content also?
Well, it's in part subject matter, sure, but it's also pedagogy, right? It is how well can you communicate and really what are the outcomes you can generate for your students? I mean, are we learning, and again, I'm certainly not an educator, not an expert in this, but the things I've read said an ineffective teacher, basically, their kids learn essentially half a year's worth of material in any given year. And there's a bunch of those in the system, right? Fortunately, not a lot of them, but there are some. Then you have your basic WSU year for year, and then you have the highly effectives who are doing give or take a year and a half or a year. And Alan, you might have to speak up and bail me out of some of this, but
Mr. President, I will just jump with a metaphor. I think there's the content knowledge and then there's the practical application. And so this is an imperfect parallel, but for me, it comes down to medicine. I want my physician to know my anatomy. I want the physician to know how to fix my knee, whatever the issue is. But what I also want is a physician who has demonstrated practice of good outcomes with patients. And so you can have really good content knowledge and again, personally, I'll take bad bedside manner for a good surgeon. But there's bedside manner, there's content knowledge, there's also just what are the outcomes for your patients. And so without a doubt, you need to pass your boards to go move to your residency. You've got to meet that threshold. This is a test to get you into the interview room. Once you're in the interview room, you've got to be employable and be selected. Once you're selected, you've got to be evaluated by your district to be effective and getting the job done. So this is kind of like a gateway that, okay, these are the people who have enough information, enough not content knowledge that we can begin looking at these other indicators. So that's.
And the only other thing I'll add is, as you can see from the literature review that you were given, also it does highlight that there potentially are some founded adverse or bias in the test as well. So that also is thrown in the mix of all the other variables that potentially could affect someone's score, right? And there's research that shows, again, depending on the particular endorsement area, the content vocabulary may be different based on some different types of bias as well. So,
Just to note, that's not what ETS stands by in terms of bias.
But there's
in our-
research
I'd
that
actually,
says
yeah, I'd like to note, I didn't realize we were going to go. I was going to make a comment later. I was actually very disappointed in the lit review, not because of the issue of bias, but I mean, there are undisclosed conflicts of interest in there. It's skewed towards one particular assessment. It doesn't accurately represent the state of the research. There's serious dissents from that research, not by fringe people, but by like serious, including people with roles like Drew Gitmer, people from who have history at ETS who would dissent from some of the claims made in there. I didn't find it. I think there's a lot of work to be done there, and we need to figure out how we want to do these literature reviews.
What do you mean by claims? Could you
Well,
elaborate?
the Ed TPA may be a great assessment, but there's a lot of people who
Correct.
are arguing that there's huge problems with how it's been validated. Again, these are not fringe people. These are like serious psychometricians in the sector. Drew Gitmer, as I said, among them. We use an outfit for the lit review that has a dog in the fight around that assessment, which seems at a minimum is something that should be disclosed. I'm not a believer that like if you have a conflict of interest, you don't have something to say, but like that should be we should be aware of that. And I think like the sort of overall sort of state of the research, it could be more robust. And there's tons of people who don't have a dog in the fight for Virginia or anything else. Some of whom were quoted in there, people like Dan Goldhaber, who's an economist at the University of Washington, who's done a lot of work on this, or Susanna Loeb. I think there's resources we could avail ourselves of. And I was going to at some point make this point. I found that not especially useful.
Sure, appreciate that.
And I'm prepared again to move forward with this. I agree with everything President Gecker said a moment ago, that above a certain point we lose predictive validity and all that. But I just think we should have a full field of view into these questions.
Dr. Mann?
Yeah, I mean, before Andy made those comments, I was just going to say on the last stream of discussion, such an important discussion to really try and balance the importance of how to phrase this appropriately. And President Gecker, I think you were getting at this because I do feel it is quite easy in many cases to create a very high standard across any kind of assessment that we might produce, whether it's for teachers to enter the profession, whether it's for students and looking at what they know as a result of having experienced education. Those things are, and they're important. Please don't misunderstand. But as I'm thinking about this conversation, I'm wondering, how long does it take higher ed to transform how it approaches education as standards change? Because students who are in those classes, I mean, we have a report at the very end of our board book that speaks to just, education prep programs and how education prep programs are not stacking up. But it is really attractive to go at the easy thing, but the reality of getting good outcomes for all children, not just children that are, in situations where they have access to resources and districts have access to resources. It's harder than that. And I hope that we will continue to press ourselves on that point, because if we don't, we do run the risk, I think, of further destabilizing the education sector. It takes resources and support to teach, and even under the best circumstances. And we really need to hold on to that at the same time that we want to represent the importance of rigor and high standards. So anyhow, I just thought that was a very important nuance. I think the fact that there is an interest in looking at what will happen on the other side of a year after having this test, this newly generated test. I'm not quite sure how ETS in its own research goes back to actually look at sort of the validity of its instruments as they are newly developed, and sort of come to different conclusions around, you know, did they get it right in terms of the standard error of measurement and this, that, and the other. But I think it's important that that's being put out there as something to revisit when there is real data, because that will tell us something, not just about whether people can make it or not, but perhaps what our institutions of higher ed are doing in terms of helping people be prepared. So,
Mr. President,
Yes, Ms. Holton.
I just would like to suggest that this has been a very instructive conversation. These items are all on first review, so perhaps if folks have more input, they can share it with Dr. Johnson between now and next meeting when we're asked to vote on this.
I strongly second that. And can we make the assessment available to anyone who is interested, the instruments, anybody who actually wants to see them?
Just send me an email, or Emily, send Emily an email, and she will collaborate with me to make that happen.
So I'm not very familiar with these terms. So when you say instruments, would it be the actual test?
Yes.
I'm also concerned, interested in the comparison. Is there any way
Comparison of?
between the old and the new?
Yes.
Yes, the ETS representative can provide that. The content specialist for ETS can provide that.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yep.
Sorry, thought you wanted to. All right, anybody else? So the board takes items J, K, and L on first review. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Thank you, ETS. We appreciate your being here. Are you planning on being here next month also?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Johnson, we move on to item M, first review of Advisory Board on Teacher Education and Licensure's recommendation to improve new education endorsement programs.
Yes, sir. The regulations require that the Virginia Board of Education approve requests for Virginia institutions of higher ed to add new endorsement programs. Requests for new programs must be submitted annually by March 31. The regulations require institutions seeking education program approval to establish partnerships and collaborations based on K-12 school needs and informed by the accountability measures also highlighted in the regulations. The Virginia Department of Education staff and my office begins the review process once submitted by reviewing for statutory alignment as well as accreditation, which is required for institutions to be maintained at the national level. And then we work with and collaborate with and rely on the specialists from the various content areas in the humanities, sciences, arts areas to review the actual content. And that content is reviewed through the review of course descriptions, syllabi to determine alignment with the regulatory criteria, including supervised clinicals and instruction. The application submitted by the institution includes evidence of written documentation for the school divisions that they partner with and demands, as well as justification for the request. On September the 19th, ABTEL recommended that the board grant approval for the new endorsement programs listed in the items. The following programs, the following is a list of those institutions and the new endorsements. For Averett University, notice you have 2 in undergrad at driver's ed and music. Mary Baldwin, special ed, undergrad. Randolph-Macon College, special ed, undergrad. University of Lynchburg, special ed, undergrad, as well as visual arts. University of Mary Washington, theater arts, the graduate level. University of Virginia, special education general curriculum, add-on, special ed, at K through 6 level, special ed general curriculum 6 through 8 add-on, and special education curriculum 6 through 12 add-on. University of Virginia at Wise, early childhood, for 3-year olds add-on undergrad level, and Virginia Tech, career and technical, families, consumer science, technology, as well as early childhood add-ons. You will notice the majority of those before you today represent undergrads. And specifically, to remind the board, prior to 2018, 2019, the regs approved by the board required that most, with the exceptions of some CTE, et cetera, programs and majors be offered and based in the areas of humanities or arts and not in education because of the focus on the content. At that time, the state prioritized the content and really required with the regs that individuals major outside of education and have a minor to address the pedagogy, the clinicals, et cetera. That has since changed, and so the universities are now taking an opportunity to request approved programs, and thus the majority here of undergrads as well. And so most of these institutions that are on the list have had potentially these programs at other levels, right? But now because they can have them based in the School of Ed, they're seeking the endorsement at another level. I think that's all. And also notice here, high need area as well is represented in terms of CTE and special ed. The new regs in 2018 also allowed for add-ons in special ed, especially to address some of the shortage needs. And so just a little, again, high-level information. The add-on is a very minimum number of course content competencies, as well as 45 hours based in whatever the area of endorsement is. So again, if someone is already licensed, they can move quickly with these requirements as well as the supporting assessments into adding on to their endorsement. And so again, the superintendent's recommendation is that the Board of Education, except for first review, APTEL's recommendation to approve the new endorsement programs. I'll be glad to any questions.
I'm not seeing any. And so we will move on to item N.
Okay, item N. Again, thank you, President Gecker. I bring to the board for first review the biannual approval of educator endorsement programs as required by the regulations governing the review and approval of education programs. And just again, to highlight, this is the first time, I believe, I know for a fact with our new board members, that we're really honing in and focusing on the requirements found in the approved program regs, which are different from those in the personnel licensure regs. And so just as we have school division accreditation and requirements for approval, the approved program regs also have that. And we're highlighting those two today, actually, the two accountability measures in items N and Q. Again, the approved program regs and our programs in higher ed have two major accountability requirements. I think I want to recognize, again, your patience. Thank you so much. We've got some of our EPP representatives here today from Randolph-Macon, so thank them for their patience, for staying with us. And a director has also come in as well, John L. Torbett. All right, so again, in conjunction with the summary of results, I will present, you also received Appendix A, which is the executive summary, which goes into quite a bit of detail regarding the templates that the universities receive, the list of the programs, right, that they all offer. And you'll see that on page 8, that actually highlights the progress for each EPP across all standards. And if you note the table of content on page 10 of the PDF. Programs are reviewed biannually and must demonstrate achievement of accountability measures set forth by the Board of Education regulations. As an outcome of the board's decision, the program maintains status with the department as an approved program for 2 years. The 1921 biannual report specifically addresses the progress of the Institution of Higher Education, or IHE, in achieving accountability measures 1 through 7 for the biannual reporting period of September 1, 2019 through August 31, 21. I want to acknowledge here, as you all know very well, that these years reflect the beginning of COVID and the impact thereof. During that period, the state superintendent allowed various modifications, not only for K-12, but also for the university programs. And so there was an opportunity for the universities to provide justification if in fact individuals were unable to complete the assessments because they couldn't access them or because the centers were closed. And so individuals were allowed to graduate if in fact they could justify meeting everything else potentially outside potential clinicals or assessments. And so the state superintendent at that time provided modifications. So just a little bit of context there as you hear the rest of the report today. The Virginia Department of Ed requests that each institution complete and return the following 3 documents to report its progress in achieving the accountability measures for 1 through 7 for the current biannual reporting period. And they are the certification of Standard 1 related to all licensure assessment pass rates, certification of Standards 2 through 7, and the affidavit of Standards 1 through 7 by the dean or designee that all information is accurate. And so I'll try to highlight and provide a little information regarding each of the standards used to determine approval. Measure 1 stipulates that candidates' progress and performance on the prescribed licensure assessment as of effective of 2018 must achieve 80% pass rate. So those individuals that take the test that are enrolled must, across all of their unique programs, must have met an 80% pass rate. So that means that there are some that potentially may not have taken the test, or that there's some area there where individuals, if in fact the university chooses to support them finishing, they can finish. But at 80% for each program separately. The terminology and vocabulary is important here. This is typically the standard definition for these terms as we discuss these reports as well as others on behalf of the agency. Candidates completing a program shall have successfully completed all coursework, required assessments, including those prescribed by the Board of Ed, and secondly, supervise student teaching or internship. The regulations contain the hours and more details about those things, but high level, an individual that's considered a completer or completing is someone that has successfully completed all the coursework, required assessments, including the prescribed assessments, and any clinicals internship. Candidates exiting a program shall have successfully completed all coursework, regardless of whether the individual attempts, passes, or fails required assessments, including those prescribed by the board and or who may not have completed supervised student teaching or required internship. Again, emphasis there on the definitions. All programs, again, must meet 80% pass rate for, again, accountability measure 1, with the exception of Randolph-Macon College's elementary pre-K through 6 program and Sweetbriar College's elementary pre-K 6 program all met the 80% mark. Randolph-Macon's elementary program fell below the minimum prescribed candidate pass rate of 80%, with a rate of 78%. Again, they are self-reporting the scores to us based on the particular praxis subject assessment. Sweetbriar College's elementary fell below the minimum prescribed candidate pass rate of 80%, with a pass rate of 50% for the praxis subject assessment, as well as the reading for Virginia educators or Virginia reading assessment. Note again, not all candidates were required by the institution to take the assessment. However, candidates who took the test met the passing scores. The current regulations set forth a process for institutions with educational endorsement programs that fall below the 80% requirement. Institutions shall submit to the Board of Education for approval an improvement plan to address the areas of stipulation, including measurable goals and timelines. Semi-annual reports must be submitted to the Director of Teacher Education to document the progress in addressing the goals towards elimination of the stipulation until the next biannual review, so which would be 2 years. Again, Randolph-Macon College and Sweetbriar have submitted improvement plans, which are included and attached as attachment or Appendix B. For accountability measure 2 through 7, all institutions submitted a status result of met for program approval prior to the September 19th date, and for which there were at least one program completer or program exiter for the current biennial reporting period. And for your information, again, they all met all 2 through 7 standards, but just to highlight, 2 addresses performance on assessments for basic entry. That has since been changed in code, and we hope to update the regulations to include that. 3, notice the difference there, but basic skills is different from the assessment for subject area. 3, structured and integrated field experiences to include student teaching. 4, evidence of opportunities for candidates to participate in diverse school settings that provide experiences with populations that include racial, economic, linguistic, ethnic diversity throughout the program experience. Notice throughout the program. Evidence of contribution to pre-K through 12 student achievement by candidates completing the program. Experience of employer job satisfaction with candidates completing the program. And as well, partnerships with collaborations with our divisions K-12 schools. The regs also provide an application of those standards, which helps to inform our decision, or your decision for today, for ratings as relates to the approved programs. You'll note the regs indicate that there's a prerequisite that all programs must have program approval from our professional programs in Virginia, would have national accreditation. And at this time, that's through CAPE, and all of them do. B, achievement of an 80% biannual passing rate for individuals completing and exiting the program based on the data shared. C, certified documentation of evidence that the standards 2 through 7 as set forth have been met, which they have. And D, the partnership reports, which you also have. Section E highlights the 3 ratings based on the data of accountability measures 1 through 7. There are 3 rankings for each institution program. Approved, the education program has met all standards set forth in the regulations. 2, approved with stipulations. The education program has met standards in subsequent A and B of this section and is making documented progress towards meeting the standards in subsections C and D. And that includes our B with the 80% benchmark. And 3, finally, approved, denied. The education program has not met standards in subsections A and B of this section. The program shall be denied and the public notified. The program must resubmit requests for approval at the end of the next period. On September the 19th, the advisory board and licensure approved the following recommendations to the Board of Education to grant. 1, approved status to all Virginia college and university education programs listed in the attachment, with the exception of Randolph-Macon College Elementary's pre-K through 6 program and Sweetbriar College's elementary pre-K through 6 program. 2nd, approved with stipulations status to Randolph-Macon College's elementary pre-K through 6 based on falling below the minimum prescribed candidate pass rate of 80% with a pass rate of 78% on the praxis subject assessment, and Sweetbriar Elementary pre-K through 6 fell below the minimum prescribed candidate pass rate of 80 with a pass rate of 50% of the subject assessment and as well in reading for Virginia educators. I will conclude by indicating the state superintendent's recommendation is that the board accept for first review APTEL's recommendations to grant, again, proved to all institutions with the exception of Randolph-Macon Elementary Program and Sweetbriar's Elementary Program. And 2, to approve with stipulations the status for Randolph-Macon College Elementary Program and Sweetbriar's Program. Also included in your packet, you will find the plan of action that was submitted by each of the institutions, just for your information. And so Jonelle Torbert, the Director of Teacher Ed, is also here. I think Randolph-Macon Sweetbriar's representative is also here. Thank you so much. I didn't recognize you. But again, wanted to highlight those programs, their plans in your packet. And I think both of them articulate that much of the cause related to COVID and the small numbers of candidates in their program. So obviously, they had 2 or 3 candidates in a particular area, and they were unsuccessful with the assessment that would ultimately quickly move the percentage below 80. And I think both of them acknowledge and have plans to address that, as well as other things. You can see very extensive plans for how to improve. So for us, we appreciate that, and we'll continue to work with them as the regulars and provide technical assistance and support to them. But if there are any questions for me or the institutions, I'm sure they would also be available if you have any questions for them at this time.
Any questions at this time?
I do have one. You mentioned in the packet is included the plans, the improvement plans of both of them. Can you
Yes.
direct me to where it is?
Sure, I think it's
In the
appendix
table
A.
of contents,
It
I
says
could.
Sweetbriar and Randolph-Macon College.
Begins on like page 180 of the PDF.
Yeah, PDF's very long. You gotta scroll way down.
180.
So it's one big PDF that includes these as well. I think these are the, maybe labeled, I think, I hope.
Okay.
If you can't, just let me know afterwards. I can make sure you have a copy.
Mr. President,
Yes, ma'am.
do we know how many students actually took the tests in both of these programs?
You want to answer? Sure, you come to the microphone. You can introduce yourself.
I'm from Sweetbriar College, Jeanette Queensbury, and I'm the interim director of our department. In the 50% rating, I'm sure you're referring to the 4 elementary students, and then 2 did not pass. And we have since strengthened how we're going to support their content knowledge to be able to pass.
And in what year of their studies did they complete this test?
The reason I'm hesitating is, number one, I'm the interim director.
Understood.
And 2, we have since adjusted that so that we give them specific support on the reading and the writing, both in what we would call their sophomore and junior years. And their junior years, they'll be taking some course-related content knowledge to them.
And so prior to this
That's
plan,
right.
my understanding is that they were taking it in their final year.
Yes. Okay.
So, but the plan is
sorry.
a lot of detail of how now they have created advising tracks to help ensure that they are on track early in the program and monitoring that throughout, based on the plan.
That's the monitoring is the key point, is monitoring them earlier on in the program.
And the fact that they only have 4
Sure.
is really probably the biggest issue.
Understood. When I, just so that the board is aware, I did graduate from Sweetbriar College. My license is in 612, and so it wasn't elementary. Elementary was relatively new then. But I think in a lot of our colleges and universities, I have continued concern around the number of students that are entering our EPPs, and obviously Sweetbriar is near and dear to my heart, and hopefully that will increase.
Hello, I'm Savannah Love. I'm the Director of Accreditation at Randolph-Macon College.
I'm April Marchetti. I'm the Chair of the Education Department.
So I think to your question, we had 4 elementary candidates out of 18 not pass in that 2-year period, and 3 of those fell in 2019, 2020, where the testing sites were closed, and so they were not able to take their test before they graduated from our program, and they would have fallen under that modification request. And they all went on to, the way the modification requests work was that it was a 1-year license, and then with the understanding that they were going to go up pass their test and then get a full license. But unfortunately, their schools granted them a provisional license instead of passing the test. And so then they sort of fell off of our plate and our ability to hold them accountable. But that did highlight an opportunity for us to improve and sort of back up our testing timelines to make sure that we weren't going to run into that in the future. So, yep.
Anybody else have questions? I don't think so. Mr. Hanson? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I saw you moving forward for that. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Johnson. We will take item N under advisement or for first review. I personally would like to do just a 5-minute break if that's okay. And then we'll come back and finish this up. It's been another hour and a half. Item O, first review of technical revision to the guidelines for alternative routes to licensure in response to House Bill 2486. Mr. Chapman.
Thank you, President Gecker, Vice President Mann. It's good to see you. Members of the board, Superintendent Belo. If you're looking at this item, I recognize I might not be the most intuitive candidate to be presenting on this. That would be a painfully correct observation. However, I hope to get through this and explain a little bit why. What we have here is a very technical revision to a process, one that we really hope is it's designed to really preserve the board's role in this alternative routes to licensure process. Back in 2019, there was legislation that passed that required for the board to develop guidelines that establish a process to permit a school board or any organization sponsored by a school board to petition the board for approval for an alternate route to licensure that may be used to meet the requirements for a provisional or renewable license or an endorsement. In November 2019, the board did in fact improve guidelines which have been attached on this item. We have had applications that have come in that time. And before they went through the process, there was questions that the current version of the guidelines required that the board would just approve these. And so under the statute, whereas the statute requires that the board get petitioned and gives the board the right to attach conditions to an application, we are concerned that the guidelines as written do not allow for that process to take place. And so really they deferred the authority given to the board under the statute to a panel convened by the department. So we've consulted with OAG on this matter. This is a very narrow revision. We don't expect it to influence the application process that's taken place. Really all it's doing is it's being clear that when an application process is finished, once this panel has been convened, the application then comes to the board for your review and maintains that under the statute that the board is free to continue to look at these, review them, and to suggest or impose conditions along with the alternative paths. So again, this is really a very technical revision. It's geared at making sure that the board, being the proper authority under the statute to approve these applications, that is maintained.
That's it?
That's it.
Perfect. Boy.
Sorry. The only other thing we are asking for this to be.
Wait a minute. You only get one bite at that apple.
The superintendent's recommendation is that this get approved on first and final review. We're not trying to hold up the applications that are already in process. We feel like this is a very straightforward change that is not substantive, and we would appreciate for you all to waive first review and approve the item.
Okay.
Mr. President, if I could just add, I very carefully review and ask lots of questions before I recommend that we waive first review. And so staff was the subject of my questions and misunderstandings, but I am very comfortable waiving first review for this technical change that really allows the board to better contemplate the applications that come before us.
Yeah, thank you. For what it's worth, I'm also comfortable for a rare time in waiving first review. So are there any questions by the board members? If not, is there a motion to waive first review and adopt item O?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Thank you, Ms. Holton. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? There we go. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you all very much.
Item P. Oh, did I miss one? No, I thought somebody was standing up and I.
I think they were trying to preempt the last item.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Dr. Mann, members of the board, and Superintendent Belo. I'm pleased to come before you today for first review of the board's 2022 annual report on the conditions and needs of public schools in Virginia. This report is required by the Constitution of Virginia and 22.1-18 of the Code of Virginia. This section outlines the requirements for the report, including the current standards of quality, information on student and parent choice, as well as a report on the reports that are required by local school divisions to submit to the state or federal government. I will note that the supplemental technical reports are in the process of being finalized, so you don't see them in the appendices, but they will be included for final review. The code outlines that the annual report submitted to the Governor General Assembly present the conditions and needs of public education in the Commonwealth. This working draft of the report includes sections on enrollment impacts, staffing challenges, learning loss, student achievement, education funding, and an update on the board's work over the past year. A placeholder section has been added about the board's priorities over the next year, and there are a few outstanding data points that are not yet available. All of those points are highlighted in the working draft. Following our discussion during yesterday's work session, I will be working with President Gecker to incorporate the topics and data points you provided yesterday, and another draft will be provided to you in advance of final review in November. I should note, if you have any additional feedback, data points, or other input that you would like to be considered, please share it with me via email. Additionally, once the text of the report is finalized, an executive summary of the report will be added. The Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends that the board accept this working draft on first review.
Okay. Any questions? I know we had lengthy discussion yesterday. I know Ms. Holton has indicated she's got some changes she wants to email.
Yes, I missed the discussion yesterday, for which I apologize. Yeah, I do have a few suggestions that, for what they're worth, and I'll send them to you and all of the board. I asked you to share them with all the board members. Thank you.
Emily, when do you think we'll have a chance to, would it be 2 weeks before the next meeting, or how? Not putting you on the spot, just.
Well, I think President Gecker and I will need to meet to kind of walk through, are we looking, and I'm not sure that we're looking at a wholesale rewrite, but I certainly think there are some needed sections that we'll want to add following yesterday's discussion. I think the other piece is, and I mentioned this yesterday, is the data points that may want to be incorporated. How long does it take us to either find those data points or get some kind of analysis from our folks here? So I won't commit to a timeline, but we'll commit to as soon as possible, genuinely. Traditionally, we like to get at least one additional draft out to the board for another round of edits before it's brought to you for final review in November.
Let me just say, Bill, I may have volunteered too quickly yesterday.
You did.
If there's anybody else on the board who wants to take over that point role, I would be delighted to give it up. And in all seriousness, if there's somebody who thinks that they've got the time to move it through more quickly, I can find something else to do with those hours.
I thought the conversation yesterday was terrific, and I really appreciate
Okay,
everybody's
that's fine. Then
input,
Then
so.
we'll proceed with that program.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I tell you, Dr. Johnson, do you know how long you're going to be? We have some time constraints for Ms. Holton. And
Certainly, we can accommodate.
No, but there's some items under discussion of current issues that we'd like to have the full board here for, and she's going to have to leave shortly. Do you know?
I can accommodate.
Okay,
Quickly.
so then I think we may do current issues first, then come back to your report, if that's okay.
Thank you. I didn't mean to.
No.
I'm very grateful.
Yep, we are grateful. So there's a couple things I'd like to at least mention before we get started with other things. Number one, we have had in recent months an awful lot of public comment. I certainly always welcome public comment related to education items. I think we need to at least have a discussion at some point about whether the volume of public comment at the beginning of our meeting impacts negatively at all our ability to do the work portion of the meeting. And so what I mean by that is perhaps we could, throw public comment at a different part in the agenda, maybe later at the end. I will say one of the public boards I used to be on held an hour's worth, give or take, of public comment at the beginning of the meeting and put the rest off at the end. I'm not suggesting this, by the way, as something I'm proposing. I just want, because personally, honestly, I'm comfortable with rolling through public comment. I think it's an important function of the board. But I know not everybody agrees with that. And we don't have to do it here, but I would like folks to be thinking about, are there things you would like to see us change with regard to how we do public comment? And again, it's not that I want to change, it's that, given the fact that we have become over time a place where a lot of things get thrown, maybe we ought to think a little bit, and it may be as simple as we start at 8:30 instead of 9 and give ourselves a little bit extra time. I mean, again, I'm not suggesting that either, but Please give some thought to your view of the role of public comment in the life of the board. We do have the right to control it under the bylaws. I would hate to see us control it personally, but again, if it would be the will of the board, certainly happy to implement whatever policies board members think appropriate as we move forward. That's one. Number two, there's been an ongoing discussion between me and the AG's office with regard to the board's role in the Office of Regulatory Management. I will tell you, the office set up by the governor to receive regulatory management plans for executive branch agencies. And the issue is, are we an executive branch agency subject to that particular order? I've asked Secretary Gadara to set up a meeting between me and her and Mr. Wheeler, who runs that office, to resolve any issues we might have with regard to the board's participation in the regulatory management plan system. Number three, I would appreciate it because it's come up now twice in public comment, and I honestly don't understand it. If the AG's office would explain at some point, this is dealing with the Spotsylvania case, or the comments came in relation to that. The qualifications required of a superintendent set out in 8 VAC 20-390-10, which do appear to require an educational component, and the requirements to licensure or the licensure options set out in 8 VAC 20-23-630. I'm assuming 630 and option 4 trump the earlier reg site, but I would like to be able to explain, because as I said, it's come up twice and I can't explain it yet. I'd like to understand whether option 4 trumps and that's the logic we use, or if there's an overlay of the 390-10 qualifications on all the superintendent licensure options. It's not a request to change any results. It really is to be responsive to thoughtful public comment on the issue. So I would appreciate it if somebody from the AG's office would just take a quick look and let the board know what the answer to that question is. With that, I know others had some things they wanted to discuss in the other board member. Does anybody else have anything they want to discuss?
I'm eager to have a discussion about the process going forward as to the history and social studies standards, but I don't know that I need to be I'd love to hear from my colleagues on that topic. I am concerned about what I understand from the superintendent's memo suggesting that the process may be significantly delayed from what the department has previously set forth. But I'm interested in hearing from my colleagues.
Yeah. Would you like me to just start and kind of lay out the timeline? Would that be helpful? Okay. All right. So everyone received a memo from me, and I will read off of that and preface by saying I've been generous with this timeline, knowing that I've been pushing staff incredibly hard to make sure that they take the different tack and the different direction that they've been asked to over the last several months with respect to engaging additional stakeholder groups, with respect to decoupling the standards document, the 400+ page standards document, into a standards document plus curriculum frameworks, et cetera. So being mindful of that, I've also heard loud and clear from this board and from members of this board that there is a desire to make sure that we get a standards document done as close to the end of the year as possible. I want to remind everyone that in code, it says that the standards will be reviewed every 7 years, or up to every 7 years, or at least every 7 years, I think is how it is. We are indeed reviewing. It doesn't say that they need to be adopted at the end of 7 years. It says that they need to be reviewed. It doesn't even say that they need to be changed. It just says they need to be reviewed. We are reviewing now. And I would ask for some grace in understanding that there continues to be voices that want to be heard, that want to come to the table from places like American University, from the Jack Wallace Center, from political scientists at UVA and at Baylor, and historians at Hillsdale College and other places. We want to make sure that we hear all of those voices. I prioritize the feedback, I prioritize those voices, and they are still coming in. And with a change in not only VDOE leadership, but also a new governor, that is bound to cause a time extension. So my fault months ago was to say this work seems simple, and certainly on the surface, it looks like decoupling a document would be simple. Unfortunately, it isn't. It is, and thankfully it isn't. Our staff is taking the time that they need to ensure that the curriculum frameworks are thoughtful. I think I have used this analogy before, but I'll use it again, that a standards document is like the race. It's the marathon. Mile marker 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. The steps in between, that's the curriculum framework. Those are the details that teachers use, that curriculum experts use at the local level to make sure that they adopt curriculum as well as instructional materials that align to the curriculum documents and that align to the standards. That takes time, that takes thought. We also heard loud and clear from this board and especially the newly appointed board members in September that we wanted to think and be thoughtful about some of the structural issues in the standards, from placement of skills and content to the chronology and the progression of the standards to the balance of inquiry versus fact-based and many other factors. We are taking all of that into consideration. So while I wish that we could work 24/7 to get this done, the timeline that I have laid out actually compared to 2015 is very similar. In 2015, the standards document was adopted. I believe it was about a 60-page document. In 2015, and almost 1 year later, the curriculum frameworks were put before the board. We're actually offering a much more aggressive timeline than that to make sure that this board has the curriculum frameworks and has the standards document as it did in 2015 with just a couple month difference. I realize that many on this board and including myself, not as a voting member of the board, but as a secretary of the board, have talked to constituents and said, these are coming. And continuously the question is, what work is being done on those? So hopefully what I've just explained helps suffices for the work that is being done. But I want to tell you and underscore that our commitment remains that we want all of Virginia and American history to be told. We want all students to be engaged in fact-based and inquiry-based instruction throughout their education in an age-appropriate way. And that's what we want to ensure. So in some respects, I want to be really unapologetic about taking extra time with this because we want to get it right. We want to do it in a way that every student, every teacher, and every member of the public has appropriate access to the information that is being taught in history and social studies classes across the Commonwealth in the years to come. And instead of being beholden to a strict timeline, this month I put forth a timeline that I think is doable. I invite this board to absolutely have a conversation about it, to provide additional direction, additional input. Again, prioritizing feedback and input is really, really important to me as the state superintendent, to our team of experts who's working on this, to other stakeholders across the Commonwealth, to Governor Youngkin and others. And so maybe I'll just kind of run through some of the changes and some of our goals immediately. We want to make sure that a standards document is understandable and accessible for experts, educators, and the public. We want to make sure that it's error-free, that it's succinct and concise, that it's neutral in content and approach, that it's balanced with facts and inquiry opportunities for students, that it's inclusive of many voices, that it is rigorous and scalable to an assessment that ensures that our students demonstrate a foundational understanding of social studies, that it's ordered in grade level progression, and that it's devoid of content gaps, some of which have been identified by this body and by others in Virginia. The revised and intended plan, certainly subject to additional comments by this board, are to, number one, seek additional input and incorporate changes and focus on a correct and concise and understandable standards document, not curriculum frameworks, between October and November. And in November, have a first review of a standards document, and then take that standards document out for community engagement sessions, while our team really focuses on the curriculum frameworks, on front-loading assessments, and on front-loading the teacher training that is vitally needed across the Commonwealth. And those are all considerations that I've asked our staff to consider right now, today, as they're finalizing these documents. Then in January, we would like to engage in the public hearings and continue work on the curriculum frameworks. And as soon as the curriculum frameworks are completed, we will put those in front of you. I did have a conversation with, and I put a generous timeline in there. I certainly hope that our curriculum frameworks don't take this long, take until August. But I want to be very realistic, because I've made a couple of short shots in the previous months, and I want to make sure that our team has ample time to apply their expertise and to continue getting input until the last moment, and continue having the opportunity to pivot. I think I'll stop there and maybe respond to questions or concerns as they come up.
Thank you very much.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So I've covered this kind of like the chronology of where we've been. And for that reason, the duration of our meetings that the past 3 times we've been together, we've kind of been in a crucible together. I'd like to suggest that the newness is gone. We have been forged into a board. And so attributing things to new versus old board members, I just don't think applies anymore, because we've been in the crucible. And so we are being smelted and purified as we move. So I do I appreciate that. August 17th, everybody, the Christania and her team gave excellent presentations, and I think we were all impressed by a very thorough process with big time frames for people. So I agree. We also at that point said, well, there's still more voices. So I hear, today you have more voices. Yes, but I think as long as it stays open, there will still be more voices, and we've got to bear in mind that we don't want perfection to be the enemy of progress. We've got to get to some points. But again, we had a really hour-long conversation after the 100 slides from Christania on the 17th, where that kind of led us to some points of consensus. And those points of consensus were, okay, we'll do this pause. It was brought up Ms. Holton, and Annie said pause for a beat. And so we were like, okay, we're going to pause this. And at that time, it was we'll pause for a month. And then, we were like, I thought really 1 month probably isn't going to be enough. But okay, let's pause. And that pause was supposed to be accompanied by proceeding to schedule the community meetings. And so now I see those are also being pushed back. We came at September and had a great work session with an update. And again, at that point, there was slides, and the timelines were for these community meetings where we scheduled in October and November. The other thing we came away from that conversation with is that, we're talking about technical edits, format changes, readability, structure, the feedback that was received to help make sure that our standards were in a structure that were really good. And there's also from that was that we're not talking about substantive overhauls. Again, we thought we could bridge, we could get out some of these either ors of themes versus facts, and we could bridge some of those things together in very constructive ways. So that's kind of where we were September 14th. So yes, I thank you, Superintendent, for taking my conversation this morning, because the memo caught me a little off guard, because I think to the maximum extent possible, we need to do what we said we were going to do. And we said that we were going to take a pause, that we were going to accomplish these things first in a month and then 2 months. Again, the request was about time and corrections. I think there's been ample time for corrections. So now we're just about time for these structural changes. I feel as the credibility, I can't speak for the board, but in those intervening months, I've had many conversations where I have summarized the public record, pointed people to the video. Look at the conversation we had. This is a pause, getting this right, doing some structures, get some technical edits, getting some more voices, changing the format, try to improve things, the decoupling, all these things that we've talked about. And that was still based on the idea that we would have first review in December. And so pushing this out 2 months, to me, strains my efforts to advocate to the constituents based on conversations that we've had in here. And that makes me uncomfortable, because I've tried to be a good ambassador. And I'd like to see us, to the maximum extent possible, do what we said we were going to do in the timeline we said we were going to do it.
Well, so yeah, I think that I'd rather get the product right, get it. So with respect to that, I do appreciate the ability to have some time, make sure we get it right. I've expressed not only in the last meeting, but also in my one-on-one with the history team, some of my concerns, and I also provided some of my concerns in writing to the history team, and I mentioned to them that I was going through line by line for each of them, and was compiling a document of my own. I relate to them my concerns about a new paradigm of inquiry-based teaching being proposed for the history standard. And even if you don't, first of all, in the past, VDOE has said that they wouldn't be imposing a pedagogy, which I did give an example of when and what. But even if you don't consider introducing this pedagogy at a time when students are suffering from a massive decline in academic in achievement due to school closures, in of itself is concerning. I was asked for research papers and citations to back my view when I spoke out about inquiry-based learning. I provided maybe a dozen of those in writing, and I hope to get feedback from the staff or a review of that literature. What have they? The more I continue to dig into it, and the more I hear from other people, the more I'm convinced that this is the wrong way to go. Those who propose a change to this default setting of this traditional explicit instruction, which has persisted for centuries, those who propose a change carry the burden. They carry the burden of proof. You need to demonstrate that your method is superior to business as usual, not just when enacted under the most favorable conditions. You're asking me for my proof. You're asking me for you need to prove it, and you need to show that your method enacted on a good or great day, or just an ordinary day by an ordinary teacher, is more effective than the default approach under the same circumstances. I would like to view that body of research papers and from the people who have, and review that as well. Another thing, I would like to say that it's become very popular to talk of students constructing their own understandings, drawing on the psychological theory of constructivism. But this self-directed learning is not supported by experimental evidence. The approach is to make knowledge acquisition a secondary aim of education and to prioritize the development of personal qualities over knowledge acquisition. So there is little evidence that generic capacities to solve problems or think critically or be creative can be improved in this way. There was conflation. They conflated inquiry-based learning with primary sources when it's not the same at all. It's not a directed, fact-fluent instruction can rely on a whole host of activities, including primary source, which is encouraged. Inquiry learning focuses on how a subject is taught rather than what is taught, de-emphasizing content and reducing the rigor. They think that students can learn their multiplication tables on their own time when trying to think critically and problem solve. Doesn't always happen, and students are left not knowing that tables fluently, which I think in the long run is a bad thing. And the focus is on the activity that holds the center stage. So it's the activity which is important. The mathematical, if you there have been some reformers, such as, if you want to talk about math, Jo Boaler, she talks about these activities such as solving 18 times 5 as many different ways as possible without deeming it necessary to explain what the students will learn as a result. That takes the implication is that they will show students that math is a creative subject, and it isn't all that all the right answers. It isn't all about the right answers. Well, I would say, say that to the engineer designing a skyscraper or a bridge, that it isn't about the right answers. But it is also unclear that activity-based situational interest will necessarily lead to long-term motivational math. Cool math activities, however much we can do that, structural instruction, I think, is more important, and it's more, it's more important to understand complex constructs. The one other thing I'm just going to say is that I think don't know where it is, but I had written down something where I've been reading a lot of papers about cognitive, what the research is in terms of cognitive long-term memory, short-term memory. There's only so much of the working memory that you can use versus the long-term memory. So I would be very interested to see what kind of such a big paradigm shift that is being emphasized, what is it based on, rather than being asked to prove, which I have provided on my own. So I'm very passionate about that.
President Gecker.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to add, I think I'm reflecting back on something that was said very early as we kind of got on this path and agreed and felt like we could create some room and space for things to have a little bit more breathing room. I'm reflecting on something that was said about the importance of the integrity of our processes as a board. And I think I heard Dr. Seifert perhaps speak to this. And I think that what was said was, of course, the board will have its just due to say yay or nay to these standards as we move through our process. And I do feel like, when you have a process that went on for a year and a half, and you had the level of feedback that we had on these standards and the variety of experts that were brought in, I think the effort to try and actually say that we haven't heard enough and we still need to hear more, We're going to have public hearings, and there's going to be an opportunity to hear a whole lot more than what is contemplated as we've created space for community forums as another element. I mean, there's been incredible flexibility with respect to finding a way to honor the desire to create room now that we have a change in leadership. And I do worry that this sense of we are polarized in what we see as what deserves to be valued and heard. We should not let our process around open input get in the way of really being consistent in how we're operating from a process perspective. That really worries me. I know there was concern about, well, I won't speak on that. I am very, very concerned that we are undermining the integrity of what it means to have the processes that we put in place to go through this work. The board will have an opportunity to weigh in and have discourse over whether it believes this is the right way to go or not. This is not the moment to get in the middle of that, given all of the work that has been done to date.
President Gecker
Dr. Davis-Wall, yes.
and Superintendent Balo, I would like to see us move forward, but I have some questions about what exactly do the groups have that they feel like we need to change or add to the standards, and how can we do that? And another concern that I have is, why are we separating the standards from the framework? Was there something there, or can you explain that to me, walk me through that?
Sure, thanks for that, those two questions, and I'll start with the first, and then I may need to ask you to repeat the second question. But the first question with respect, actually, I'll answer the second question first. With respect to separating the curriculum frameworks from the standards document, in the last few years, especially since school closures, the standards document has become much more front and center as a document that that parents rely on and that community members rely on as a public and digestible and understandable document that says this is what's being taught at which grade level and to what depth. And a 400+ page document plus frameworks does not accomplish that goal. It is not easily understandable for the public. We received so much feedback when that was out from experts about it just missing the mark on being digestible and accessible for the public. So that was a decision that I made early on in terms of discussing what would that look like, and asked folks to really weigh in on what that would be. As soon as we started really receiving some feedback from experts on the matter, and also from this board, concerns from this board, we did make the decision to separate those. And just, by way of comparison, in 2015, there was one standards document plus 26 curriculum frameworks, and it totaled over 750 pages. So fast forward to 2022, and the staff at VDOE has been asked to combine 26 curriculum frameworks plus a standards document, and, by the way, teach more about American history and Virginia history in 400 pages. And so, the initial 2022 draft attempted to combine those, but it is not feasible as a publicly consumable document, and it's not particularly usable for teachers as they select curriculum and use the curriculum framework plus standards document to guide their instruction. So So that I made the decision to pull those apart based on the feedback that I received. Would you repeat your other question, please?
We can't hear you.
You're on mute. You're on mute if you can hear us.
It's not you, it's on me. There's something on our system side, so.
Kevin?
We're working on it. Nope. She's muted. Are you muted, Pam?
Oh, she is. I see it.
Okay,
There we go.
okay. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so I was curious, when you read your letter, there was mention of several organizations had some specific things that they were interested in and adding to or correcting. Could you just share with me some specifics of what it is that they're unhappy about?
Yeah, look, I mean, many of the same concerns that have been expressed by this board. And so let me just back up and you know, there's this elephant in the room, and January of 2021, a new governor and a new state superintendent started. Had I been here for the entirety of the standards review process, I would have made sure that we were reaching out to both the stakeholders that had been engaged up to January of 2021, as well as the ones when I came in. And that's what we're really trying to do now. So the as I mentioned in my letter, and let me pull that up because I don't know it off of the top of my head, but some of the concerns are about understandability and accessibility, being succinct and concise, being error-free, neutral in content and approach, balance with content, facts, inquiry, and inquiry opportunities for students, inclusive of more voices, rigorous and scalable to an assessment, and ordered in grade level progression and devoid of content gaps. So you heard me talk about that. Also, you know, just maybe not in writing in these bullets, but kind of between the lines that you would be able to see. You know, we had concerns raised by this board about the organization and where things were placed in the standards. We're trying to address that. Much of the standards document was drafted by a committee, and combining the documents into standards document and a framework really made it so that some of the meaning was diminished in some places. And look, I would love to have these done. I would love to say we were able to complete this in 1 month, but the truth of the matter is that the timeline is just not as important as the content and making sure that we get it all right. And so that is what I'm focused on, and focused on including the voices that, had I been here prior to 2021, we would have brought to the table as well. And some of those include, as I mentioned, folks from across the political spectrum, across professions, higher education, political science, historians, the Jack Miller Center, Hillsdale College, others that are constitutional and democracy experts, that we want to hear their voices. We want to have them look at the standards document that you all have seen and give us feedback on how to make these better in the same way that others have offered us feedback along the way as well. So just maybe one more example of that. Prior to my coming on in 2021, our staff had been engaged with Fordham and museums and others. Those are all voices that I would have included as well. I just want to make sure that we have we've included additional voices as well.
I just ask.
20, did I say 20? I did say 2021. Thank you. Everything that I said 2021 related to Governor Youngkin coming in, I meant 2022. Thank you for the correction.
Maybe just a quick follow-up question on the March to August timeframe here on the last bullet. The intention is that this would all still be put into effect for this fall's school year, next fall school year.
These, yeah, the following school year. So the next year would be spent. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Okay. And that would have been the original process with our review of the standards.
That's correct.
So what we're, I think, respectfully dealing with here is, I think when we last met, and actually, I think when the first review was up, it was intended that these be done by the end of the calendar year. And that was the conversation. So if we're now looking for the review and adoption by the board in February, we even talked at our last meeting that this might spill over into early next year. So I don't think that there is much of a change here from what we talked about before. And I agree with the statement that was made earlier that we do own this now, but I would also respectfully say that our first meeting as a new board was 2 months ago. And so we have, we do own it going forward. You own it going forward. And I don't even know when you started. When did you start? April of this year?
January.
January, okay. I think that we're, again, our first meeting here was 2 months ago. So I feel that what you've mapped out here, again, it's going to get us to where we need to be. And I feel like we're having a little bit of a scrum here over a month or over 6 weeks or over, processes in which it allows us to take all the conversations we've been having for the last 2 months and to get this done correctly and to address all the points you just mapped out with those 8 or 9 bullets about where we're trying to get. So I appreciate the thoughtfulness. I appreciate the opportunity to have our voices heard, our concerns heard. I think that I would really like to associate myself with Mrs. Duda's comments as well about just the overall structural approach that these new standards are being approached with. I had some very strong concerns, not about the content, but about how, actually I had a lot of concerns about the content, but it was mostly about the new approach. So again, think that it, and I have said before about my concern about the learning loss and to me, that is the most important thing that this board and we should all be about is to help, we're going to hear about the NAEP results next week. We heard a presentation yesterday, and all of this needs to be viewed, in my mind, in my opinion, that of where we need to be as a Commonwealth to get our students where they need to be in their learning processes. And so I just, again, appreciate the commentary of everybody around the table here, but I also think let's keep this in perspective. I think what you've laid out is a very thoughtful approach to help us get from there to here, and we're going to get exactly where we all started out with this 2 months ago. But again, again, there's been a lot of input for the last 2 years, but a lot of the people that you just said that maybe were not included, and I think having a very inclusive grouping of individuals and perspectives in this, I just think it's very much in line for what we need to be looking at. So thank you for your approach.
Thank you. And just to underscore the importance, we do have NAEP scores coming out on Monday. Those won't include social studies scores, but 2018 NAEP scores, of course, this is not the state of Virginia, but this is nationwide. 15% of our 8th graders passed NAEP history in 2018, 15%. And so, we must do this, right? Our goal is, yes, thank you, proficiency. And so
Can I just interject to what will be coming out, or the reading scores, and everything begins with reading. So
it does. Thank you. Thank you. We have one shot to get this right. We are almost there. And I really hope that we can, again, build consensus on getting there.
Gracie?
So I too am sympathetic to the comments that Dr. Seibert made. However, on the other side, I think I'm probably the most guilty of making the most requests on some amendments to this document. And so if it is my fault that we are sort of not exactly on the timeline. I want to accept that responsibility because I do think it is very important for us to see a crosswalk of where we were with the 2015 standards and the content, the themes, and the progression that is different in this document, number one. But number two, I also want to put my eyes on the way the new document is being structured before I pass it along. So I think that's something that we maybe didn't discuss as a piece of sort of where we are, is we've only seen the document that we were presented with 2 months ago. We haven't seen the changes to the document as we are moving forward. And, right or wrong, I wouldn't be comfortable moving on a document that I've not seen in its recreated state. And I'm quite certain that every single one of us sitting around this table would have the same feeling. So we do know that the department is in an editing and an amending sort of process with this document from a technical and formatting point of view. And I know I want my eyes on it. I mean, I in no way want to hold up progression because I do associate myself with Alan's comments. But at the same time, I think we need the full picture, right? If we are making these changes, let's see the changes we're making.
Excellent point. I guess I was under the impression that we were not doing that. So I think that's where, again, I think the process question is coming into play. I know we were all having an opportunity to get briefed and to raise questions. And I did understand that technically there were things that were being done, but I actually thought per the process that the goal was to get this in a format that was digestible, address any errors, omissions that were in the document and make it more accessible. But I really didn't understand that was the process we were focused on, because it was made clear that the board would have this opportunity to do that on the other side of getting more public input on that. So that's a bit of a point of just clarification around what's really been going on with respect to the document since we last saw it.
So, Dr. Mann, I really appreciate you bringing that point forward. And the shift in the process really gives the board an opportunity to put eyes on that document before the community engagement sessions. And I think that that's really, really important as we dig into this work even more. 1 month ago, we talked about, let's go to the community engagement sessions with what we've got. And in reflection, trying to, first of all, truncate over 750 pages from 2015, add more content and truncate it into a 400-page document, and then separate it out into a standards document and curriculum frameworks, is not as simple as pulling apart. There are lots of decisions that need to be made. And I think it is vitally important for this board to put eyes on that standards document before we have the community engagement sessions and before we have the public comment sessions. And so I appreciate your concern, and again, am asking staff and everyone else to bear with us as we make changes in process to try to get to our end goal, which is best-in-class standards for every single Virginia student.
So, if I may, thank you, Superintendent Balo. I have a number of comments, but before I start them, I'd like to just note that I have a couple of questions that it would be very helpful to hear from Ms. Brown or Ms. Harris on, one of the history team members. And I thought I had seen Christania here earlier, and now she is not in the room. Can we call her down?
Requested that
Great,
she come.
thank you. And I'll go ahead and start with my comments and then save my questions for the end. I would like to advocate for number one, keeping the standards and the curriculum framework together. And I think that is crucial for policy and process reasons. And number two, for moving them, if it is the will of the board, which I think we are hearing today, we'll hear, I'm sure, by the end of this conversation, the will of all the board, if it is a will of the majority of the board that we move forward expeditiously, that we do that, even if that requires a little bit of a delay on the standards so as to allow the framework to go forward with it. I don't know why, when we've been through so much so far, I don't know why we can't be doing what we were told at the last meeting, which is that we would have framework and standards for first review in November. But if we can't, I would rather delay them together a little bit early into 2023 and get them done together. And I'll explain why. But first, I want to start to say, I think we have a very strong draft in front of us. We have a draft that hundreds of people, including noted world-class, national award-winning historians, have been involved significantly in helping create, and educators from across Virginia. We have had thousands of public comment. Superintendent Balow came into office in January and recognized that maybe we hadn't done as much as we should have on parental input and business community input, and directed the history staff to do that, and they did. So we got that input in the early spring. And then we were, and the draft it's inquiry plus fact. It is nonpartisan. Our staff, God bless these staff. They've been doing this, they and their colleagues, for years through many, many versions of this, and they are used to dealing with the political conflict and some folks wanting desperately to have their favorite, battle of something or other bridge in, and somebody else, advocating for something else. Their nonpartisan expertise has produced a draft that is full and fair history. It is not slanted in any direction. It has gotten, to me, a very, very good take on the very difficult challenge of balancing depth and breadth. It's not perfect. Anything that's written by a committee is going to have a little bit of different tone from one place to another. But it's the amount of public input over 2 years has been extraordinary. And that was leading up to the draft that was introduced in June, late June. It was made available to the public. The department, and that's one of the things I want to ask Ms. Brown about, has been accepting public comment on that continuously since then. We have heard extensive public comment at our board meetings. We've heard folks coming forward. I am sure that the department has been working to revise those drafts. I know I sent in extensive comments, as a number of other board members have. I am completely confident that you have not accepted all of my proposed changes. I wouldn't expect you to. Maybe one or two of them made the cut. Who knows? I did make a number of suggestions on typos and technical errors, and I'm sure others have too. I am confident that the department has a running draft, and that's one of the things I want to ask you about, a running draft that's where you've corrected the typos and the technical edits. That's, I'm sure, long ago done. If it hasn't been, I can't fathom why it hasn't been, given that that draft's been out there since the end of June. So we've had extensive public comments since then. We've had input from all of the board members, or at least each and every one of the board members has been offered the opportunity to supply the staff input and to meet individually with the department. I've taken advantage of that. I believe many of us have. And then what our process has always been on all of our standards, not just history and social studies, and while it is certainly more controversial this year than normal, history and social studies have always been controversial. And many of our standards, and you all who are going to be on this board for many years to come, are going to have, you're going to have controversies around the math standards and the English standards, et cetera, et cetera. And how we do this is we all give our input to the department, and the department with their expertise and wisdom and their ability to call on experts, manages to review all of that input and figure out what makes most sense to give to us in a next draft. And then we review it and then we'll have it on first review. And actually, we theoretically could have done that in August. We could have done that in September. We could have done it today. We could do it in November. But once we review it on first review, if I thought the Battle of something or other bridge needed to be included and had vigorously championed that, and Christania in her wisdom had decided, no, doesn't make the cut, I could champion it to all of my colleagues when we discuss it on first review, after public comment, when we discuss it on final review. And if you all voted with me that the Battle of Something or Other Bridge was crucial, we could get it in. And if you didn't, we would get it, it wouldn't be in there. And when we move on to our next incredibly important issue, this is an important one, but we have so many waiting behind it. So we have a process that the board has used since time immemorial to reconcile all these different voices. I don't understand who are the voices that want to weigh in on this that haven't been paying enough attention to have weighed in by now. They, everybody who wanted to saw this draft produced back in late June and has had ample opportunity to weigh in. When I hear that there are voices who haven't been heard, I've heard it said that there are conservative voices that haven't had an opportunity to weigh in. I heard Superintendent Balow today refer to Hillsdale College. Just for the record, Hillsdale College is a private evangelical, frankly, in my opinion, extremist school in Michigan. They are one of the very few higher ed institutions in the nation who does not participate in federal financial aid because they don't want to comply with federal anti-discrimination provisions.
That's
These
unfair.
Well, I'd be happy to hear your response if I'm misundercharacterizing. I'd love to help educate me. But my point is, if Hillsdale College wants to weigh in, they can weigh in. They could have weighed in by September 25th. They could have weighed in July. They could weigh in right now and submit line by line suggested edits that the staff could then review. But the suggestion that we now need potentially 10 months to get to the end point on this, and separating out the standard from the framework is not going to make the policy or the process any easier. It's going to make it harder because everybody's going to want to fight about, I want the Battle of Something Bridge in the standards, not just in the frameworks. And I think for policy and process reasons, it's crucial that we keep them together. So I have full faith that the staff, if given the support they need, can incorporate all of this input, that it will not be a draft that each of the 9 of us will be completely satisfied with, but it will be a draft that a majority of us can accept on first review, and then a majority of us can, with edits after further public comment, vote on and get it done. I understand Superintendent Balow's encouragement to have the best document, but I was a judge for many years, and at some point, justice delayed is justice denied. You've got to get it done. And I hear you that, this time we tried to do we haven't always done the framework and the standards together, but this time we committed to do that, and we've been working on that approach for 2 years. I, like Dr. Siebert, have had a lot of people contacting me worrying about the delays we've seen so far. I have vouched for this body and the department and said, calm down, this is not political. We're going to get it done, and we're going to get it done, and it's going to be full and fair history. But when I hear now that we have to delay for 10 months to hear from Hillsdale College or other, folks who, for whatever reason, haven't managed to get their content suggestions in for review by the nonpartisan staff, I can't continue to vouch for the process. So it is my strong encouragement, and I apologize for the emotion in my voice, but I do feel strongly about this. Folks are worried. There are other states that are absolutely trying to whitewash their history standards. And there are folks in Virginia who are very worried that that's where this is going. I don't think that's where this is going. I don't want it to go there. I don't think that, I'm sure that the majority of this board does not want it to go there, but the public is going to think that's where we're going unless we turn this around in a very different way soon. My final comment before a couple of questions for Ms. Brown would be, I do see one of the couple of comments we got was from the American Historical Association, the national experts on history from the higher ed perspective. They have been involved in a number of states, working on history standards and have offered to help us. I am confident that if the degree of, if if you all are overwhelmed, Ms. Brown, you and your colleagues are overwhelmed with the amount of comment and content suggestions you've gotten, given that we've got a good document to start with, I'm completely confident that the Historical Association can help you get a final draft done for us in no more than 45 to 60 days. They stand ready to be your staff, is essentially what they're telling us in that letter. And I would encourage the board to encourage the department to take them up on that offer if we need it. So with that said, and I'll just ask my couple of questions and then yield the floor. And I thank you. I thank my colleagues for your patience. Ms. Brown, am I right that you all have continued to receive public comment continuously since you submitted the draft for public review in late June?
We closed official public comment using the Google form on the 25th of September, but we have.
And your mic is not on, so thank you.
I thought I was using my teacher voice.
Maybe people can hear. I can hear you, but
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but Pam and Tammy can't.
Can you guys hear me?
If you punch that button, it should turn green.
There
Yes,
it is.
there you go.
Okay. So again, we closed official public comment on September 25th using that Google form. But again, as an agency, we accept public comment 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and we have continuously received public comment on the standards document. We made available a mailbox that's our history and social science mailbox, so people constituents continuously send public comment to that mailbox.
And am I also right that you've met with or offered to meet with each and every board member? And if there are any who you haven't met with, are you still ready and available to meet with them?
That is definitely something that we can do. I believe the majority of you all, thank you very much. We did meet with, I believe in September, mostly. So anyone that we haven't met with, that is still fine. And if there are others that we have met with and would like to meet with us again, we can, of course, do that also.
And I think this is my final question.
Okay.
Am I right in assuming that you've made some of the changes already? Like, for instance, those typos, the technical corrections that have been flagged to you over the summer. You've made those changes and have an updated working draft?
Yes, we have made some some corrections in the errors that were brought to our attention in August and then also in September.
So you actually have a working draft of both the standards and the framework?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's what, as of something like October 1st or the end of?
I can't say when the date is because it is continuous until we have it ready for coming to you in November.
And I neglected to say this earlier, and I know I said one more, so I shouldn't have said that, but hopefully this is really the last. I neglected to be clear earlier. I don't have any objection to physically separating out the standards and the framework as long as we process them both together. That I needed to make that clarification. Have you in that working draft already done the preliminary work to separate out physically the standards from the framework?
That initial work has been started, yes, ma'am.
That initial work has been started, and how long do you anticipate it taking to complete that work?
Right now, I think it would be best for.
It depends on how much changes you have to make. But if it's simply a matter of essentially cut and pasting rather than rewriting, then you can get that done pretty expeditiously.
Pulling apart, yes. But
Okay. So if this board asked you to simply pull them apart and take your working draft and simply pull them apart, you could get us another draft for first review fairly expeditiously, if we directed you to.
I am going to do what you all direct us to do and lead our team to do the same.
Based on that, I really think we need a draft for first review no later than the end of this calendar year, and then we could have a special meeting in early of both the standards and frameworks, and I would strongly encourage us to do that, and then have a special meeting in early January to accept for first review, do public comment, and be ready for final review, potentially February 1st, at the latest in March on both the standards and framework. I'll stop. Thank you.
Andy?
I have a couple of questions before that. The one battle that I think we now need to include in the standards is the Battle of Hillsdale College. So do you want, I know you wanted to respond before okay. Look, we're trying to balance a bunch of things here, right? And I think we're in a tough position. We can't prove a negative, and there is lots of concern that this or that is trying to happen, and we can't prove that. So I think a couple of things. I'm okay with a delay. I tend to agree with my colleague, Ms. Holton, that I am worried if this comes out in dribs and drabs, it's not going to be helpful in terms of thoughtful comments from the public, thoughtful dialogue in the media, and all the rest. So I do think, I think pulling the two documents apart makes a lot of sense, but like working on them, I think in tandem as we roll them out so people can see this, given the sensitivities around this is important. I do think if we're going to delay Superintendent Ballo, there is an enormous obligation for some really affirmative outreach so that people understand what's going on, what the process is, what's happening. I mean, I think our audience is fair-minded people who will give this a chance. And I think, again, it's worth noting, none of this happens in secret. Everybody will be able to see every change. It's all public record. But that we do some affirmative outreach to different stakeholder groups so people really feel comfortable and we don't have a distraction based on misperceptions, misinformation. Again, in that context of we're being asked to prove a negative that we can't prove. So I'm comfortable with the delay with one caveat that I'll get to in a moment. But we need to I think we need to communicate very, very clearly. Second, I think for the board, we just need good communication. Like, what documents are we responding to? Where are they? If documents are going out to reviewers, I think like the board needs to be aware of that, because I think it just leads to confusion if there's things going around and so forth. And so we're going to have to just make sure we're being communicated with to Dr. Siebert's point, so we can be good ambassadors and be like, yeah, here's where we're on the process. Here's what's going on, all of this. And I think that's really important. And then finally, my sort of caveat, I said, I think the sort of generally this timeline that you laid out in your memo, I think is workable, except the long range, we're going to roll all this stuff out. I think we need to commit to a date. I'm not wed to it needs to be final review by the end of the year and rolling this out in February. But like, I think saying sort of March, whatever we have in there, like March to August or whatever, I think we need to commit to a date, ideally sooner than August, and we need to hit it. And like that's not, we can't create a moving target, because I think it creates confusion among the public. I think it's really hard for educators to plan when they're going to see this stuff and be able to respond to it. And so we want to be really thoughtful on what the timeline is, really precise. And then I guess, look, the final thing I'll just say, the governor stood right over here a couple of meetings ago, and he's said this repeatedly. He wants honest history. He wants us to teach the good and the bad, where America's succeeded and made progress, where America's fallen short. And I just think, like, at the end of the day, again, this is a public process. The document will be out there. The team, your team is just doing great work, Ms. Brown. This will all be out there. And I think this is one of these things, like, we should take yes for an answer, and we need to ask people in the Commonwealth to take yes for an answer. He said that. The document will be out there, and people can draw their own conclusions about whether or not we lived up to that. But at this point, I feel like if he wants us to have the best standards that are really actually honest history, particularly in this context of where some states are doing stuff that I think people are rightly concerned about, like, that's a chance for us to be a national model. And I just think we should take yes for an answer and try to get this right.
Part of that, Andy, is, and I appreciate those comments, and I actually agree with most of them, actually all of them.
I like the actually, Mr. President.
No, actually all of them. Yeah. Sometimes
I appreciate a well-placed actually.
Sometimes it surprises me what I think, but there you go. I agree with all of them. We started out with the delay, off the original time schedule, saying it was process, not content. And I think the way we're doing this now, and I'm not saying the content isn't going to change from the original draft. That's not the point. I mean, the process we had laid out allowed for changes in content as it moved through the public hearings and the roundtables, right? So don't read that to say I don't think there ought to be changes in content. But the process that's outlined here, it seems to me, will make the content changes before it hits the general public, and in a way that does not allow the general public to see whether the commitment to not change content materially was met or not. That is a concern to me. And again, we are involved in this process much earlier than we, as a board, than we have been in the past. We have tended to take the department documents out to public hearing. And then after the public hearings and the public comment, then we get our shot at making the changes. We're making a lot of changes sort of pre-introduction to the public here. I would actually like to see us agree to standards and framework documents at the end of the year without a lot of the, sort of interest groups is the wrong word because it's so value laden now and it's not meant that way, but the various groups who we're going to ask to look at this. I don't care if they're looking at it now, but the documents that I would like to see go out in, November, December are documents that are based upon what the department had done when we sort of came in. And then the proposed changes, which can be made by, proposed by the department. And then, we get to actually, at the end of the day, after public input on those changes, make decisions about whether to include, in my case, it would be the Battle of Springfield and the Fighting Parson, the Reverend James Caldwell. But, yeah, give them Watts boys. Nobody down here would know what that means. But, Christania, do you know what Give them Watts boys is from? Okay, there you go.
Don't make her say.
No, I'm not going to make her
Of
say.
course she does.
Of course she does. My point is that, what we have vouched for is a process that was going to essentially not change the content, but we were going to bifurcate the standards and the framework. I would like to honor that, honestly. And I may not have felt so strongly about honoring it before we made the commitment, but that commitment has been made so publicly and so often now that I feel like, to Dr. Siebert's point, that's the commitment I have made to people. And, Jillian and I have talked about that, no content changes as process changes. And I'm not saying you committed to no content at the end, but what Christania was doing, what the department was doing was separating the documents before we looked at the content issues. I'd like to see what that looks like. I'd like to get those documents put together. And then, like I said, I don't know any reason why during the time, even before it's, in public view, every interest, and again, I got to stop using that word, every group that wants to weigh in on it is entitled to weigh in on it. I don't care if it's Hillsdale College, which, by the way, is an excellent constitutional studies program. I've got some friends who graduated from Hillsdale who would not be happy with all of your comments there. Neither of them are evangelicals. But, I don't care who. But then we'll know, we're going to take the document and synthesize it now, so we're not going to get the same read from the other review that we get if we put out the raw document, and then we can see where the changes are coming. And so that would be my preference, Madam Superintendent. Although I will also say on this topic, I'm probably in the 5th stage of grief, which is acceptance. And I understand that I may not get my wish on this one. I mean, I get the limitations of the board's abilities here.
Mr. President, can I just clarify one thing? Am I hearing you suggest that we ask the department to separate the standards and the frameworks physically, but not time-wise?
Not time-wise.
And that we then
accept.
accept,
We had committed.
and then that we accept them both on first review, for instance, at the November meeting,
Yes.
and then have this vigorous conversation
And then I don't
continue,
care, because
community
then it
engagement,
releases
public
in
comment.
full
Gotcha.
Public view,
And
what's going on.
So in other
It's
words,
no
we
longer
can
opposed
shift
to our
all of this
process.
to the other side of first review, which is where it would normally be.
And at that point,
I could
honestly,
certainly
if-
support
if
that.
it takes till mid-next year, that's what it takes to get, where we need to be. But at least we'll have the public, which I do care about here, informed as to where we are and where we've been.
Does that, I may be misunderstanding, it seems like that may confuse people more. Like, I do think what we need here to tamp down skepticism is, I said affirmative outreach a minute ago, is we do need like fairly radical transparency, which, because this is an open process, that's okay because people can get this stuff anyway. that we need to be pretty open, but what you're proposing, how is that? I worry that's going to confuse people, because if I see something on first review, if I'm a citizen, I sort of think that cake is pretty baked.
No, it has not been that way in the past, Andy. I mean, in the past, that's why we then are required by the assembly to have public hearings throughout the state, number one. So everybody comes to those not believing it's baked, but believing they'll have input. And in this case, unlike other times, the department itself is committed to holding roundtables, right? That is not, typically this is a board item, right? The standards are the boards, not the departments in a sense, not in a sense legally. But we're happy to have the department conduct their roundtables, and to the extent they want any experts who they believe have got a valid voice to weigh in, let them weigh in also during that time. But at least let's see what the starting point is.
So I'm sorry I had to step off the dais for a quick conversation, but let me tell you that the impetus for this month's projection and timeline is that this board nor I, as state superintendent, want a strict bifurcation going out to the public for review. And again, we've gone from 26 curriculum frameworks and a standards document in 2015 that were created with the standards document first and then the curriculum frameworks a year later, to a 400-page curriculum framework / standards document. And now we've bifurcated it. We've gone from 700 pages to 400 pages. There is missing information in both the curriculum frameworks and the standards document. It should not go. It would be confusing to the public to have that go out. And I'm going to make up an example that maybe Kristania can help, and we actually have a meeting tomorrow or Monday to have a more detailed conversation about this. But let me give you an example. If the current standards and curriculum framework document says something like, discuss the important documents on related to the founding of the United States. The curriculum framework would then describe what those are. If we just put that into a standards document, that's no good for anyone. That's like leaving George Washington out of the standards document. That is what we need time with to clean up, to make we do not want a standards document or curriculum frameworks in a strict bifurcation going out for public comment, because they need to be cleaned up. They need to be error-free. They need to be free of omissions. They need to be free of repetition. All of the things that I've noted a couple times during my comments, and that's what we need time with, and that's the impetus for me requesting that we don't have the community engagement sessions right now with the document that you all looked at in August. The public, frankly, deserves a document that is closer to a final draft than what we would be able to put out with just a strict bifurcation.
This is why I'm at acceptance.
So can I just bring us back here to something that I think we're like totally off the mark on, and that is the purpose of the conversation that we're having has kind of left the room. The purpose of the conversation is to ensure that the students in our classrooms across the Commonwealth of Virginia have the very best curriculum, the very best standards, the very most well-prepared teachers. And we are helping them with that, with the standards and the curriculum framework that we are providing. And so what I don't want us to do, and I think this is sort of the underpinning theme that's right under the surface that we're all not getting to, this is not in any way, shape, or form political for me. Some may believe that because I'm a new board member, it is. I'm here to tell you, as someone who is licensed in the Commonwealth of Virginia to teach government and civics, I will not let a document go out with my vote on it that is not the way that it should be for those stakeholder groups, for our teachers, for our students, for our parents and families. And so whatever the case may be, I mean, we can sit here and argue over how the document is actually formatted. But at the end of the day, if I get a 462-page document as a teacher in a classroom, I'm shutting down. Like, I need a practical means by which to use these standards and teach my students effectively so that we get the outcomes that every single one of us on this dais wants at the end of the day. So that's just where I am now. Sorry if I got a little heated.
Ms. Holton.
Just very briefly, if it's going to take another 45 to 60 days to get a final draft for our first review of the standard, and then to share with the public of the standards and framework, I can live with that. When it gets beyond that, it suggests you're rewriting and starting from scratch, and that wastes all the great work that we've done, that hundreds and thousands of people really through the public comment process have been involved in. And also, it's not going to get you any closer. You're not going to get to, if you took 5 years, you're not going to get to a draft that literally is going to make every single board member completely satisfied with. So what we're looking for is something that can have a majority solid vote to move on, and you're not going to satisfy every single member of the public. So longer is not going to enable you to bring together a document that's going to be a consensus document. That's just not, you're not going to have a 400-page that the public is going to come to a consensus on. At some point, somebody's got to make some tough calls, and then let us go, have us have something for first review, and then have the board come back and have votes, and what wins, and what doesn't, and we can, Ms. Duda can move to amend page such and such with so-and-so, and I can move to amend some other page with such and such, and my motion gets voted down and her motion gets voted up, and then we've got a document. And then we can go on and talk about other important things like accreditation and lab schools and the Literacy Act and how we can support that work. We've just got too much else to do to let this be distracting us indefinitely. Thank you, I promise.
I was just going to thank you, Grace, for your comments and agree totally. I think just kind of maybe getting us back on the rails here, process to help get us to that point. Is it the intention then for November 17th for our next meeting to have the first review of the standards?
Of the standards document, not the curriculum frameworks.
Maybe that's.
That does not meet my needs. I don't know about other board members, but to me, separating them creates policy and process questions where, as Ms. Balo just pointed out, if George Washington is in the frameworks and not in the standards, then she's going to want to move George Washington, going to need to move George Washington up to the standards. But if you move George Washington up to the standards, well, what about Jim Crow? Do we move Jim Crow up to the standards? Do we move the Battle of Something Bridge up to the standards? I think you create a whole new argument that will only set us back.
Can I just, Christiana, were you here 7 years ago? Was that the process 7 years ago, was to just have the standards out first for first review, or was it both the standards and the curriculum? Or Mr. President, I guess you were here as well, but
Yes. Sorry. We worked on the standards document first. It was approved, and then we were simultaneously developing the curriculum so it wouldn't be so much work.
Okay.
Curriculum framework. And then we officially started the curriculum framework document once the standards were approved.
Okay.
And how did that go with regard to Ms. Holton's concern, which I share, which is the standards document goes out and we sort of get this parlor game of everything that's not in it, which will be more stuff that is in it because it's a standards document. And then how did that go that time? And I'm worried about this in that current climate that just becomes a game of whack-a-mole, and that it'll be stuff that would be in the curriculum frameworks.
Well, we've not had as many comments as we've had this time. The last time for the 2015, I think we tapped out at maybe 2,500 comments. We are well over 6,000 now. What our team has been mainly working on is to go through those comments and first trying to figure out which ones are actionable, that they are providing content or providing actions that we can take in the document, and then looking at those comments to say whether or not we take those actions, because you check it to make sure it's historically accurate. You might be passionate and you may have sent in a comment, but it may not be accurate. And then how does that work as far as the alignment of the standard itself? So we look at that also. And then it's put into the document, we make that decision, and then you all make that final decision whether or not that content actually stays. Now, this is something different because we started out with the two documents combined. So it's a little bit different this time because we started the whole process differently than we did in 2015 as outlined in our timeline that we submitted. And that's the way that we had planned on handling it. But as Superintendent Balo said, we have had a change in administration, our board, and our leadership. So yay, it impacts social studies. So.
And through all of that, you have remained steadfast and professional, and appreciate that. And I think it's important to underscore that, given the framework that Christania just laid out, it's difficult to work on curriculum frameworks without a near complete standards document. If we could maybe think about splitting the baby, so to speak. I'm just going to propose something that we had a quick conversation about earlier. But one thing that we could potentially do is bring some sample frameworks to you, so they would be sections, so that you could see how they take a standard and break it down into what a teacher would use to select, or what a curriculum director would use to select or curriculum for a school, and then how a teacher would use it to guide the instruction from day to day, almost as a pacing guide or a scope and sequence. So if that would be helpful and kind of allay some of the concerns around what are you doing with all of the information from the 400-page document, and you can see how we're building that back into frameworks like were in existence in 2015 and are being used now, and as Grace noted, are something that teachers really rely on in their classrooms. So if that would help, I think we could offer that.
Can I just think that the way the department went about this time is fundamentally different than 2015, and therefore the standards document. It's not like the standards, if you were going to write the standards separately, you would have written them differently. I surmise. So this notion that if we're going to separate them, then you're going to have to rewrite the standards. And it's just a whole nother round of work. And it seems counterproductive to me. This standard document and this framework document were originally written and designed by 2 years worth of work from stakeholders to go hand in hand.
President. Yes, sir. Thank you all. My opening remarks were, I was bothered because I was concerned we were reaching a tipping point about the credibility of doing what we said we were going to do. And I'm very thankful, because what has happened and not done yet is this has been very meaningful. It has been real. And again, this is the fire that forges the crucible to smelt things down. So this makes me feel good. And so anybody who's curious or wonders, about the credibility of the board, they can enjoy this YouTube video. Because I mean that. Because this is the conversation where everybody's point of views are heard. And so I think this has slowed down a little too much, but now I'm feeling a timeline. But so I love the rich conversation, but ultimately I'm really getting to a point where my type A-ness needs to know who's doing what by when. And so what I think I'm hearing is that last month we heard about we're decoupling. So we're gonna have standards and framework. We're hearing that maybe, probably for people's clarity and peace of mind, they get to look at both of them. that we would like, to Grace's point, to lay our eyes on them ourselves. I think all these are very good points, but so we've heard from Ms. Brown that her team is making good progress, but we also have heard from the superintendent that, my gosh, there's just so much being done. So I hope that maybe here in the next few minutes, we can get to by what date will we have what by whom?
I think that puts it with you, Julian.
I think that does, and I've laid out a plan that I hope is doable. It's something that I hope we are under promising and we'll be able to over deliver on that timeline. That is my hope. As I've reached out to colleagues across the nation, other state chiefs across the nation who have undergone this process, it is not a clean process. So I appreciate you recognizing the realness of this process, and especially right now with history and social studies standards, when every state wants to, I honestly don't know. I have never encountered anyone who wants to teach less. I've never encountered anyone who wants to teach history and civics the way that I learned history and civics in the 70s and 80s. We want to teach the totality of history. We want to teach the totality of civics. And so as I talk to my colleagues across the nation, I'll just tell you a couple of themes that have arisen. It's emotional, it's political, it's combustible. It's not point A to point B. It's a pressure cooker. But we have to get through this to get great standards in front of our teachers and great instruction and learning opportunities in front of our students. And so, I think it's important to just reiterate that we want to move forward quickly, carefully, and focus on the end product, which is great standards. And again, I'm just, the process by which to get there is laid out in the memo that I put. That I shared with everyone. If we want to see some sample frameworks, I think we're happy to have that discussion, and I can report back to board members individually on what that might look like and when we could expect those. But hopefully that would allay, and that would be very public and transparent. That's another theme I heard from my neighbors across the nation, as well as on this board, is saying, communicate. Let's make sure that we're really transparent about this process. And that's at the crux of this, is making sure that we're transparent with the process to get to an end product.
I would just, thank you. But I think, Dr. Seaver, I agree. And I think one thing I would recommend, to Andy's point as well, is that something come out to the public in terms of good communication on the first review of the standards will take place on November 17th. The community engagement sessions will happen on XYZ dates in the subsequent weeks. The state board public hearings will take place in January with the ultimate. I just think the communication, I just think it's very important for it to be public, out there, date set, so that we all can be accountable to sticking to the plan. And again, I agree with Dr. Siebert that I just think we need a roadmap, and it needs to be public and out there so that it also tamps down any of the skepticism or other concerns that might be out there. So I know that's sometimes difficult because it's a moving target, but I just think we'll all be in a better place if things are definitive.
I just want to check my understanding, because I thought I'd heard from Mr. Rotherham and Ms. Holton that maybe, again, I want to keep it moving, but maybe slowing it down to keep the two documents together to prevent.
That's fine too. I'm just trying to.
Yeah. So I don't know
Although
where.
I can get on board with the plan that Superintendent Ballo, if we have some sort of exemplary thing we can show the public and say, now here's what else is going to come. And Mike, and here's what's going to come by when. I do think we need something a little more, I'm not like a huge type A, but we need something a little more finite than March to August. That's a pretty big part of the year. Like we need to commit, I think we need to Mr. Hansen's point, we need to commit to some dates. And so if we miss those dates, we're accountable. We owe the public an explanation for specifically why we missed that, where there's no vagueness or anything else. We're putting ourselves on the hook for certain timelines, and that's the part of the timeline that troubles me. It seems a little soft.
Go ahead.
This is like the time in life, of course, because the teacher in me wants the board for me to be able to write my examples on. But you know, if we go to the actual document, of course, what we're talking about is taking the gray boxes and putting them in this document, and taking what's left and putting it in the curriculum framework document, and supplementing that with more of what we expect that teachers are going further with. Okay, so that alone, that going further piece needs more work. It needs more time than just this. So the standards, pull the gray boxes out, let's roll. I think that's totally fine. But the curriculum framework that our teachers are using day in and day out, and our parents are supporting their kids at home with, needs more oomph. It needs more support, help. Quite frankly, there's a lot of stuff I didn't get taught in my own history instruction. My mom was a history teacher too, and she and I sat down and talked about all of those things not long ago. And those are the things I want to make sure are in there. I never knew about the Tulsa race riots. And do you know that my daughter brought home her history, U.S. history last week, and I couldn't recall teaching about the Anaconda Plan. Do you remember the Anaconda Plan? I mean, so those are some things that are really critical. I mean, like the Anaconda Plan was critical to the union's success. Okay, so I mean, those are pieces that I think we've got to expound on what we've got here to make it the best it can be. That's just where I am.
But Ms. Creasy, do you think we could do like an example of that so people can know? Like, I think the idea is like we could show, here's what you can expect in terms of breadth and quality and everything else, and there will be a bunch more of these along. Just to give, I'm concerned that there'll be so few things in just the standards document that it will create just an enormous amount of concern that's not, and so if we're not gonna do them all together at a later date, just show, like, again, I think our audience is reasonable people who are, open-minded and willing to be convinced that, like, you're gonna get a bunch more like this. And this is not the only one, it's an exemplar of the level of quality. Because to Ms. Brown's point, I think there is more interest this time, and we're seeing it in the number of comments that she said, and I think we're all, anyone who cracks a newspaper is seeing it.
No, I absolutely believe that we need to maybe reface the DOE page about the new standards, or talk a little bit more about what we're actually doing in the standards document and the curriculum framework document, and why we are doing that. Because we feel that it is, more important to the daily instruction of our students to ensure that, these two documents are full and complete.
Okay, we need to bring this to closure at some point, which is, again, not stifling discussion, but I mean, I'm not sure even where the consensus is in the different views that we've heard around. So will some brave soul?
What I think I heard.
Thank you. I
was
pointing
using
to the superintendent.
State superintendent's document, first review of standards document, November 17th. But that first review of the standards document will include these exemplars, which hopefully is a bridge between the concern of sending them out separate time by having some examples there. I don't know, but that this all goes back to state superintendent recognizing the capacity for team and how many days there are between now and then.
Yeah, I want to be clear. We haven't had a detailed discussion about producing an exemplar curriculum framework, and I want to make sure that that's doable. That's not included on my memo, because that's something that hopefully acts as a compromise. But if we're going to put something exemplar in front of you, we want it to be exemplar. We want to show you, and we want to show the public that this is what you can expect.
be potentially fair to have those ready for your community engagement sessions the following couple weeks, or what would?
Yes.
And I want to jump in again and say that if they are available, I truly, in reflection, am not comfortable putting documents out for community engagement input without them being seen and vetted and discussed by this board.
Well, I think there's a little, we've heard exemplar, exemplars, they, those. I think we need to I'm comfortable with one that's really good and says this is the level of quality you're going to be able to expect on all of them. And I do think we have to be cognizant of, the team is moving a number of pieces, but I think we should be clear on that because we're using plural and singular kind of interchangeably here.
And just to note, I understand the will of the board, and I don't see any need to prolong this, but I'm not comfortable with the exemplar approach. Maybe I will be when I see it, but at this point, I'm not satisfied with that approach personally. But that, I understand the will of the board goes where the will of the board goes. I don't, but just the word consensus, I'm not comfortable with.
Gotcha.
Back to Dr. Siebert to bring us home.
Yep, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Siebert, are you done? That's all it took to bring us home?
Well,
I was hoping for a little more.
November 17th, standards first review, at least an exemplar document, but out to us in a timely manner, because that's still, we got to have it before the meeting. And so just getting it out there. Is Grace, is this getting at what you were asking for in terms of laying eyes on it?
I really feel strongly.
Miss Gracie, sorry.
No.
So informal.
Yep, we are. Dr. Siebert. Okay. Thank you guys for, it's like watching the parents fight, isn't it?
Not at all.
More like
It's
the
just
kids.
not all that comfortable.
More like the children.
My children would beg to
Yeah.
differ.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Superintendent. All right. I know Ms. Holton's got to leave. However, we have kept Dr. Johnson here so long that none of us are going to say it's time to avoid this item. We are going to hear this item. Dr. Johnson?
Mr. President, I let her know that we would put it on next month's agenda, so.
Then why are you
maybe
still here, Joan?
That's what I'm wondering.
I'm sorry.
Do you want to go tonight? No.
No,
she
I'm
wants
sorry
to.
then. I thought we were being courteous to you.
It's the best thing on television, don't you know?
It is, and you got to see it live as part of the studio audience. That's great.
Mr. President, can
We have one more item?
Well, if
Oh, okay.
this issue on moving the dates for 2023.
That's the next item.
Okay, it may not even be an issue if Ms. Holton can't do the previous week, so I just want to check before she left.
Yeah, I can do the previous week as long as it's Wednesday, Thursday, the
Regular
previous week.
cadence, okay.
Which month are we
Or
talking
Thursday,
about?
Friday.
November.
Yeah,
We'll do
Andy has my input on the next year.
Is that-
23, yeah, I'll be gone. I don't care when you do it.
I don't think, Ms. Holton, you can't
Can
do
do
it
it
Thursday,
every
Friday.
I can do Thursday, Friday. It's
The
Monday,
previous week.
Tuesday that I
Okay.
can.
I'm gone. I got short time.
It may not work.
Are we?
I just wanted to get her input before she left.
All right. So we are calling item F, which was taken off the consent agenda because of its great importance. And, all right, it's after 5. We've been here a long time. You got to let me be a little punchy. So, are we adopting F or are we changing F?
Well, the question is, okay, there's a conference, it's a really high quality conference that some of us would like to attend. It conflicts with a board meeting this year. Next year, it is, I have to look it up again, but it conflicts with our meetings in November. Ms. Holton cannot meet Monday or Tuesday. She could meet on our usual Wednesday, Thursday cadence or a Thursday, Friday cadence that previous week. But if there's other conflicts, then it's sort of a no-go. We have to move on. So this may not be a long
So
item.
the thing I would comment, obviously we choose those dates in November because the following week is Thanksgiving. The challenge is to move it up. It would only be about 2.5 weeks from our October meeting, maybe 3 weeks if we're lucky. And it's just not a lot of time to prepare for staff. I mean, we would essentially be prepping for 2 meetings at the same time. And as you see, oftentimes you have something for first review 1 month, and then we have to turn around edits. And our staff process does start a couple weeks in advance, for things too. So if that is the will of the board, we will make it work. But I did just want to raise that concern around just the short time frame in between the 2 meetings.
Well, the question Ann can do the previous week, so the issue is not if other people can. The issue is the issue is if it works just in terms of our cadence. So essentially, we'd be moving from the 16th and the 17th to the 9th and our 15th and 16th, excuse me, to the 8th and the 9th.
And the October meeting, I believe, I don't have the dates in front of me, but it's October 18th and 19th. So it is just a really quick turnaround. I know Thanksgiving hampers us for sure.
We should ask Dr. Ballo about that too then.
Is there a means by which we could do, maybe we don't want to do Thanksgiving week, but put it off the 20th and 21st? I mean, that Monday and Tuesday? Because Andy, what are the actual dates?
I mean, as much as I like that conference, Grace, and I'm a huge believer that conferences are the socially acceptable alternative to actually doing work, and so I like to go to them. I think asking the team to have to work Thanksgiving week to staff us,
We'll just keep it.
Yeah, I'm not good with that.
The week after Thanksgiving, like the 29th and 30th, since we don't have a December meeting, a little bit of space in between.
I can't. I have a hard conflict for that.
Never mind.
Ann too. Right.
Sorry?
Does Ann have a conflict that week?
I think she has her normal, but we haven't checked with her, so I wouldn't be comfortable speaking on that.
I'm happy to send out another survey.
Or we could just
We
decide.
have a year to figure it out.
I think
so
I think we may just decide we just can't do this. It's a good conference, but the board,
we're talking 2020.
citizens, yeah. I think we may just need to leave it.
We do have some additional time. We don't have to decide tonight if, we can look for some flexibility. Mr. Hanson, we do need to publish it before the start of the next year of 23. But other than that, we're not hampered by tonight. I know it's a late
Do you
hour.
want to bring it back in November, Andy, or do you want to move to pass it? It's up to you guys.
I think it would be nice, Mr. President, this could become a perennial item on the agenda after our discussion of current issues. No, I'm fine with saying we just can't. It's not gonna work. We can commit to these dates if Ms. Creasy is, of course.
We could say, Andy, the new board members couldn't even agree to dates.
The year ahead.
Oh, I forgot. We're one board now. Yeah, it's all good.
Jeb Fest.
Anything else?
Well,
So is there a
yes.
motion then, Andy?
Yes.
Hang on. Is there a motion on the dates? Anybody going to move to adopt the dates?
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you. And all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, what else do we have?
I do have, yeah. Do you want me to go? Yeah. So I would like to make a request of the superintendent and I don't know if we need to make this a formal motion or not with the vote, but I would like to request that the superintendent direct the department to begin the creation of a system of accreditation that separates the legal compliance from student outcomes. So what I would be suggesting here is that we would have a system of accountability and a system of accreditation. I think that after yesterday's presentation will provide us, after we thought over Dr. Loving Ryder's presentation last month and then yesterday's presentation from Excel and Ed, I think it speaks to increasing the I can't even talk now because we've been here so long, transparency of the work that we really want to do. And it increases transparency for parents to understand exactly what is going on in a less cumbersome way. in their schools as well as the rest of the schools in the Commonwealth. And so I would just make that request of the superintendent and make the request of the president as to whether or not we need a formal motion on that.
I think we need a motion, and I would also, if it's okay, just sort of massage the motion a little bit.
Sure.
To, instead of having the superintendent sort of create one, but come back with a report on what steps would be necessary and who needs to take them in order to create a system with the accountability separated out from accreditation.
May I offer a friendly amendment?
Of course, yeah.
That we do two things. I like that suggestion. I think we need to start
We need to get
into
the
this,
laundry
but we
list.
also, at the next meeting, we put a NORA on the agenda for first review, just to get the process started, that we're going to be doing accreditation work.
I don't know. We don't know yet what we're going to need. We don't know how fast the report's coming back. I certainly don't object to moving the process along, Andy, but I think it may be a month premature.
Okay, so you don't think we can do a broadly written
I don't know.
NORA
We've
that
got
we're
the
moving
AG
this
here.
direction?
Yep, Ms. Love?
And your question is, and you want your legal advice in public?
Yeah, on this one, probably, yeah.
So as I understand the question, you want to know, you can have a notice of intended regulatory action says we're going to promulgate a regulation on some subject.
Mm-hmm.
With probably a little more specificity than that, but
Well,
we're,
that's the question, how much specificity you're going to have. Will the public be on notice of what it is you're going to be doing? What is the subject that you're going to be talking about?
Andy, I think this is going to be, thank you, Deb. I think this is going to be complicated enough and require, frankly, the General Assembly at some point, given what I think the lay of the land is, but I don't know that for sure. I don't think you're going to lose any time if we wait to get the steps from the superintendent and then proceed with the NORA. And frankly, like I said, my guess is we're going to require something over in the Assembly.
Mr. President, I think if the steps are laid out in a motion, as I understand it, that's the impetus for us to begin the work, and it would be appropriate to bring the NORA up at the next meeting from our perspective. But again, I think I want to check with Deb about on that.
Well, again, I think it depends on what we find. And listen, you want to bring it up, that's fine. I have no real objection to it. I just am saying I don't know if we're gaining any time or if we're putting a little bit of the cart before the horse and asking staff to do something before we really know what needs to be done. I don't know how complicated it is under the fairly, there's a lot of, pieces, parts to the system. I don't know how much is going to have to change and be authorized in order to separate out those two functions.
and we meet in January.
We do.
Not in February, is that?
Well, we actually end up meeting the
February
first week of February, I
February
think, because
1st
we
and
kicked
2nd.
off January. But we
Yeah.
meet at the end effectively of January.
Is there a way to have a motion that's slightly broader than, and it directs the team to start, the staff to start working on this, including a NORA if it's appropriate, but we don't commit ourselves one way or the other here?
Sure.
To start the wheel rolling?
Yeah, I think you know what we need to do. If we find it can be done, just through the reg process, let's go ahead and issue it. If we need more, then let's talk about where we're headed.
So let me make sure that I understand what's coming forward. A motion to direct the VDOE, led by me, to create two systems, one accreditation system, one accountability system, and explore or propose or determine whether a NORA is appropriate at its next meeting.
Yeah.
So
I
here's what I'm, our system right now encompasses both compliance mechanisms from a legal perspective, as well as student outcome. Essentially, I want us to decouple those into accreditation as legal compliance, accountability as student outcomes, okay? So that being said, I think we can pull the documents, pull it out, and then work from those two frameworks.
Guess what I'm saying, Grace? I don't think you can direct the superintendent to create the systems. I think you can direct the superintendent or request that she tell us how it would be done by the board. Accreditation, for example, is an area specifically delegated to the board by the
Right.
assembly,
Right.
not to the superintendent. I don't believe it's delegable.
Sure, but who does that work for us then?
Well, we first need to know what the work entails, right? I mean, it's easy to say just split them, but I don't know when the last time was you read these regs.
Yes.
It's a complicated thing.
Yes.
I want to know, are there any legislative barriers to the split? What changes, if any, if there are, need to be made legislatively? And then what regs are going to need to be moved in order to do this? And then the staff will end up doing all the work. But what I'm saying is I don't think we can direct the department or the superintendent to create systems because that is a task for us. And frankly, sitting here, I don't really know, and maybe you do, what it ends up looking like at the end, when we make this kind of split. I am in favor of the concept of the split. That's not the point. But I want to understand what steps the department believes or the AG believes we would need to take in order to accomplish that bifurcation.
So then can we ask the superintendent to create a report for our next meeting
That was my
that lays everything
friendly
out that
amendment
I've
to your
just
motion, is
requested?
to get the report first. And I know everybody's in a hurry, but the regs are going to be,
Sure.
frankly, I'll probably be dead before the regs are enacted the way the system goes. Well, it's a slow system, right?
Let's hope.
Well, it's a slow system. So my point is that there's going to be a lot of drag here. We can jumpstart the front end, and I think it would also be appropriate to make a request that the department cooperate with the AG's office to be sure we touch the legal bases as to, are there any laws that impact our ability to do this? And so get a complete lay of the land, and then January, or even next month, if we get the report, we can then talk about doing the NORA if that's what's appropriate in January. And I'm not going to hold it up, Andy. I just.
Yeah. I know, of course.
And it's complicated.
This is thoughtful, and I appreciate it. One question for you, Mr. President. If we were to do a NORA at either November, January, whenever, and then it was the action was to be superseded by something that happened during the
We can amend the NORA.
and or we can pull it back. Okay.
Yeah, or we can pull it back,
Okay.
yeah. I'm not averse to doing it, but all of a sudden it triggers stuff that we may not trigger, we just don't know where we're going. We know what we want the result to be, but I don't know the process to get there. And I don't think it's a trivial process.
We haven't heard from the whole board, but I strongly agree with Ms. Creasy in terms of the general direction that we need. We've reached the point where we need an accountability system. And we need to think about what that will
I
look
think
like.
everybody.
And there's implications for accreditation, obviously, as a
I don't
result.
see any disagreement to that around, again. Okay.
I
All
think
right,
that's
so we
it.
have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Can you repeat the motion, please, just so I understand?
I'm sorry, I can't. You might have to play the tape. No, we would like you, in cooperation with the Attorney General, to provide a report back to the board with the steps that would be necessary to separate accountability from accreditation in our system. Is that fair, Grace? I want to capture the substance of what you said.
Are there additional directives for me regarding the accountability system?
So as part of that report, anything that you believe needs to additionally be present in either one of those systems.
Make any recommendations you believe.
Yeah, I don't know if you want this as part of the motion. This may just be discussion, but I think obviously we want something that's fast in terms of it's fast for stakeholders to know what's going on. It's reflective of what's actually happening, so it's more nimble. It takes into account both gap closing and equity and advanced students. Basically a number of the elements that we've talked about. Some attention to autonomy for high performing schools, interventions for low performing schools,
I think we left
all the major elements. I don't think we need to spell them out. Obviously, here and there's tons of work and learning to be done before, but Dr. Ballard just includes some of the major elements that have been discussed.
Again, we're not asking you to draft the system.
Right.
All we're asking for is your recommendation as to what the system would contain and how we would get there.
Yeah, and I think the how we get there is really important because this
I'll
does
start with how we get there.
Across a
It
number
would be
of
easier, I think, to
dimensions.
fill in what's in it.
I was trying to read Doctors Mann and Davis Vaught if they had something to add.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
All right, so we had a motion. Did we actually vote? I don't think so. We had a motion. Ms. Dutta seconded. Is it all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody else?
Yes. I do also would appreciate if I could make a couple of requests of the superintendent also, and I don't also, again, maybe I need to make a motion, but I have been, in light of a lot that I've been reading, I would like to ask the superintendent to give some data, or if it needs a report of some sort, to produce a report on the discipline statistics with demographics for students by school division who have received an infraction from the local school division pertaining to the wearing of masks.
So the railing up, I'm sorry, I missed hearing all of your comment.
Yeah, I would like the superintendent to give us a report on the discipline statistics in the Commonwealth with demographics for students by school division who have received an infraction from the local school division pertaining to the wearing of masks.
Oh, I'm sorry, wearing masks. Thank you. I just couldn't.
Sorry,
yes,
it's just my accent.
No, it's okay.
So I would like to see that data, and I was wondering, is that something that needs a motion? And I have one after that also. Okay.
You ought to be happy to provide that without official direction of the board, or it's up to you, Ms. Dutta.
Yeah, we're happy to include that as in as much as we can. I'm not sure what data we collect that's specific to mask. I just don't know. And thank goodness my staff is not here any longer. So we will check on that, and we'll add that as an agenda item. If we want to make it an official motion, I'm perfectly fine with that as well. But I do have it written.
Would you like me to make a motion?
Sure. Please. Yeah, so that's so moved.
Yes, moved.
Seconded by somebody.
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And the second and the last, I promise, is that, again, some data from the superintendent to find out any DOE policies, regulations, or laws for the surveys administered to students. And these could be like SEL screeners or otherwise. And as second part for that is what level of privacy or data retention controls are implemented. And I don't know if maybe a third part to that, are there any requirements of parental permission for these surveys? And so what's the compliance for that? Again, that would be per school division. Okay.
Again, in the form of a motion, sure.
Yes, I'd like to move the motion. Move.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Anything else for the good of the board?
I have an easy one, I think, that would require a motion. We talked yesterday about the science of reading and so forth, and there was like, well, we've passed this law, so it must be happening. And I don't actually know, and I was hoping, Dr. Ballo, could you just give us, have your team just put together, like, what do we actually know about how teachers are being taught? What processes are in place there to ensure that it actually is aligned with the most current evidence? Just so we can start thinking about if there are additional steps to be taken. That's probably something that obviously Chev would be involved in addition to Abtel. I mean, it's, at least from speaking for myself, I'm at the point where I have like way more questions about it than answers, but just to help us sort of get the landscape so we can start thinking about that. As Mr. Hansen said earlier, it really, it is such a core thing to make sure all the other stuff we talk about here, biology and physics and so forth, if we're not getting early grades literacy, it's for naught. And so just to help us start to get a handle on where we are. And then, so that will beg the question of what we could do to then sort of improve implementation there and what other options are.
Okay, and one question about that. What I think, instead of a 101 on what is the VLA and how are we going to implement it, you're asking for specifically what's the lay of the land right now in our schools? Who is
Our schools of education, teacher prep.
Teacher prep.
Specifically. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm not. I mean, others may be interested in other pieces of it. I'm specifically interested. I mean, essentially, we know as a country that in the middle of the last decade, about a third of ed schools were actually teaching science of reading. In the first part of this decade, that had bumped to about 50%, which on the one hand, that's great progress. On the other hand, there's still some work. When I get asked about that in Virginia, I have absolutely no idea how to answer that question. I don't know if we know.
Okay.
All right. That's just a data request, right?
Yeah, I don't think if it needs a motion, I'd be happy. I don't know if it does.
All right, anybody else?
Andy, to your question, I actually think the campaign for third grade reading was actually tracking that data on the number of teacher prep programs that were actually providing explicit instruction in reading. At least I remember them having data on that a couple of years back. So.
Thank you, Dr. Mann. If we have that, I mean, if someone is tracking it currently for Virginia schools out for, teacher prep programs in Virginia, that'd be fantastic.
It might also be worth talking to Jenna about what is happening in our early childhood programs as far as reading preparation goes, so that we're fulfilling the efforts of the governor in phonics.
Yeah, so to be clear, Dr. Ballo, to Dr. Mann's point, I'm not asking for the wheel to be reinvented. If this data exists somewhere, that's fantastic.
All right. Does that exhaust everybody's requests? Thank you all for a good meeting. We are adjourned. See you next month.